Hello and welcome everybody to the Summer Stage Qualifiers here in the East. I'm Vicky Kitty and I'm joined once again with Necra to take you guys through all the action after a very chaotic and hyped day of Overwatch League yesterday. It's time to continue the run for this week, Necra.
Yeah, we had 4 incredible games in the Eastern region. If you didn't get a chance to check out the West games either, I highly suggest going back to take a look at the San Francisco Shock and the London Spitfire match, because that might have just been the most entertaining match of Overwatch this entire season.
Houston over Atlanta, like
that too.
It's
spoiler
there
alert.
there was so much fun, right? Yeah, you're right. But you gotta definitely take a look at those matches if you missed out on them. And if you guys missed out on the action in the East, you know what? It was just as fun too. Starting off the day with our contenders team really starting to make a way for themselves. Panthera yesterday was able to take it over the Guangzhou Charge. Now, Necra, our first 2 matches that we're going to be covering, you and I, today, are going to have these contenders teams face off against our Overwatch League teams. And surely, after the action that we saw yesterday in the West, even a little sprinkle from the East, surely our Overwatch League teams will be able to nail this down and solidify this run.
I mean, you say that, but I think that these contenders teams are teams you can't sleep on either. So you take a look at how Panthera overall has started to pick up the pace a little bit when it comes down to their new roster inclusions. But then taking a look at Dreamers, sure, they fall here or there, but I think that when it comes down to the overall power level of the teams and how they stack up against each other, I think you're going to end up seeing every team potentially take a misstep here or there. I mean, Soul Infernal also isn't totally undefeated when it comes to maps either. Neither is the Dallas Fuel. So it's possible. I feel like anything is possible. Maybe one day the map pool will lend itself to taking down either of those teams.
I just like stirring the pot out here, Decker. I just want to see some chaos continue on for this last day. Because you know what? If the upsets yesterday weren't enough, I feel like, I don't know, in the East, it'd be nice to get some more upsets. I feel like we're due even more after the action we saw yesterday. I'm not over with just Panthera with the Charge. But like you mentioned, Dallas being one of our strongest teams here in the East, I'm expecting a lot from this team. This may work into what Dreamers have in mind, especially after maybe taking some notes from Chatty and the way that he was able to run it down on that Ryan. You already know that Dreamer on the other side is definitely taking note from that. Looking at our current standings after the action that we've had after about a week and a half now worth of games here. This is the second week of the Summer Stage Qualifiers. So Infernal still lead the way here without dropping a map.
Yeah, you definitely have to take a look at that. I think they lost 1, as did Dallas Fuel, so they're both kind of neck and neck. And when you take a look at the first match of the day, you would like to be able to see Dallas Fuel actually keep up the pace there with Soul Infernal, being able to take that win in a 3-0 fashion. But I need to start taking a look at O2 Blast. They're 0-3 right now. Their win record's not looking too great heading into the last half of the Eastern Summer Stage Qualifiers, and Seoul Dynasty looking like a pretty mighty opponent for them. So a lot of stakes on the line when you take a look, especially, honestly, at all 3 of our matches today.
Yeah, there's so much to look forward to. Dallas Fuel being the first series to watch versus our contender team, Dreamer. It's going to be a really fun time here. Going forward, we also have the Hangzhou Spark versus Panthera. Can they continue on claiming a lot more of these Overwatch League teams? It's going to be a good time here. It's also going to be my first time to finally cover a Dallas Fuel match. It feels like it's been forever here, and alongside my good partner, Necra, it's going to be a good time. As well as hoping that, you know, have those C9s that we saw, Necra, am I right?
Yeah, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to take some notes. The Necro curse continues on, but we got to see how this plays out, especially since we are going to be able to introduce our teams very shortly here.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel. This is a roster that has a huge legacy behind it, and I can't wait to see them in action today.
Ungodly connection there with the Rampage, and Harpy, he's come up with
Oh man, seeing videos like that always gives me goosebumps, especially hearing Uber's voice at the very end, just looking at this team, a legacy team at that, as we take a look at the starting lineup for their first series.
Dallas Fuel, the defending Overwatch League champions, and they are really starting to make a name for themselves in the second half of this season. They struggled a lot, Vicky. When we take a look at how they did in the first half of the year, it just felt like they were behind the ball a little bit with their Reaper Moira composition. Now that they started to stray away from that and really started to show us some of those different looks with the Sombra, Tracer, Winston, they put in a ton of work in between that mid-season break to be able to show us that dive.
Yeah, I honestly have to say, their Sombra plays so far have massively improved compared to the last stage. Edison becoming much more acceptable here on that Sombra, and also providing that look that you were talking about, that flexibility as we take a look at some of the fans just getting ready out here to give their support, while also watching on the big screen. Oh my gosh, I love that. That's beautiful.
That is beautiful. I saw the "Do you want to build a snowman?" That was really nice. Oh, is there another one?
Oh. Oh my gosh, that is amazing. Sparkles everywhere. Hombit is God. Shout out to Unknown with the translation. I love it.
I like the little penguin. It's very cute. Is there another one? Wait. Oh no, okay, it's just the other side again. It's still amazing. The sign game in the Korean audience is on point. Wait, we need to step it up a little bit, Vicky, in the West.
Yeah, right? It's always so hyped to be able to see an audience live, but even better when you have a lot of that international audience just fill up the stage and giving you that energy. You have that energy, just different levels across different regions as we take a look at the starting lineup here for Dreamers now after the performance that we saw earlier within this week. Necker, they're looking to turn things around.
In their match earlier on in the week, it didn't feel like the dive overall was coordinated enough to be able to keep up with some of the stronger dive teams that we do have. And poor Dreamers, they've had a pretty tough schedule overall. I mean, they just played Poker Face. They had a really strong dive, but then Poker Face got kind of blasted by the Shanghai Dragons. And so you really are starting to see how these teams settle out against each other. And if Dreamers was having problems initiating the dive versus Poker Face, I really worry about how they're going to do against the Dallas Fuel, a team that has shown us very few cracks in their armor when it comes to the dive.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how Dreamers fell to Poker Face when Dreamers were the ones that took care of the Shanghai Dragons in the first week and then proceeded to also defeat Panthera, the team that took out the Guangzhou Charge in that series yesterday in their final match of that first week too. Taking a look at the side-by-side stats currently that we have of Bliss and Data.
So this is going to be some of the Brigitte stats. I think when you look at the meta overall, Brigitte kind of flies under the radar. You get a chance to see her sometimes in the kill feed, being able to get a shield bash or a whip shot to be able to finish off an opponent. But other than that, it's tough sometimes to see the cookie placement. How are those packs really helping out some of these flankers? We are playing in a double flanker meta with the Sombra and the Tracer.
Yeah, our first map is going to be Busan, and this is going to work nicely into if we're going to maybe see. I'm not expecting it after the impact, if you want to call it that we saw last time from the Dallas Fuel, but I was going to mention the Echo Sun, the Edison, the Edifather, the Echo Sun. I don't know if we're going to see that again. We may see things change up here while we get set up, but Busan does allow more of that verticality where you could adjust and get on top of the high ground if you need.
Yeah, I think that the Echo could absolutely play a role here. If you are looking at downtown in particular, I feel like this is where you could potentially see the Echo. And when you talk about Edison's Echo, you also have to talk about Top Dragons. Because one of the reasons why Dreamers were able to win their first two matches is because of the fact that Top Dragon's Echo was so standout. It was so good. And I fully believe that if there is going to be an Echo that can go toe-to-toe with Edison, it would be Top Dragons.
Oh, absolutely. Especially after what we saw from Top Dragon before here. And that is exactly what we're going to see being brought out to the table. Nice anti landing onto Bliss and Edison off the rip. Edison does get the first pick onto Dreamer with the focusing beam, but Sad is able to retaliate off of that anti that we saw from Neeson.
Okay, Meeson's ante was good, but take a look at the one in response, and without that main tank and Dreamer, Dallas Fuel have a lot of ways to be able to try to access the backline.
And this is Hanbin that we're talking about too. It's nice to note that both Hanbin and Sparkle are both representatives for the Korean Overwatch World Cup. That's why we see so many fans coming out into the audience, and Hanbin going down first. He did buy a good amount of space, but it's also allowed Dreamers to take the point first. Top Dragon gets taken out by MCD. It is going to be a reset while Dallas Fuels start trickling in to find Dreamers.
Dreamers taking control of this point first also gives them a lot of onus to be able to just play this a little more defensively. So you can wait for Dallas Fuels to commit those cooldowns, and yeah, maybe just get a stick as soon as they walk in.
Because you have to imagine comparing Sad right now to Sparkle, who's absolutely insane on this Tracer. It's crazy, and Dreamer being able to find 2 picks already to elevate Dreamer's first initial take on this point.
So when we talk about Dreamers having a little bit of trouble with the dive, it was really the Sombra Tracer dive I felt like was falling a little bit flat. With Top Dragon in the mix on the Echo, it is an incredibly different story. And you can see just how much Dreamers has been able to do to just keep Dallas Fuel away from the point. They've got the nano boost as well. Let's see what Top Dragon can do with this.
Let's see, he's also got the duplicate, and right now he's already beaming down the Dallas Fuel. Edison and Sparkle get deleted while also having the duplicate and pulse bomb. Sparkle could have at least tried to make something work, but it's going to have to be safe for this next fight, considering that Dreamers are already rounding up to 65%.
Starting to look closer and closer towards that last fight territory. And if it was just the nano boost, take a look at the rest of Dreamer's ultimate pool. They've got 4 ults left to be able to throw this next fight and just control this round 100-0. There's the duplicate.
Oh.
I was gonna say there's the dupe.
Top Dragon tried getting cheeky. He tried getting cheeky there. He deserves to get punished. The rally was called in a little early from Bliss after they were able to take care of Top Dragon. But getting that first pick is going to start things off, be the green light that the Dallas Fuel need right now to contest on this point, as Dreamers are already rounding up to 97% here.
Yeah, Top Dragon overextended there. The Ana is also not the best duplicate choice if you're going to be that far forward. Potentially looking at something like getting a good sleep onto Hanbin, but there was such a quick reaction time by the Dallas Fuel that now they get to play a bit more defensively.
Oh, misses out slightly from the pulse bomb from Sparkle. We saw the same from Sad, who actually tried to get the pulse bomb to take up the Sparkle, trying to predict where that recall was going to position him originally. Dreamer does have the primal. Top Dragon finds the focusing beam on MCD, but Meeson is going to meet him in the spawn. Honor for Ana, while Dreamer taking out the backline from the Dallas Fuel. Set up Dreamers in the driver's seat while they're sitting at 99%. This is looking fantastic for Dreamers.
It's really good too because Dreamer gets a chance to just go after any sort of target, knowing that Top Dragon with the focusing beam can just finish everybody off. So take a look at that.
Man.
Retake here from Dreamers, 99%. I don't know who can touch.
I mean, Bliss can try to put one toe on that. That gets deleted. Can't force it into overtime. And Dreamers take this first round of the first map.
That was so much cleaner. This is where I was starting to get really worried. How can Dreamers dive contend with the Dallas Fuels? I think it's really tough ask if you're looking at the Sombra Tracer versus Sombra Tracer, but when you're able to put Top Dragon onto one of his absolute best heroes, it becomes a completely different story. That was a huge key to success there for Dreamers in their first 2 matches, and you can see exactly why too. When you also have Sad's Tracer, this is a bit of a different look there from what they would run with the Sombra Tracer.
There's a bit more impact on the pulse bomb, and we are seeing the Dreamer Reinhardt. Korean Giga Chatty coming through after the action we saw yesterday. We gotta continue it on here in the East Necra. Dreamer already trying to find himself into position, but Sad gets punished for it. Even Top Dragon putting up the Maywall to match that with Sparkle, but this is playing in the Dallas Fuel playground. It's Edison being on the Pride and True Reaper here, playing close quarters as he should. Does get separated just a little bit, fighting some of that extra pressure, but losing out on Sparkle sets up MCD and Bliss to rack up those ult charge to contest Edison here, who is staying alive. Hanbin on the ram is going to be able to find Dreamer, but look who's coming through the back. Top Dragon and Meeson to clean up what is left after Sad comes in with the rest of Dreamers.
Okay, you talk about how this is Dallas Fuel's playground, and that's what you would expect, taking a look at how much practice Dallas Fuel has had as a team running this particular composition. But let's talk about Dreamers Reinhardt. That's what he's known for. That was their comfort, their bread and butter, taking a look at the Eastern knockouts, where they ended up getting a chance in that final.
The immortality that saved him there too. That was nice. He got prepared for that amazingly. Puts down the shatter, finds Hanbin and MCD, and with Dreamers having the point advantage, Edison running for his life, staring at Top Dragon in the face before he is also cleaned up. Amazing team fight win there. Did take up quite a little bit, but they will have the backline ultimates to work with from Dreamers.
Oh, they do. You look at like the amplification matrix to be able to create so much space. You also have the Symmetra ultimate online as well, but okay, at least there's a Maywall to be able to block off that amp, but look at the teleporter too. Such a great way to
No way. Oh, that would have been so cheeky if they got through the choke point right there. Still beautiful with the photon barrier from Sad. Still being able to find MCD. They trade that. Here comes the annihilation from Hanbin. Playing right around his close quarters with Bliss in the perfect timing on the sound barrier. Dreamers get shut down. Nice answer from the Dallas Fuel right there to help enable the annihilation with the sound barrier from Bliss.
Yeah, but that's 5 ultimates out of the Dallas Fuel's bank. They had to throw everything at that fight to be able to get past the defensive Dreamers. Now that they have, now they can kind of dish it back out. You've got Sparkles, May, start to wall people off. Edison is looking for a nice drop-down opportunity. Dreamers are going to struggle a little bit to get back into this one unless they get the May ultimate online, or Dreamer can land another Earth Shatter here.
Tries to break through the wall. Edson being able to find Dada is going to be big because the immortality field was called in from Neeson, but just a tad bit too late. The shatter not going to be able to find that success. Amazing block from Hanbin on the barrier himself, but still with the blizzard from Top Dragon, Dreamers clean up the frozen in their tracks. Dallas Fuel with a team wipe, setting themselves back up when they're already at 70%.
Dreamers are looking at final fight territory again, as they were on downtown. And they've got the photon barrier, the amplification matrix, 2 of those defensive ultimates you mentioned before, and they're just gonna go ahead and bring the fight to Dallas.
Find me in the side room here, says Dreamer. The immortality field trying to set him up for position and try to take some of this pressure, but with the coalescence to answer that aggression, MCD playing a lot more in the back. Bliss getting saved. How is he still alive? The wall from Top Dragon and letting them to breathe just a little bit, actually helping out the Dallas Fuel in this case. Edison has found Dreamer, but he gets traded off for the aggro push. Hanbin's got the annihilation again here, and Bliss is narrowing down on that sound barrier. The contention from overtime taken away in favor for Dreamers, and Dada is still alive. Look at the side angle from Top Dragon, just getting out of that line of sight of the annihilation. That's down Sad.
Oh my gosh, the crossfire there was plenty to be able to pick up MCD. That's a huge source of healing eliminated.
Oh, Bliss is going to hold on to the sound barrier because this fight is already won by the Dallas Fuel. The good timing on the flip here, as you can already see Edison getting into position, just waiting to see if he can unleash that Death Blossom once he's over by the side.
That's a great call out there for Dallas Fuel to hold on to those ultimates. The sound barrier is going to be so crucial to try to start matching that progress and then hopefully bring us into a round number 3. But with Edison too, take a look at Dada actually not having a sound barrier online quite yet.
In the middle of the blizzard and then immediately tries to get out of there, but while they're stuck in their own blizzard, here comes the Death Blossom from Edison. Gets the 5K at the very end. The nail in the coffin. It's not Edison. Again, it's the Ed father. He's going to be teaching them some lessons out here. Dallas Fuel now set themselves up as Dreamers are going to desperately come out with the support backline ultimates.
Oh, they have to use this beat aggressively to be able to get back to the point. Sparkle's so close. The ice block gets forced out.
That was a sound barrier. Now, overtime ticking away. The coalescence. They lose out on Sparkle first. Dreamer setting them up. But look at Hanbin within Nemesis form. Catch me outside or the boxing ring. He doesn't even need to pop the annihilation at the end because they've cleaned up the points against Dreamers in this second round. Are you kidding me with this explosive start to this series?
Cow.
Map number 1, and we are ready toe for tat for these 2 rounds.
Oh my god. I'm just, you know what? I gotta call out Edison really fast though. He got the 5K. His team left him with the final blow onto Dreamer. And then he stole the 5K from Hanbin. No way! Alright, I gotta watch this Death Blossom again. This was insane.
That's typical Reaper play. That's the Reaper behavior. Yeah, we get to see at the end and then just wait for it.
Calling. Yeah, see? They left him. They left him so Edison could finish him off. Where was that? Where was that gentleman's service there for Hanbin? Excuse you. That's okay, though. I mean, yeah, Vicky, how else could you expect this match to start? That was so impressive to be able to watch both of these teams go head-to-head. Now we're going to end up seeing a different look from them once again. It's going to be the Sombra Tracer dive here for Dallas Fuel. And we've got the Sombra May Ramatra. Got a brawl here coming out from Dreamers.
See, Edison on the Sombra does get that hack onto Top Dragon. Marco adding in some extra pressure over to the side while the point does get unlocked. Edison again getting to position. Wow, the save from Meeson right there onto Top Dragon. He is getting focused down, and Dada getting hit with an anti as Meeson finds Edison from trying to harass Top Dragon. Dreamers with a beautiful peel to help out each other over by the side of the pillars. They're going to be able to take control over this point first.
Big control for them because now you get a chance to, once again, just play up close to the spawn doors. Dallas looking at trying to open things up here, potentially with the Sparkle Pulse Bomb. He was able to build that up relatively quickly heading into this next fight. But these antis from Meeson have been so good. There's not a whole lot that Dallas Fuel can do when the anti's going to start to pressure them away. How do you approach that if you're already half health?
Especially if Sad capitalizes off that too. With in a hack, we're trying to isolate maybe one of the back lines here. This is about to get that nano boost. See Top Dragon over on the other side again. Been holding a very aggressive position as Dreamer does get hacked and then gets hit with an anti. This is right there to help him out as Top Dragon's about to get the Blizzard within this engagement. The nano boost coming online now for MCD as he puts it onto Hanbin. He's about to get the Primal 2 in case he just wants to keep himself alive on this point. Add in that pressure. The rally now called in from Dada, but with Top Dragon going out without using the Blizzard, here comes the EMP attempt. It does find Blizz and they do capitalize as Dreamer now. He takes a note out of Hanbin's book, dukes it out between Sparkle and Blizz, and Dreamers remain on the point with this aggression.
That was a great call by Dada there to go ahead and just go for the rally. It gave Dreamers enough time to be able to use the EMP. To Edison clapping back a little bit, but Dada was waiting. I think they knew exactly where Edison was going to try to translocate to.
Translocated and said, and I whoop real quick. Just Dada waiting for him. Oh, tries to go for the whip shot there. Hanbin diving onto the backline, harassing Meeson, who goes out. He tried to flow shot him in the distance. Did not get the shield bash either. Top Dragon gets hit with an anti. Meeson's gonna have to come back, but they do get that trade onto Hanbin, who goes out with the Primal. Number advantage is in favor of the Dallas Fuel if Blizz could stay alive after getting hacked by Sad. And he's got the Sound Bearer. EMP onto Dreamer. That's gonna allow the Dallas Fuel to now waltz right on top of the point, and they need to because overtime is taking away in favor for Dreamers.
Ooh, I mean, Dada at this point, though, is able to get away, so not being able to confirm that kill means that Dallas Fuel, they're gonna have to prepare themselves for a pretty quick attack coming through from Dreamers. It's not gonna be too bad to get those respawns through, and they also have Top Dragon's Blizzard. Okay, Dreamer gets hacked, so now Dallas Fuel does know that Dreamer's gonna have the Annihilation online, but they know that there's also 3 more ultimates, maybe even 5 in the tank? Dreamers can just cycle through everything to be able to take back control.
See, with the Blizzard being the first one utilized here, and the hack from Sad onto Blizz, they already know the Sound Barrier is there. You mentioned it, just being able to check that. Here comes the Sound Barrier. Hanbin does get put to sleep, and Sparkle sends out the Pulse Bomb. Great impact of Meeson getting taken out there. Dada did have the nano boost put onto him originally, so he could be the raid boss in this side room, and it's worked out in their favor. The rally activated right afterwards to clear the point. They are going to be able to retake it, but nice call from the Dallas Field to just disengage for it now, to then re-engage once the Dreamers are able to take that point. Sad with the EMP, right into the open arms of the EMP. Hanbin gets caught in that, but he's got the nano boost from MCD, so that way he can continue on this frontline aggression.
Oh, Dreamers have to close it out here, though. Dreamers already antied and might be able to go down, but looks like the anti's going to expire, and hopefully Meeson can get it back up, but he can't.
Wow.
Overtime.
The isolation from Bliss right there to find Dreamer. But meanwhile, look who's popping off. It's Sad, a huge ante onto Dada and Top Dragon. This actually may have helped everything for the Dallas group from MCD. Yes, he gets hacked, but it's only Sad and Top Dragon that were left. And Dreamer makes the desperate swap from the Diva right back over to the Ram, understanding they still have some time to work with here.
They do. The only unfortunate thing about how long that fight went and how many ultimates that they threw at this is that the only thing that they really have to engage into this next fight would have been the Blizzard. But Top Dragon's actually just going to go ahead and give that up. Wants to go for the Tracer, hope to get a little bit more of that one clip potential. But Edison has the EMP. There's no way for Dreamers to stop this right now, except to play super defensively.
Oh no, Top Dragon dead. Oh no, the immediate turnaround. They saw the opportunity and they took advantage of it. The EMP into Hanbin jumping on top of Top Dragon. Dada did get caught in that EMP too. Immediate disengage as the post bomb. Trying to run away, gets caught. Meeson's the next one to go down, and the Dallas people have flipped this in their favor. Dreamer making the swap over to the Winston.
Gonna be the big Winston swap just to be able to try to get back. Sad's gonna be on the point to at least proc the overtime, but there has to be an initiated dive.
Time ticking away here. Dada does have that rally, but MCD is about to get that nano boost. Bliss doesn't have the sound barrier just yet, but they will know to try to target him here. The nano boost now put onto Hanbin as he's about to get the primal. They're going to be able to live for so long to contest on this point unless Sad can get something cooking with his EMP. Top Dragon going out though. Huge EMP! Even after Bliss uses the sound barrier at the right time. But there's no follow-up potential from Dreamers. MCD with another insane ante has forced the Dreamers off the point and allowing Dallas Fuel to take map number 1 in a very sweaty fashion.
That was super sweaty. Those final 2 rounds, it felt like Dallas Fuel were fighting for their lives. Especially after downtown with the Wave Dreamers in such a commanding fashion. I was pretty nervous there for the Dallas Fuel Vicky.
That honestly was way too close for comfort. Very similar to what I saw between the Dallas Fuel and the Shanghai Dragons. Even though they had won, the Shanghai Dragons still took a map. And we have a lot of expectations for the Dallas Fuel making a turnaround in the way that they've been playing the composition. We got map number 2 on the other side of this break. You do not want to miss out on the action. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody. The Dallas Fuel take map number 1 versus Dreamers, but man, was that close. Round 3 down to the wire from both sides. Now we're moving on to map number 2, where we're going to a hybrid map, and currently Fuel are 2-1 on hybrid, Dreamers are 1-2 on hybrid, so Fuel have that slight advantage here, but we are going to be moving on to a map that Dreamers definitely feel comfortable at. Perhaps it's going to be Numbani.
Yeah, we saw the little bit of a sneak peek of what the map pool is going to look like for the rest of this series, and this one is honestly where things get a little interesting when we talk about just how the rest of the series could go. It started off with a win for the Dallas Fuel. We hadn't seen either team actually play on Busan before, but now Dallas Fuel haven't played any of these maps while Dreamers has. I wonder if any of that intel may come into play here, but we're not going to see any swaps from the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, just sticking to what we got with our roster currently. We see the audience still getting hype, you know, letting everybody know casters look good. Casters in the arena, gonna give them their hype here as we take a look at Dreamers. No change-ups here as we get to see what the Dreamers gotta adjust, because they were so close against the Dallas Fuel, sending it even all the way down, finding some individual picks here from the Dallas Fuel onto some overextending members of Dreamers in that final map. And we are moving on to Numbani here for Dreamers, which could play into that top dragon echo play that we had seen earlier.
It's very possible. When we saw Dreamers play this versus the Shanghai Dragons in that matchup, we actually saw more of that long-range damage coming out from Sad in the Hanzo or the Ashe, and then Top Dragon focusing down on playing the Tracer. I see a lot of echo on Numbani, and based on how Top Dragon has been able to bring that out of their pocket, and also how dominant that echo performance was on downtown in particular, it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted to shake things up just a little bit to bring that echo back out on Numbani A and B.
Especially when you compare what impact Top Dragon has had with the Echo and how comfortable he looks versus Edison, where the Echo could sway a little bit, including when we saw them in the series versus the Shanghai Dragons, in that one map that the Shanghai Dragons felt confident in. Going now over to Numbani here also could work into the amazing play of Sad, who has been popping off on that Tracer, which is also incredible to see side-by-side comparison to the impact that Sparkle has done. Even though Sparkle did end with, I believe it was 3 to 4 more elims in that final map alone, it was Sad who had about 1,000 to 2,000 more damage over Sparkle at the very end.
Yeah, so part of that is definitely because Sad was also able to flex in between the Symmetra and the Sombra. And a lot of that dominant performance and how many picks that Sad was able to get overall definitely plays a role. But it's really interesting that Dreamers DPS can actually flex in between who plays the Tracer, so that Sad can pick up the Tracer when Top Dragon wants to play the Echo, like we're seeing here now.
See how this is going to work. It's the matchup that we were expecting going on to Numbani. It provides that very similar verticality that Busan does when it comes to trying to find these different angles to contest the high ground here. Hamon got hit with a huge anti, still managed to survive the MCD right there. Sparkle looking for a cheeky play onto the back line and also split the attention from the Dreamers so that way they have to look behind them while Hanbin now dives in, and Edison moves in with the focusing beam, nailing down Top Dragon but getting shot in the air with a sleep dart. Meeson now is allowing Dreamer to capitalize off of that one pick. The Fuel are incredibly low, having to back away in time. The anti is going to spell doom for MCD, and Blitz is going to meet him back in the spot.
Something that Dreamers does really well is even if a player goes down, they have a great understanding of how they might want to approach the rest of the fight so that they can still end up winning it out. They lost Top Dragon so early on because Edison was able to beam him down, but still able to just control that space and make sure that Dallas Fuel can't do anything too sneaky. They know Sparkle's just kind of back there right now. He's a little stuck without his team at the moment.
And he keeps trying to go for it too. They're going to catch on to this more frequently. And the communication's beautiful, right? I mean, with a nano boost, now they have the opportunity to just hold forward here. Pulse Bomb doesn't land its mark from Sad, but Dreamer's also about to get Primal. It's about buying space and time away from the Dallas Fuel now that they're reaching 2 minutes, less than 20 seconds here.
Exactly. That Pulse Bomb just allowing Dreamer to be able to get out of dodge. Now the Dreamers can regroup and... Ooh, nice stickies there on the Hanbin.
Ooh, the duplicate. Top Dragon's gonna be able to copy the Ana here. Okay, well, that didn't last
That's
very
why.
long. But it's okay. It was all just distraction because Sad moves in, gets the 3K. Top Dragon gets revenge right back onto Edison. And then Hanbin's gonna meet him back with a team wipe here from Dreamers.
Dreamers played that so well. I don't even mind if Top Dragon just used the Ana duplicate to get a sleep onto Edison so that Edison didn't just jump the backline there. But hey, sometimes that's what you need, just being able to make use of the utility that that duplicate provides. And Dreamers, once again, with a very firm hold on this point A defense. Hanbin's so low.
Ooh, the NAU real quick. Top Dragon falls incredibly low, but with the rally from Dada, is going to be able to help restabilize him just as quick. They're playing this so well. Nice positioning here from Sad as he moves forward with the pulse bomb pick onto Blizz. That was right after the rally had been popped here for the Dallas Fuel. They do have the primals. Hanbin's going to try to force everybody from the Dreamers off from the high ground to enable the rest of Dallas Fuel to now move in. They have less than a minute, and now's the opportunity with Sad going down to take advantage of this limited time bank. Dreamers gets put to sleep right after he has the primal, but they have so many ultimates to work with, but Dallas Fuel are falling like flies.
They're falling and they're using ultimates without any value. Top Dragon ends up duplicating the Brigitte. I don't think that that was entirely necessary. But when you're staring down the barrel of 30 seconds left here for the Dallas Fuel to try to get in, all you have to do is dodge Sparkle's Pulse Bomb, and you have Meeson's Nano to be able to do that. Whoever gets stuck, as long as it's not Meeson, should be fine. Are we looking at a full hold? You might be looking at a full hold here, Vicky.
It's getting, oh no, I mean, with Bliss going down, this actually may be. Wow. Meeson is so good, and then Top Dragon capitalizes with the focusing beam. Definitely going to be in the favor of Dreamers here for this final fight if the Dallas Fuel can force the overtime. With the desperate diva swap from Hanbin here, he's going to be able to stay involved in this fight a lot longer. MCD does get that pick up to Dreamers. This is the opportunity now for the Dallas Fuel to trickle in. Hanbin gets hit with a big anti. Sparkle sends out the pulse bomb. Doesn't misses out on the pulse bomb, but still gets a follow-up damage from Dada. That's the follow-up from Sparkle and Hanbin making that swap over to the diva. Dreamers now backing off as they are outnumbered here. The Dallas Fuel are able to get that first tick, second tick, and now get the payload moving.
What a clutch factor coming through from Dallas Fuel. Just reminds me of that very first map of Busan and how Dreamers bring it to 99% before Dallas Fuel are able to sneak it back away from them and end up taking the wins there on Mecha Base and Sanctuary. Now they're kind of doing it again. The Overtime Warriors, Dallas Fuel now, usually are able to take that inch and turn it into mile. Edison also with another duplicate now that Dallas Fuel can kind of go on the offensive. Feels like they're able to play a bit more aggressive now, but Dreamers are back to try to hold this cart at this corner.
Man, these angles that Dreamers are taking right now, they're splitting so much attention so that they can focus fire the front line. MCD gets hit with an anti, and then the follow from Dreamer. Yes, he gets put to sleep in the middle of the air, but Top Dragon with the duplicate is going to be able to copy the Ana. Has a nano boost, already puts it onto Sad now. Sad, you already know the impact he's had. Now Edison in trouble after getting booted out of the duplicate himself here. Sparkle does have the pulse bomb ready if he could get something going here, but with the way that Dreamers are playing a little split up, he's just trying to focus on the back line as he tries to find Meeson and misses out on the pulse bomb.
Meeson now alive is able to just keep Dreamer topped up, and there's been no progress here from Dallas.
MCD has been on point with these sleeps immediately when Dreamer just jumps in, but Meeson has been slippery. Smoother than butter when it comes to avoiding Sparkle. Now less than a minute on the clock to get to that second checkpoint, and the backline has been deleted by Sad. Dada with the rally puts Sad in that position, and Edison's fighting for his life in the side room. Nowhere to run after he does find out on Meeson. Dreamer gets the retaliation onto Edison.
That's going to be another respawn here for Dallas. And Vicky, they're starting to run out of time again. 30 seconds left on the clock. And they gotta try to use all the gas in the tank to be able to just keep this payload moving. But how is the big question. Sparkle's been looking for these pulse bombs, not really able to land the sticks that he would like onto the back line. Especially when Dada and Meeson just continuing to watch out for each other, knowing that they are the primary targets.
Nice anti, but Sparkle had that recall too right there. Hanbin is incredibly low. He's got the primal reset. Dreamer uses primal first, and with the rally being used by Fuel, they still have so much utility in the bank with those ultimates. Edison's about to get the duplicate, and overtime ticking away. Dallas Fuel always wait to the last minute. They like to feel something here. That's why they're waiting out on these ults. The focusing beam from Edison. Top Dragon stays alive. The healing output from Neeson is insane, but he goes out from the pulse bump from Sparkle before he can utilize the nano boost. Now here comes Hanbin at the circus, juggling around the backline, finding Dada here as Dreamer also falls low with no sustainability, only the health bags. Sad is coming in to get revenge. Dreamer and Hanbin both get taken out, but the number advantage is still in Dallas Fuel's favor.
Dallas were able to keep the backline busy enough that they weren't able to end up healing at the front line. So Dallas Fuel, once again at the 11th hour, able to sneak this payload over the line. And they are now looking at trying to get that full map completion. Edison has another duplicate. You're starting to get a really healthy cycle of these ultimates for Dallas Fuel. But yeah, the Dreamer is just kind of continuing to falter under the pressure here, Vicky.
Actually crazy to see how Dallas Fuel always come in, swooping in the last minute. Sad finds Edison again. They still have time for another fight with that duplicate, the nano boost, as well as Sparkle that's been having these nicely impactful pulse bombs, especially within these crazy skirmish of a fight.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. Dallas Fuel, they just want 10 seconds left on the clock. That's their miracle run right there. So Dreamers can take up all the time that they want in the world, but here they go. Dallas Fuel, 30 seconds left.
Whoa, Sad use of the recall. Sparkle now forced out to use the recall himself, but Sad's just desperately trying to go for that health pack inside that side room. Edison gets the duplicate onto the Brigida to get that rally quick as the nano boost was used from MCD onto Hanbin earlier. Nice anti coming in from Neeson again from left field, gets booted out of the duplicate. Dreamer gets hit with the shield bash after Bliss pops the rally. He gets deleted. Now Dada tries to replicate that. Dreamer has the spawn room doors right behind the gear, but he will be able to come in with the primal. No time left as the overtime gets activated, and Edison does find Top Dragon. Neeson gets put to sleep, and even with the pulse bomb getting stuck on him, he was still dead anyways. Dreamer's gonna come in with the primal, lasting for as long as he can to wait out for the rest of Dreamers to make their way out of the spawn room doors.
Throwing some hands. Someone's going to come back and touch the cart, though. It's going to end up being Dreamer's job as well as Sad when he ends up coming out of the spawn, but they're so low. Oh my god, are Dallas doing it?
The fact that they're funneled in that side room was just easy pickings for Edison with the focusing beam, but now Hanbin is forcing everybody to hide in that side room. Gets put to sleep, allowing the backline from Dreamers to force their way out. Let me in. Now the Trey comes in, and nobody left from Dreamers to stop the Dallas Fuel. Finally getting this payload to the finish line with no time left in the bank.
Oh my goodness. It just feels like another blast from the past. Like we just saw this. Dallas Fuel when they got the fire under them and you know the Popo coming for them, like Dallas Fuel, they just kind of get away with it. Dreamers too. They just aren't able to squeak it out. I mean, the pressure I feel like just gets to them and they end up faltering, not following their game plans. When it does come down to the wire, their focus fire just gets a little bit off.
I'm just like wondering, is the worst matchup for Dreamers just the overtime? Is that?
I think it is.
Is that their demons? Is that the sleep paralysis demon that Dreamers need to overcome? Because it happened last map. It's happening again, time and time again. It's just crazy to see how Dallas keeps squeaking this out, and Dreamers see that overtime clock and just fumble everything.
I don't
Gotta
know.
work on that extra pressure.
Maybe this. No, please. Please don't tell me. Please don't tell me.
Surely.
It can't be true. Wait.
Oh, they must have looked at the script of what happened in the West.
Oh, I'm actually kind of excited about this.
Oh, they're
okay,
cooking.
Edison knows. Edison knows. Dreamers are gonna come out with this anyway. But it's all a matter of whether or not Sad is able to get this teleporter set up. They're just gonna go ahead and go underneath the point and try to grab somebody in the back. Wow, the reflex is there, but fortunately that anti is not gonna hit from MCD.
Oh, Dreamers with that counter rotate here, and
Goodbye.
Dreamer choosing violence here. He's literally trying to find everybody, and Dallas Fuel's like, we do not want any business with this. The way that they're just quickly rotating out of what Dreamers want to work into their game plan here. We're here for the back. A huge anti finds 3. That's gonna cost Top Dragon and Neeson their life. And with a comp like this, they need all the time to work with, so that way these strats, especially with a teleporter, actually work before the reset comes in from Dreamers. So they're definitely gonna be swapping probably.
All right, yeah, I mean, Dreamers got to give this up right now. It didn't work. It was really cute that they tried it, but at the end of the day, it's really not going to be a composition that beats a team like Dallas Fuel if they're able to take it down once. The Bastion is supposed to be one of those compositions that tests the other team's synergy, the other team's communication. Dallas Fuel were able to dismantle that beautifully with the counter rotates that you were calling out. So now the Dreamers are pretty behind after trying that. Look at Edison is going to have an EMP by the time the Dreamers move back in.
Top Dragon getting topped off by Neeson. The EMP from Edison finds Top Dragon and Dada, and that's now allowing Sparkle to move in. It's a Dreamers closed space, gets that pulse bomb pick, and it's another advantage fight here in favor for the Dallas Fuel.
Dallas too, this is going to be really rough for Dreamers to get back into this because Dallas, they just have that ultimate advantage. They only needed the EMP there to really close out that fight, and Dreamers are still working up to their first ultimate of this round. Neeson, Nano, that has to be the initiation tool for Dreamers to get into this, but what if you have Hanbin being able to dish one out right back at you? It's going to be a tough matchup here.
Economy. Yeah,
yep, exactly.
The old company that they're working with is just so much. They do have the nano boost that they finally got online here for Dreamers, and here comes the pulse bomb that doesn't find the aggression onto that backline as Bliss pops in the rally. Nice anti from Neeson. Top Dragon gets that duplicate as well. MCD has a nano boost in his hands, so does Hanbin with the reset on the primal, so a lot of survivability still left from the Dallas Fuel with a minute and less than 30 seconds on the clock for Dreamers to get this payload moving.
MCD goes down, but that's what you have the Primal Rage for, to be able to buy some time for MCD to get back. Can he? Where did Hanbin go? Oh, is it Dreamer? Dreamer just said goodbye. Please go away. You are not welcome here.
Han gone right there because he is not there existing. Edison Sparkle also sent back to the spawn. Top Dragon finishing up what was left on the point here to finally get some progress moving with this payload. And that limited time bank here, and now you can see this forward direction that Dreamer is taking to clear some of that extra space with that bubble for managing to get onto the high ground to continue on that pressure.
They need to. They were already behind in the ultimate economy. Poor Dreamer, though, a bit of a pinch for him. But that's been able to give a lot of the space over for this payload to round those first few pretty dangerous corners, because this is where Dreamers had stopped the Dallas Fuel in their attack push before, well before this.
Ooh, EMP. Isolating Sad. Top Dragon gets taken out by Edison right after the Unleash. Number advantage in favor for the Dallas Fuel as the anti does land onto Hanbin, but no follow-up opportunity here as it's really only up to Sad and Edison and Sparkle are able to still hold that front line while Hanbin's on the high ground here, gets hit with a huge anti, gets dove on originally by Dreamers, but is able to get away in time.
The cleanse came in really clutch there. MCD has just been on fire when it comes down to making sure that Hanbin can do his job. If MCD wasn't there, if Bliss was not able to get those cookies down, this would be a very different story.
Edison has had Top Dragon's number right now, actually narrowing down what a problem Top Dragon has been in disguise. About to get the duplicate for this next fight, as he's the first one to get picked off here originally. Dada does get hacked. Leeson's right there to help him out. Dreamer has a primal, and now we're going to see how they're going to play this into the nano boost from MCD onto Hanbin, who's about to get the primal for that survivability too.
Oh, Top Dragon has to pop the duplicate here. That's really low after the stun.
Could get this rally online very quick here. Nice anti onto Sparkle and Edison. Follow-up perhaps here? No, not going to happen as Edison is able to get back to that health pack. Sparkle as well. Getting topped off. Hanbin's going to be able to pop the primal here. Dada will be getting the rally for this fight for as long as it goes on. Very scrappy on each side. As Sad is finding that 1v1 versus Sparkle, and Hanbin now pops the primal.
Primal Rage, too, means that Dreamers are going to have to back away from this one, but maybe again, once again, into the loving arms of Edison's EMP.
The EMP, the timing on the rally from Dada there, though, isn't even going to be enough as the follow-up comes in. Huge EMP to find 4. Sad and Top Dragon go down, and the backline is next here. Less than a minute now on the clock to at least get to that second checkpoint for Dreamers.
Oh, the bait and switch. Dallas Fuel are so good at that. Making Dreamers back up, and then Edison's have come in with a 1-2 punch. But Dreamers, their final hope lands on Sad's Pulse Bomb. Now you gotta look at the Nano before Dallas Fuel is able to pull the trigger first.
What a crazy turnaround that we're seeing here. The Nano Boost now. Hanbin moving in. Everybody was bundled in that side room. They put him to sleep, wake him up here as Beeson's fighting for his actual life. Hanbin got away with harassing the backline. Top Dragon punishes Hanbin for the overextension. And look who's right there to be in the insurance policy. It's going to be Sparkle who manages to back away. Less than 10 seconds up for Dreamers to force us into overtime.
Oh, Dreamer's getting so low too. Look at Edison just kind of bullying Dreamer away. Sad's able to touch the cart, but it's still Nano time. Got a Nano Top Dragon or Dreamer here for sure. Oh, Top Dragon gets hacked.
Oh, he gets hacked and he pops a duplicate right here. Can he get the EMP? Would actually be insane. Dreamer has a Nano Boost onto him as Top Dragon's just chill trying to farm the EMP charge. He can do it right here versus Hanbin. He has it. Is he going to be able to pop it? Overtime, everybody from Dallas goes split up. Here he goes to Alicia. It's been able to find Edison. Oh, Bliss 2, the follow-up isn't there. Dada gets taken out. Hanbin saw the opportunity with everybody holding forward to take advantage of the backline. Dreamers have turned into nightmares as the Dallas Fuel take map number 2, putting them at match points.
Oh man, this is exactly why Dallas Fuel are so scary. Edison Sombra has been so clean this entire stage. With the communication there, with Hanbin, MCD, just the entire team, Vicky, they look like a well-oiled machine when it comes down to playing this dive.
It's just also nice to see the difference between how one team is able to stabilize when all stakes are out on the table and overtime is ticking away. Dallas Fuel seem to take a reset on that mentality. All about that experience versus Dreamers here. That is going to be map number 2 on Numbani, guys. On the other side of this break, we do have map number 3. Can't wait.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Honor. Personnel. Help! Over here. Thank you for the assistance. Close your eyes.
Hello, welcome back everybody. Dallas Fuel currently sit at match point versus Dreamers, a team that has been taking it down to the wire on these last two maps and maybe feeling the pressure from these tricky situations. It's always been very tight between these two teams right now, and we are moving on to our third map, Necra.
The third map too, after what I've seen from just how Dallas Fuel have been able to clutch it out in these amazing moments and overtime, and sometimes just these disadvantageous 4v5 scenarios, Dallas could just get the full shutout here. I don't put it past them. I really don't put it past them here, despite how well Dreamers have been performing and taking these maps so close.
We are seeing some change-ups though. Dallas gonna be sticking to the lineup, but we are, the same, but it's gonna be from Dreamer's side that are gonna be making some adjustments that add into their tank flexibility that you and I were actually talking about earlier this week on what could allow Dreamers to elevate them to that next level, which means Dreamer is gonna be sitting out, Liga is going to be moving in, which is pretty telling on its own, as Liga is a masterclass diva when he is able to take advantage of the map that we're going to be coming up with next, which should be an escort map, which means we will be taking a trip over to Circuit Royal.
Yep, it's going to be Circuit Royale is the next one, and in addition to Liga stepping into the roster, we also have Dagon also going to be taking Dada's place. Speaks to me a little bit that maybe we get a chance to see a little bit of double flex support, potentially Dagon going to be able to bring out something like a Zenyatta. That might be really great to see if you are expecting to just have a lot of explosive pressure with some of these snipers. Circuit Royale absolutely known for running something like the double sniper Hanzo Widowmaker, or even just, I expect the Hanzo out of SAD.
Yeah, you have more of those open sight lines like we had seen when we had Circuit Royal just yesterday too, taking a look at the audience, and how excited they are just to give their support to some of these teams here, getting ready for some more matches as we take you guys through the rest of the East. It's been a banger so far between these two teams. It's been very close. Too close, I would say, for comfort, especially looking at Dallas's schedule. They do have to face off against the Soul Infernal as their first match next week, and they gotta iron things out against a team like Dreamers if they do want to find that success, not let it get as close as it has been right now. And it is gonna be Circuit Royal once again, so much more of those open sight lines to help enable these snipers.
Yeah, I want to speak a little bit though, like, yes, Dallas needs to iron some things out, but at the end of the day, I think you can give more credit over to Dreamers for just being a good team overall. Like, that was a team that people were looking at and said, yeah, they're great. I'm nervous. Hangzhou Spark, I'm nervous to play against Dreamers, especially when Hangzhou Spark was the team that was waiting for them in that winners finals when Dreamers made that miraculous lower bracket run in their Eastern stage knockouts. But I can't wait for that Dallas and Soul Inferno match. That's gonna be
so many amazing matches.
It's gonna be so good.
I mean, after the action yesterday, it's just exciting. We are starting things off with a pause. You would think that Achilles is on here. He is not. But we are just getting set up here. I always got to throw that out. Every time I see a pause out here in the East, I always think about him. But while we do...
Achilles.
Yeah, right? He's got the pause curse, you got the C9 curse, Necra. I don't know how this works out, but it's like scripted, but it's also what we could expect from what we go into more Overwatch League matches. But hopefully that doesn't end up being the case from Dreamer's side going into this potential last map, because once again, Dallas Fuel are up 2-0 in the series, sitting at match point. Making these changes, though, in this roster going into this final map now, Necra, you mentioned Dagon, you mentioned Liga. What can you expect now that we are going to Circuit Royal that would help benefit this team with those swaps? Because we've been seeing a lot of pop-off moments from the individual performances of Meeson, of Sad, Top Dragon. What can you think that can be changed here for this team?
So with both of them coming into the roster, you would expect to see something like the Diva, and we haven't seen a whole lot of Dagon at this current stage, but maybe seeing, the BAP Zen Ana, something coming out there in the double flex support lineup that would make a lot of sense to me. Liga, though, gonna try out this Sigma. So this is where I wasn't 100% sure what we were gonna see at the end of the day, because we've seen dives on Circuit Royale. I don't like them. That's just not. That's not the call. So I appreciate them trying out the Sigma and hoping that that's going to be able to show us even more about why Liga is such a good off-tank player. What?
Oh,
Huh?
That's one way to start things off for Dreamers. I mean, we talked about the open sight lines.
It was a Genji!
MCD out here swapped to the Mercy just to get the res and then swap back. All right. I mean, it was a risk that they're willing to take.
Big brain. You may as well, right? If you're gonna still in spawn, just go for the swap.
Hanbin?
Okay, huh. Huh.
So is the scary matchup that Discord orb into dealing with Sad, huh? Edison gets the retaliation, but with the Discord orbs and some help damage from Meeson before he gets taken out, Sad is also able to find that pick onto Sparkle, who just wants to have some fun. Being on the Genji here in Circuit Royal, we've seen this before. At the very least, to get the follow-ups from these Discord orbs from MCD, perhaps, but he has just been shut down every time he shows his face to Sad.
Oh, no. Oh, Sad, just having his number. You see the Genji, and you would hope that that's going to be something that will be able to keep these snipers from being able to click those heads, so you get the deflect in there, just to be able to push them away. But I can't wait to see the rest of this Sad Edison Widowmaker duel. That's going to be really fun. Sad already kind of getting the upper hand on that, though.
Ooh. Nice advantage right here for Sparkle. He saw Top Dragon out of position and then capitalized here. You see that deflect, but since he used that deflect, he disengages and a nice time there to avoid being the line of sight of Sad for reasons like that. In the open doorway, Edison falls victim to Sad's line of sight, clicking on his head. Was 2 out from the Dallas Fuel, which now has enabled Dreamers to get right back into position after they originally lost out on Top Dragon.
Alright, so the Sad versus Edison 1v1 is delivering. It's going to be another one in Sad's pocket. Meeson, though, talk about snipers on the Dreamers team. If you're going to look at maybe even just a railgun charge from Top Dragon. What about Meeson just throwing a full volley at the head of the Dallas Fuel? Oh no. It's happened a few times here. Oh, he just like stuck?
Oh, looks like there was a bit of an issue right there. Yeah, he did look stuck. The Immortality Field was called in at a really good time. Nice reaction from Dagon right there. He also called in the Amp as well, so that's something to note once we get right back in there, because that is going to clear the space from underneath the bridge, so we could expect the Dallas Fuel to then take a counter rotate onto the high ground instead, if they do want to approach from that side. It is also nice to note that I believe right before we went to the pause that Liga had the flux, so we got to see how that also plays out when they do rotate from that high ground, because he could also cut them off like that.
Yeah, if it was an issue for Liga, then maybe we get a chance to see the flux get him out of dodge, but actually it looks like we had a player disconnect coming through, so we'll have to be able to make sure that they get back into the lobby and regame. Let's do it. Dreamers, though, off to a great start on this defense. As long as Dallas Fuel don't get into overtime, I think they're looking good.
Yeah, with the Sigma comps working their way into a circuit, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out through this specific choke point. Because we know that once you get through this next choke point too, Necra, you do have that high to low ground disparity from that hilltop. And then that's where we could really see players like Sad pop off in the way that he has been. Since he did disconnect, hopefully he can come back just as quickly here as we just get set up for you guys.
That's a great call out, that if we do end up seeing Dreamers on the high ground, they already have a lot of pressure with the double hit scan. And so I would worry about Dallas Fuel being able to get close enough to be able to deal with the backline. But the Genji, too. We haven't had a chance to see Dallas Fuel go for the Dragon Blade just yet. There is no nano to go with that right now. So it would just end up being a naked blade coming out from Sparkle. And with all the stuns and the pressure, you got the Immortality Field. That might be a tough ask. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
rock him to the face.
That is interesting. Right when he tries to swing through. I mean, what I could think about here is I do believe Bliss has the rally available. Sparkle does have the blade. Hand in hand, if they do want to get into a better position, they could use the rally. Sparkle then has the opportunity to then move in. But then it comes to say that they want to maybe force out the Flux first if they can, or if they don't have the information that Meeson's close to getting the Transcendence, that's something else that's going to just completely negate the Blade. So Sparkle could just put in that focus to Meeson. We're going to see how this plays out. Getting started already, wasting no time as Sad is now reconnected.
All right, getting back into things. At least we are going to be able to see the Widowmaker ultimate stick around, and so at least you can pop the sights. Gonna force Dallas Fuel back just a little bit.
Goes that Flux, and then here comes the rally. This means it's going to be the green light for Sparkle. Dreamers playing spread apart. They already have noticed that Sparkle may have it, but Sad being on the high ground and the Discord over some help from Meeson is going to be able to take him out, completely stopping what the Dallas Fuel had in mind. They use the Transcendence from MCD just to keep Hanbin alive. But it's just a matter of disengaging at this point, unless they're trying to purposely go for some swaps once the reset comes in. But Sparkle has now made his way back, and now this is going to allow the Dallas Fuel to take advantage, while there was only 2 members alive originally at the end of that fight.
Okay, Dreamers have to back up from that. That's a great restabilization from Dallas Fuel. They have to give up this space so that Liga can get back into things and be able to have that barrier. But it's starting to look a little bleak here. Dreamers can come back. Top Dragon trying to push them away. But, oh, Christian coming out here from Hanbin.
Hanbin with the Flux here, as Meeson's going to be able to retaliate with the Transcendence, keeping everybody alive. But guess what? He used that Trans and didn't take account of Sparkle's Blade, trying to clear up some of that space. Dreamers with the repositioning, the disengage. Yes, they back away. Yes, they're still getting these picks, but they still have allowed the Dallas Fuel the space necessary to get that first point.
Oh, it's happening again. Vicky, what's going on? Dreamers, they keep fumbling in the final moments of these points. The defense is looking so good from them too. Until Dallas Fuel were able to get a small pick advantage right before the checkpoint, and they're just gonna keep rolling with this momentum. Oh boy.
The window now gets called in. MCD gets called out. And yeah, it's frustrating, honestly, to see how talented these individual members of Dreamers are, but when the stress is too much, Sparkle finds the DPS, diving in, doesn't get the reset that time around after finding Salad here. Liga does find Hanbin, the rally from Bliss to allow the Dallas Fuel to just try to get the pickings as they can when Meeson finding Bliss, so that rally gets shut down just as quickly as it was popped in the end of that fight.
That's a good stabilization here for Dreamers now. Unfortunately, Edison said, you know, that was mean. Why would you do that to Bliss? Edison with that pick also is going to give a little bit more space over to Dallas Fuel. Especially if Sparkle can come back into this one. He's 3% away from the Blade. He's able to make quick work of the back line. The Crucian's off the table too for a little while, so Sparkle could just go in with this.
Oh, Sad. Sparkle with the team fight as well. Sad is taken out. Top Dragon gets revenge though. On the other side, it's Widow for Widow. The Blade was active here for Sparkle. Now moving in. MCD's close to getting that Trans. Dreamers try to disengage. The Immortality Field was called in for now, helping out Liga for a temporary amount of time. Meeson could have had the Transcendence for that fight, but Dagon's so good at restabilizing the rest of this team, getting this window online just as quick. The Flux, the Top Dragon shuts down Hanbin in the air. They still find Dagon, but the number advantage has allowed itself to go right back in Dreamers' favor. Don't choke this second point. You guys have been so good thus far getting these picks.
They have to back up a little bit. Okay, Dallas Fuel gonna give up a little bit of space. That card is too close for comfort though. Vicky, there's 10 seconds left. Dreamers have to they have to contend against the time bank. Hopefully the Transcendence is good enough here.
As for Trans on the other side as well, Top Dragon could get that overclock here. Has been on point. The Trans has already been used up by MCD. That's going to be the green light now as Top Dragon moves in. The follow-up is Liga. Get some help from Meeson. The Transcendence from Dreamers is not only going to put them into position, but Dallas Fuel have nothing, no supports, nothing to follow up on. And it's Dreamers that take out the Dallas Fuel in that last fight, holding them back from getting that second point.
I was so scared. I was so scared they were going to get that and then just get through all 3 points. Well, listen, Dreamers, they had the Transcendence up. They were able to get that down for long enough for Top Dragon to be able to get the overclock online. That's when Top Dragon can start to play really aggressive. You see that out of his Echo play. He really likes to get into the face of his enemies. And with the overclock too, really nice to have a little bit of a larger hitbox if they're standing right in front of you, honestly. Oh, man. Still a pretty good push here from Dallas.
Ready for battle.
We'll have to see what they end up doing on their defense. When we ended up seeing, actually, Dreamers play on this map before, they lost to the Dragons. This was the one map that they ended up dropping to them. But they are running a little bit of a different look. Top Dragon didn't play the Sojourn in that matchup. It was the Widowmaker and the Hanzo coming out from Sad and Top Dragon respectively. But the Sojourn looks great.
Amazing. And they also had much more utility to work with in that last fight than the Dallas Fuel. Honestly, with just the Transcendence available, I would have been... I mean, I can't say
that would have been
surprised
egregious.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say surprised in losing the overtime. Like, I don't know how... I haven't been counting the amount of times we've seen it throughout the series alone. But more so, like, how? But they, you know, took advantage of what they had to work with. And Edison, it's okay. No one look. We didn't see that.
Maybe that was tactical. Maybe that was a little tactical. He's like, I don't want to pop my head up immediately. Well, I'll give it a second and see if they can hear the grapple going out. That's actually maybe big brain. I'm trying to give him some credit.
I don't know where I'm going. They don't know where I'm going. Yeah, the mind.
Exactly.
All right. On the other side here, as the Dallas Fuel sit on the defense, Dreamers not changing anything here. As well could be said about the Dallas Fuel with Sparkle sticking onto this Genji. Top Dragon really having a nice performance on the Sojourn, like you mentioned earlier, Necra. See Sad trying to get into position, but Sad has been so on point. He was the first one to get the pick originally here, and looks like Sparkle now has been able to find Dragon here off to the side. Also trying to babysit the health pack, but it was taken right underneath him. Still able to find Meeson in the process, while Liga somehow manages to survive thanks to Dagon.
Dagon is not long for this world, though. Sparkle is just getting so many of these dash resets onto the Genji, which is incredibly impressive, given the fact that Genji in this universe is not meta for a reason. We haven't seen a whole lot of the Genji coming out from any of our teams, but it makes a little bit more sense knowing just how squishy all these targets on Dreamers are. All the dash resets are lending itself really well. If you can get a few shurikens in there, get the dash. Sad, Top Dragon. Honestly, the backline too, they'll go down with just a couple quick slices. It's already Dragon Blade, basically online.
Basically right there. So is Bliss with that rally here too. Nice comparison in the old economy that we've had from both sides. Top Dragon getting into position through that little doorway, allowing himself to have an open window. Look at Top Dragon though. That was so close. Breeze gave Top Dragon a bit of a haircut. On the other side, Hanbin's got the flux here too. You see them going through the bridge, and Sparkle's about to get the blade, waiting patiently as Hanbin's been able to find Dagon. This could be the green light here. The Dallas Fuel just want to hold on to this economy. This is a good call because Dreamers, even with that one pick, they're already disengaging.
Yeah, they don't need it right now. Dallas were already investing the flux. They got a lot done with that initial pick. And so just hold on to it for now. Edison's trying to hunt for a target. Oh, get the sights online. Dallas Fuel with the sights online would be really great to just make sure that Dreamers could get into this.
Top Dragon was screaming help from every angle, and Sparkle just was a nail in the coffin right there since he was on the other side of his sight line. Sparkle was doing the Dougie real quick on the floor before getting taken out by Meeson. Liga now being able to find the other side of the DPS. They won't have their ultimates for this fight, which is a beautiful situation for Dreamers to take advantage of. This is going to have MCD pop the trance. Meeson's going to restabilize right afterwards. It's going to be a disco party here with the body blocks through the doorway. Where can you run? Top Dragon activating the overclock, shutting down too, while Sparkle helps everybody out. He gets shut down because now it's Liga's time to shine.
That was almost such a great transcendence from Meeson. Because at least you're buying some time for maybe the rest of your team to just try to pick up those kills. I mean, Top Dragon able to pop the overclock there after MCD's expired as well. I thought that actually might have left the Dreamers a little bit vulnerable too, though, because Sparkle's got the Dragon Blade online but couldn't get back in time. I don't know. It was a really great chess match coming out there. Dreamers ended up getting a bit of a checkmate, but you still have this next push, and Edison has that clean mechanical skill.
Off the window on the other side. I mean, it was perfect opportunity. Edison knew exactly where they wanted to be at in that position, and it's going to be a team fight win for the Dallas Fuel. Just an easy cleanup. We talk about that height advantage too that allows Edison to take a cheeky head glitch over on the other side, so that way he could find some of those early picks to allow the rest of the field to capitalize.
Absolutely. Edison's been taking full advantage of that. Sparkle too, able to soften up some of these targets for Edison to be able to take them clean off. That was a lot of damage there, but Dreamer's hopping the sights. Dallas Fuel should push back from this just to make sure that Sad doesn't get an easy pick like that. Edison, you should know better.
Oh, especially with Sad wanted to get that revenge here too. Bucks coming in from Hanbin, but they still lose out on Sparkle. Now Dreamers have free reign over this hilltop. The shiny box of victories on the other side. Now the Gravitic Flux getting called in from Liga. Everybody from the Fuel gets lifted up, but Bliss with the saving grace on the rally to help restabilize everybody while MCD's charging up that trance. Meeson will get it first.
Still gonna come in clutch hope because we are approaching minute and 20 seconds. Meeson might be able to use his Transcendence a little aggressively, but MCD gonna be able to match that now if the going gets really tough. Shouldn't have to deal with too much right now. Dagon's Amplification Matrix might be what Dreamers want to rely on here to try to open things up.
He gets it so quick. Gets it here. Clears out some of the space with the Transcendence from MCD as Edison finds Top Dragon through the amp window again. Sparkle gets the 3K. You have less than a minute now on the clock. With all this progress now, Sparkle is looking to shut it down as he's still holding on to that blade. Meeson will be able to come in with the trance at the very least.
The Transcendence may be good, but the way the Dallas Fuel are playing, they've been forcing out the Transcendence from Meeson so that it hasn't been able to be that response that you would hope for it to be to something like the Dragon Blade. But that's where Meeson has a lot of trouble as well. What do you save it for? The Gravitic Flux or the Dragon Blade? It's tough, but you gotta hope that Meeson knows that Blade is online and he's gonna have to stay safe from that to be able to pop that ultimate.
Has to stay alive. Top Dragon activates the overclock as quickly as he gets it, but Sparkle with the deflect off of the overclock shot onto Dagon. The Transcendence is there, but I'm sorry, Meeson, you have nobody but Liga to help you out. Nobody from the Dreamers to stay on the point. The Dallas Fuel hold them back, and they take our first series of the day, 3-0.
Oh, that was so close. That was so close. So much credit to Dreamers for making that as close of an affair that it was. They really pushed Fuel to their limits to make sure that they were able to grab these points in overtime. Had to have those clutch moments with all of those headshots. Edison and Sparkle going absolutely nuts in this match to be able to pull that off.
That was beautiful. Edison out here, Sparkle with the blade. Amazing adjustments from the Dallas Fuel when their backs were against the wall. Dreamers putting up such an amazing fight. Have to give credit where it's due here. It was very close each time. Definitely needs to work out these kinks when it comes to dealing with the extra pressure, especially when you're in overtime. And it's nice to highlight our player of the match. It's going to be going on to Edison.
Edison absolutely deserves this. I think every player on the Dallas Fuel deserves this in some capacity, but Edison's impact with the Sombra EMPs, they were multiple players every single time, and always converted over to value. Excellent team fight finishing blows from Edison. And it was also not just that, but can we remember that Reaper 5K?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then the respects where they just let Edison get the entire team wipe, and then Edison denying that from Hanbin. Love to see the vibes on the Dallas Fuel. It was just such Reaper behavior. Like, the amount of times that that's happened, you know, it's the back and forth. But you know what? you love to see it when the Dallas Fuel end up capitalizing and coming on top, because that was still a very close first map, literally going down to the wire, which is why it kicked off such a gigabanger of a first match here in the East region. Edison being your player of the match, but Necker, you highlighted it. Every individual piece from the Dallas Fuel helped this entirely. I honestly, my eyes were on Hanbin that entire time. The way that Hanbin had so many opening opportunities for both Edison and Sparkle, and then we saw the flexibility over to the Sigma that we have been seeing usually on circuit. So being able to have that and then perform to the way that he did in the earlier maps on the Winston, always enjoyable to see, especially against the counter flexibility from Dreamers, whether it be the Diva, the Winston, the Ryan here. As we take a look at some of our highlights, as Edison being on the Echo Sin wasn't my favorite highlight, but this one definitely is. In this moment, the Blizzard was called in, gets rid of the lamp, takes care of everybody else left from Dreamers, and then at the very end, they stop attacking Dreamer just for him to get the 5k. And once again, on Numbani, just being able to be flexible so that way he can still stick to this Echo, tries to contest Top Dragon to the skies, and still sticking through it, even when he had to be flexible and then change over to the Sombra that we saw the most impact on this map.
Yeah, the Sombra was just so immaculate. I think what always is such a treat to watch from Edison is it doesn't matter what's gone. Maybe we were looking a little lackluster on the Echo versus Top Dragons, but still, the duplicate conversion over to actual value. You saw the Echo, the Reaper, the Widowmaker. There's so many different heroes that Edison can pull out of his pocket, and every single one just super inspiring today.
It was on the edge for both these teams. Sparkle had this pop-off moment, but that first pick here from Edison, right through that window, before finishing off what was left of Dreamers to the very end. Dallas Fuel, again, your winners of that very first series. Let's hop into an interview to see how the Dallas Fuel are feeling after that close banger.
안녕하세요. 에디슨 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
안녕하세요.
Hello, Edison. Congrats on your
승리 소감
win.
어떠신가요?
How do you feel?
승리 소감 오늘 좀 이제 쉽게 가는 줄 알았는데 그래도 한 번씩 고비가 좀 있어가지고.
I thought it would be easy today, but we had some kind of challenges along the way. So a little bit not satisfied, but overall good.
조합 가지고 왔는데 잘 파괴하신 것 같습니다. 오늘 뭐 델러스의 경기력 그럼 어떻게
So,
평가하실까요?
Dreamers challenged your side with a firm rush comp, but you overcame the challenge and got on top. How would you rate your performance today?
평소보다 근데 못한 것 같아가지고 그냥 나쁘지 않게 했다.
So, not bad, but not as good as we were in
앞서
scrims.
말씀하신 대로 살짝의 아쉬움이 남아 있는 것 같습니다. 부산 맵 한번 짚어보자면요. 민솜트에 루시우를 쓰시더라고요. 블리스 선수가.
네네네.
So, let's talk about Busan a little bit. You brought Lucio to pair with Ana in Busan. Was there a special reason?
때문에 이제 아나브리가 좀 힘들 거라 생각해가지고 이제 루시오로 그냥 받아치면서.
So we thought Brig was going to be a little kind of off, especially against their composition. So we just decided to go with the Lucio to just counter what they do.
잘 모르게.
괜찮은 생각이었다고 생각합니다.
Did you think it worked out?
종종 이 루시우
Well,
이용하는
I guess a little bit.
저희가 볼 수 있을까요?
네, 한 번씩 나올 것 같습니다.
Can we expect the Lucio paired with the Ana in
눈반인데요.
future games?
이 정말 제가
It's
개인적으로
situational,
궁금한
but yes.
질문이요. 계속 3거점까지 추가 시간에 미셨습니다. 그때 혹시 기분이 어떠셨어요?
Numbani was very close. You capped all 3 points, but at overtime every time. How did you
우리가
feel?
너무 못하고 있는데 그냥 그 심정이었습니다.
아, 너무 아쉽다라는 그런
So
생각이 들었을 것
the only
같은데
thought in my mind was like,
개인적으로
oh man, we should have been doing, we should have capped this a lot earlier. We're not doing that well.
눈반이
What are your thoughts on Numbani in general?
이제 에코를 기용하는 팀들이 많아서 에코도 사용 가능하고 이제 송브라도 사용 가능한 맵인데 또 좀 더 이제 2층이 많기 때문에 에코를 많이 사용해서.
So in Numbani, a lot of teams play. Some teams play the Echo. Some teams play the Sombra. There are a lot of kind of vertical height in this map. So I think a lot of teams try to opt with the Echo more a little bit on this map.
에코 하면 되니까.
Well, I mean, I don't have any strong feelings about Numbani because, you know, I can always just play the Echo.
우리 델러스의 MCD 선수에게 많이 견제를 당했습니다. 그에 비해서 상대적으로 에디슨 선수는 편안하게 딜을 넣은 것 같으세요? 아니면 나도 마찬가지로 견제를 당했다고
So let's talk about the
생각하시나요?
Echo fight a little bit. Dreamer's Echo had a hard time because MCD was keeping them in check, while you were kind of flying a little bit unhindered. Do you agree that you had a better time, like team-wise?
그냥 드는 생각은 드는 생각은 내가 못했다 정도.
Well, I mean, I don't really know about how like MCD kind of put the other Echo in check, but I just do have this in mind that I should have played better a little bit. I did a little bit a lacking performance, for lack of a better word.
도발 인터뷰를 한 것에 대해서 좀 귀엽다라는 말을 했는데 에디슨 선수 그 임페르날과의 경기 어떻게 기대해봐도 좋을까요?
So next up, you have the Infernal. The Infernal did make some comments about your interview in Dallas's interview last time. Do you have anything to say?
하겠습니다.
네, 이번 시즌
Well, I
델러스가
mean,
오프라인 경기가
not much to
걸로
say.
알고
We'll just
있는데
show and prove.
맞나요?
네.
네, 그래서 팬분들이 많이 아쉬워하고 있는데 마지막으로 팬분들께 한마디 해주시고
So,
인터뷰
any
마치도록
last messages
하겠습니다.
to your fans?
저희가 그 스프링 시즌에는 저희가 주춤하는 경향이 있었는데 그 이번에는 제가 좀 더 열심히 해서
So spring, I wasn't really at my best. I'll definitely work it out in summer stage, and then I'll show you guys a performance that you and I can both be happy with. And thank you for all your support.
축하드립니다. 지금까지 에디슨 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
And this was the end of the
이상 인터뷰
interview. Back
마치도록
to you,
하겠습니다.
Vicky.
Thank you so much, Unknown. Shout out to Unknown, the GOATs, being able to let us know thoughts with Edison and approach to this series that they thought was going to be easy but didn't end up working out in the best way that they could here. That was going to be our first series of the day. We still got so much more action for you guys on the other side of this break. It's going to be our next series. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch League Summer Qualifiers here in the East. I'm Vicky Kitty, I'm joined with Nekra, and we just had a banger of a first match. So it's only nice to see how this second match is going to go down between the Hangzhou Spark versus Panthera.
I'm really excited about this one too, because a telltale time has really been how these contenders teams can match up to these established Overwatch League rosters. And when you take a look at the Hangzhou Spark, they're cementing themselves as a name and a force to be reckoned with in these summer qualifiers. They've been popping off, Vicky.
Yeah, had an incredibly close game versus Seoul yesterday, losing out in that 5-map series here. The starting lineup for the Hangzhou Spark, usually sticking the same here too, even with Pineapple being part of this roster here too, but that would probably be coming in if they do run that double flex support at some time. Hangzhou Spark, though, definitely want to not have as close of a match that we just saw, even though it was a 3-0 with the Dallas Fuel versus Dreamers. These contender teams definitely pack a punch, Nekra.
They really do, and I think for Hangzhou Spark, it's still impressive that they were able to take Seoul Dynasty to a map 5. That's sad. That was sad. That was an intense match too, and so
yeah,
you know that Hangzhou Spark are gonna want to try to get back into things, and they also have a lot of love in the crowd for them. I love seeing that for Shy specifically.
That's what I love to see. The audience getting pretty packed for this day. Slogan saying Hangzhou Spark out here giving their support over to our Overwatch League teams. And again, on the other side, they are going to be facing against Panthera, which, talk about Giga matches. They definitely showed up in their match yesterday versus the Guangzhou Charge, taking it 3-2.
They really did. I mean, there's so much to praise on this Panthera roster. They have these new additions in Arpen and a Peach coming in for the tank and support roles respectively, and they showed up in a big way. I didn't even recognize that they were new players. Vicky, that was so seamless to watch them just coordinate together like that.
Definitely having some of that history show within their cohesion and synergy. Panthera having such an insane game. Arpen was a really big standout player for me. Becky, nice with that echo, has to be highlighted as we go on to see how they're going to adjust to this other Overwatch League team. Changes in coming in from Panthera because it was still very close in their yesterday matches, but I really want to highlight Arpen here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. Arpen's Winston just felt so seamless, and when you are going to be running those dives, you need to have a tank that is confident like that. And when you call out the synergy that this team had, Arpen, a Peach, Nice, they played on the same T1 roster, and so that comfort, that familiarity really coming in clutch when it comes down to how this team as a whole is performing.
Taking a look at the side-by-side onto Sombra, it's going to be Shy versus Nice here. Love to see how these stats pair up against each other, as the Hangzhou Spark definitely want to make a name for themselves after having a lackluster performance against Seoul Inferno, but this is a team that is one of the best in the region, but then proceeding to take it in a 3-0 fashion versus the Guangzhou Charge that seemed a little bit in shambolic land for right now. So now seeing as their performance went down to a map 5 banger that you mentioned, Nekra, against the Seoul Dynasty, this is their other opportunity now to add in extra points on the board against Panthera, but it's going to be difficult with those two DPS that we had mentioned before between Becky and Nice.
Nice too. Just being able to go toe-to-toe with those stats on the Sombra. Would really love to see some Sombra come out from him again today. Don't know if that's going to be what we see on Antarctic Peninsula though. But there are some opportunities for that later down the line if we end up extending into the back half of this map pool.
Yeah, we are going to be starting off on AP here, seeing how this is going to work out in favor for the flexibility that we've seen before from Panthera, Hangzhou Spark too. Love being able to see how we work into our first map, specifically thinking about the adjustments that Panthera have made. We had seen Jasmine originally before as the tank here, now moving on to Arpen, who's been sticking to the Winston more so than anything.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting because we haven't had a chance to really see Arpen flex over to any of these other tanks, and Antarctic Peninsula is going to demand that. When you look at Icebreaker specifically, if that's the point that we get to, do we see the Reinhardt? Do we see the Sigma? Do we see a Ramatra? Or do we stick to a Winston? I would love to see this, and I think Panthera is going to have to show us what else Arpen and Peach have in the tank.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Getting set up here now.
round 1.
Nice being on the Echo before Becky swapping off over to the Tracer. This is where Becky was really able to shine. Gushway now coming out on the Ram, and this is what you mentioned before, Nekra. The changes that we've been seeing of what the tanks bring out to the table on AP.
This is Icebreaker. This is where you would expect to see the brawl. So the Ramatra choice from Gushway makes a whole lot of sense. But it is not typical to see a dive on this point, and I think we're about to find out why. How is Arpen going to access any of this backline? Maybe if they pincer Gushway?
Oh, with the focusing beam from Nice.
Nah.
Oh, Monk right there as well. Nice anti though, landing onto Shy and Gushway. It's gonna be the nail in the coffin for them both. Love the follow-up that we got from a Peach here, as Arpen's also able to capitalize. And even though they gave some of that extra space to Spark at the very beginning there, they immediately wipe out the Spark and take control over the point.
And that's going to force Spark to change up their composition immediately. They know that the Ramatra comp is just simply not going to work against how strong Panthera's Echo dive is. Look at how much damage Nice did in that first bout. That duplicate is already online. That's going to be the first ultimate up in this entire lobby. I can't believe that.
I keep highlighting Nice. Always so insane when it comes to getting those duplicates online as quickly as possible. Hanjo Spark has had a pretty rough start so far to the Summer Series. Develops does get hacked. The immediate dive attempt here coming in. And finally Leaf finds Developed. He has a Nano Boost online. A Peach tried so hard to help heal for him here, as Arpen and Becky are the next to fall. It's a matter of time as the reset comes in for Panthera, and the Hangzhou Spark get to walk on the point.
Okay, so Spark going to show up with their own dive and also be able to take that win pretty easily. Nice to even get a chance to use the duplicate here. So really relying on Becky to try to get something done with that pulse bomb. Unfortunately, just really not there. But they're now going to come back into things with 4 ultimates on the board. But Shy has an EMP. I'd be nervous if I were Panthera. There's not too many ways out of this one if Shy's going to land like 3 or 4 members.
Oh, Becky gets hacked in the process. The duplicate from Nice, but they gets put to sleep in the air by Monk. Arpen nails it down and trying to find him here. Does get that pick. Nice gets hacked in the process by Shy. He has not been left alone. But meanwhile, Arpen's too busy juggling these supports. The shield bash into the rally. I cannot believe Lexa is still alive after that. He was getting juggled off the map into popping the rally right afterwards to help his survivability. A Peach then retaliates here as Arpen makes his way right back to the fight. Gushway playing off the side of the pillar. Love the way that they're also trying to counter-rotate here. Panthera recognizing that the Spark are playing a much more passive-aggressive game.
They really are. I mean, the fact that they have been bullied off to the point. Leave with a really nice pick up to Nice there.
Becky sends out the pulse bomb into the stick at the very end, touching his toes. Monk giving that away for free. Leaf has the pulse bomb as he now sends it out. It's a trade for trade on the Anas. Even bigger with the EMP coming in. Develop will have that nano boost for this next fight, but it's the capitalization that Spark have right there as they're already approaching 95%.
It could just keep Panthera off of this point as well. That's Becky already down.
Huge outcome here for the Spark already to have the number advantage. Could somebody touch? Nope, not even with the nano boost. Our pen can't get on the point. First round goes in favor for the Hangzhou Spark.
Which is really unusual. We saw Panthera come out of the gates with the Echo dive. That's not something that we typically end up seeing on that very first point. So I don't know how we ended up seeing that work out as Spark just kind of dished it back out. I don't know. Dives on Icebreaker. What else is there to really say about this?
Leave is insane. Actually
So
crazy. His survivability is there. Honestly, all from Spark. And his Monk that has been having a troublesome time. He keeps getting nailed down by Becky, but it's fine because Lexa has been there to help keep this team alive. Second round now starting here on AP.
All right, so we're going over to a dive map. So I would hope that we can see the dive on this one, but a little bit of a different flavor coming out from the Hangzhou Spark because they're going to send Shy out of the gates with the Hanzo. already gonna have to force Becky back, but a quick pick from the Hanzo could just completely snowball this for Spark.
A nice anti, but no follow-up there, despite our pen falling incredibly low. Well, Becky, alongside Nice, just trying to isolate the backline and harass Shy. That's been a problem, getting into position. Love the positioning from Arpen right here, too, as the anti has now landed onto Lengsa. Nice also gets the hack, but no opportunity to try to contest the backline here. Nobody has been able to take the point just yet. It's been contested this entire time as another anti has now landed itself onto Shy this time around. Lengsa finally gets taken out, following up off of the hack from Nice. Getting that first pick, though, is going to force the Spark to try to give in some of the extra space before they want to retaliate. These antis have just been yeeted from across the field from Develop, and he has been on point with it.
That's so good, and take a look at how he was able to keep Arpen alive as well on just such a sliver of HP, but expect another engagement here from the Spark very quickly.
He gets in with an anti, and the Nano Boost coming in from Shy, trying to put in the damage as he finds Peach at the very end. Pren does have the Nano Boost onto him. Lengsa being the first one to get taken out. It's a trade for the Brigidas. Nice is the only one alive here from the DPS lineup from Panthera, but Develop has not been checked from this high ground. Or as I say that, they see him over on the other side. Tries to stop Gushwei from trying to find him. He's got the Primal too. An anti into the Primal. He forces out the Primal, but this is going to be a team fight win for the Spark.
I would have hoped Gushwei didn't have to use the Primal Rage there, but if you're already so close to some of these other ultimates like the Dragon Strike to create that space instead, I think you're okay expending that and letting it fall to the wayside. The only problem here is that Panthera on the Sombra, instead of the Hanzo, does have that EMP online, and there isn't a defensive ultimate for the Spark to be able to contest with this right now. Panthera can try to get in the backline here. On point also works.
Oh, the EMP finding 3 here. Where's the follow-up? Shy was on the high ground. No good for Panthera up there to try to fight him here. Sending out the Dragons to clear the space, split up the point. Popping the Primo now from Arpen as another anti has now landed onto Lengsa, literally surviving at 1 HP. Leave with the recall after losing out on Develop. He's got the Pulse Bomb. See if he can get into position. The rally gets taken out. Wasted rally here from Lengsa. He got hit with an anti and then got melted down by Arpen. Now the rally from a Peach to keep Panthera in position. Becky finding so many of these picks, but Monk being able to find 2 off of Nice and Develop. Develop going down when he would have had the Nano Boost for this fight. Overtime ticking away in favor for the Spark.
Oh, post bomb for Becky could be huge here. If Panthera's able to land that, it goes down though.
Oh, that's a cleanup right here in favor for the Hanjo. Spark overtime still forced out. Panthera fighting for their life, but they're just going to be staggering on through for here as Gushwei is tired of it, solidifying the Hanjo Spark, taking the first map in the series.
You got the Primal Rage right on time to lock Panthera down in their spawns. Oh man, that was a decisive victory for the Spark. We had questions entering into Antarctic Peninsula whether or not Arpen could pull anything else out of the tank instead of the Winston, but Icebreaker, with the dive committal so early, speaks to me that Arpen just may be a Winston one trick right now. Confident in that dive.
He's been sticking. We mentioned it earlier. We haven't seen any sort of flexibility from Arpen specifically, but follow-ups have definitely been there to work into the compositions that they've been able to excel in, especially with Nice being that insane echo. You see the Sombra coming out from Nice too, that has that impact. Becky, of course, on the Tracer, that's been trying to isolate the backline from the Hanjo Spark. But Leave is just so good. Shy also making the adjustment right over to the Hanzo. We've been seeing that go back and forth between Leave and Shy, but the Hanjo Spark now putting themselves on the point on the board. All right, Hanjo Spark take map number 1. On the other side of this break, we got map number 2 going on to Eichenwald. Welcome back, everybody. Map number 1 in the books on AP. We are now moving on to map number 2 on Eichenwald between Hanjo Spark versus Panthera, with the Spark taking a pretty dominating win on that first map.
Yeah, that was decisive. Hangzhou Spark just kind of constantly had the counter rotations to deal with Panthera's dive. It was really weird to actually see that come out on an Arctic Peninsula in particular, just because that's not normal to see a dive on Icebreaker. Probably a few reasons we can actually attribute that to, but when it comes down to Hangzhou Spark and their dominance, why fix what's not broken? No subs.
Not coming out here, sticking to what we got in store for us. Going on to the second map, Leave was doing a really good job, like we were highlighting before. Hangzhou Spark with both Leave and Shire wondering, alright, you know what? With the inconsistencies that we may have had so far within the season, it's time to bring out the big guns. Enough fooling around. That Tracer, the Hanzo, was definitely working out, and speaking of the Hanzo, could definitely work out with those open sight lines on Eichenwald.
Absolutely. You've got so much of those tall buildings to play around, wall climb up there, have your nest, shoot down onto the Spark, or to the Panthera, sorry. I guess you could shoot down on his teammates, but I don't think it would do any damage. Except, yeah, maybe scare them a little bit. But yeah, Eichenwald, I think we could see the Hanzo. I think more traditionally we would end up just seeing more of the Sombra Tracers, we've seen from some of the other teams in the East, which would play a little bit better into Panthera's hero pool. They've been sticking to this dive, and while it might not be something we would have expected on Antarctic Peninsula, Eichenwald is absolutely the map to be able to play that on.
Could also help benefit Nice being on the Echo that we have seen before here too.
Yeah.
And Leave as well, so that also could be something that we have in store for us. It would be also a very interesting matchup between the Leave and Nice Echo Ditto.
I think that'll be really fun to watch if that ends up coming to fruition. I think Nice's Echo is always a really strong pick for Panthera to try to pop out on, just because that is a comfort pick for Nice, and sometimes you just don't really have a great way to be able to contest with that. But for the Spark, and we've seen this already actually, even from Dreamer bringing out the Echo, if that ends up being a staple here for Panthera too, it's really, really tough to run that into the Sombra Tracer. One hack onto Nice, and Nice should be dead.
Look out for that here too, with Arpen playing so close to follow up from Nice in general, especially when he gets the opportunity to utilize that focusing beam. Something else to note too, with Shy being able to hack the health packs right behind that point, be a little difficult in case Becky wants to try to get more aggressive and has already used the recall here, as ready to see the rest of Panthera trying to get through that initial choke. Already wrapped around that side of the building here, and Gushue gets hit with a nice anti from Develop.
The Develop gonna continue to put some pressure down onto Hangzhou Spark's front line. They have to back up a little bit to give some space over to Panthera. So they make their way over to the point, but Hangzhou Spark looking ready to clap back as... Oh, okay, maybe they can't anymore. Oh, they can't.
Oh, he couldn't even turn around there because the rest of Panthera was already on top of that health pack too, basically. The Spark were playing pretty spread apart on the approach from Panthera here, and now they're just freezing on top of this point. Langsa just with the final Hail Mary approach here before getting taken out, but this is going to be Panthera already getting this payload moving.
Yeah, so split up that they couldn't find a target to focus down, and when Panthera ends up going in for those 1v1s, they're winning out. No way that Gushue ends up getting staggered there. That is a big problem for Hangzhou Spark as they have to try to get back into this one, but Nice with the duplicate could just go ahead and hold the door, play really aggressive. The pulse bomb doesn't even land on him either. Panthera is getting away with murder over here.
I'm about to get away with a lot more looking at this old economy.
Yeah.
Shy does have the EMP though. Oh, notices that the backline is being spread out. Does not feel comfortable. Probably gonna go for a different reposition as Becky now contesting Leave with the 1v1. Finds the mark onto Leave. Shy does call out Nice. You had mentioned it earlier, getting that hack, just clipping those wings, being able to find him. Coming back with the duplicate as Gushue now retaliates and just manages to come right back to the Spark. We're gonna see the EMP probably get unleashed here.
Finally? Shy was looking for this, but then as soon as Develop got taken down...
Oh, he's hungry. Oh, but with the rally ready for a peach, shuts down the dive approach from Gushue, who has a nano boost onto him. Arpan then flips that attention after the duplicate has been called in from Nice. About to get booted out of it here, too. He got hit with a nice anti from Monk originally, and now the rally from Lenksa has allowed the Spark to re-stabilize. Gouche also has the Primal, too, just to reset, but it's a survivability, too, because Arpen had now already used up that Primal first, gets put to sleep, and they'll be able to re-engage in this fight.
Oh, the health pack is gonna be huge here for Arpen, but unfortunately still goes down anyway. Gouche so low, though.
Yes, and the Nano Boost was put onto Nice originally. Gets hacked once again. Just trying to get away here. Gouche is also incredibly low. Bubble save him for just a brief amount of time before Becky gets the cleanup. Lenksa gets hit with an anti from Develop. Once again, always on point since AP with those antis. Leave tosses out the Pulse Bomb. Doesn't find that stick. Becky trading that out, though, as Shy has been able to find a Peach. And now the number advantage is still on Panthera's side here as they're approaching that first checkpoint.
Panthera haven't given Hangzhou Spark any room to breathe. Time and time again, it's just been, okay, Pulse Bomb stick. Spark get pushed back. Take a look at the duplicate. They fall back again. Primal Rage just constantly juggling Spark away from the point to the fact that they've got over 4 minutes of time in the bank now to be able to get through this third checkpoint. That's so much time to work with. This should be a full capture for Panthera unless something goes dramatically wrong.
Hopefully, with the chokes that we've seen today, there's no more.
No more,
I don't know how much we can hold here for our teams. EMP coming in has found Nice and Arpen. He's backing away. He's got the safety of Develop right alongside him. It's going to be a nice second time also falling down while he's got that duplicate ready for the next engagement here. It's just going to be a reset as Panthera playing, again, split up. Becky still manages to survive. He's got the recall. He still gets the pulse bomb, but guess what? Leaf had his own recall ready just to recall right through that stick.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Panthera gets a chance to be held at bay for a little bit longer, but they haven't thrown too much else at this, so they still get to come in with 4 ultimates here after they had already listed the EMP.
Comes a duplicate. Nice trying to get that Nano Boost online as quickly as he can. And Becky finding Gouche. Nice also getting hacked again. But guess what? This has enabled Becky to go crazy. He's got the 2K up. He's just been able to nail down Lenksa. And Leave has had Develop's number thus far. He's been trying to nail him down. He hasn't had that much success until that very moment. First time for Develop to go down. But going down nonetheless with a Nano Boost. Pen also has that Primal, so they can just wait and delay here. May want to give some space now over to the Spark with Nice going down.
Give a little bit of space, but keep an eye on how close that payload is to that final checkpoint. They still have 2 minutes and 40 in the bank. And they're going to give up the Echo. Nice recognize it that this isn't the point for it, but you may as well try anyway if you got the duplicate online. But the Sombra here, you've got plenty of time to build up to your own EMP. Just get through an eco push. Shy does have the EMP of his own. And Panthera can come in and just womp the Spark.
As you know, too, with Nice also approaching with the Sombra, swapping off of the Echo. It's the efficiency that a Shy has had with these ults, building it up every minute and 20 seconds at this point. As he unleashes it, it does find Nice. You're gonna get the follow-up opportunity here, maybe from the Spark. Shy is low, backing away. Becky, too, is right there. Here's Develop in his positioning. He's been so good. He is being able to hold off Gouche. Does get hit with an anti, as Arpen does get hacked at the same time by Shy. Playing very scrappy here around this next corner, because again, it's Spark giving them the space.
Spark have to back up, especially when Becky has his Pulse Bomb too. Any stick here could spell disaster for Spark's defense.
Not missing out on the stick here. Becky, too, on the other side. The Nano Boost put onto a Peach to help heal for Develop, and a nice anti from Monk over through the back has found Becky's life. A Peach is about to meet him too as Arpen also goes down, and this is another team fight win in favor for the Hangzhou Spark.
Okay, they stabilize. Respawn advantage very much in their favor here, but this is where the going really gets tough. Nice as EMP. Lenksa has the rally in response, but Nice just looking for it. He's just up in the rafters. He's waiting for the rest of Panthera to come in, be able to land this EMP and enable Arpen to start getting that dive. Let's see what happens here. Oh, poor Lynx is on card duty. He doesn't know.
Oh no, the EMP finds Lenksa without the rally coming in, but Shy's just around the corner from also having an EMP of his own. He finally gets it now here. Leaf also has that pulse. Can he finally find the stick? Shy backing away before now. Recontesting on the other side of the point. Now unleashes the EMP. It's found Arpen and Peach. Prime managing to survive for right now, sending out the pulse, missing out again. That would have been crucial here. 30 seconds now on the clock for Panthera to get this payload after having such an insane time bank to the end.
And they're gonna work up to the primal rage. They may have the nano boost online too, but they still supportive ultimates in the bank here for the Spark.
Nano boost up to Gushue, Lengsa with the rally. He's able to shield bash Arpen for that 1 split second as he's going to be able to pop the primal here. Nice gets that first pick onto Leaf. Could be big as Becky's about to get the pulse bomb. Have to make money moves here. Zarpen gets hit with the anti from Monk. Hogging the supports from the Hanzhou Spark at the door. Panthera finally get it to the end when they needed it at the very end with basically no time to spare.
I need to take a look at the VOD. I think that might have been a C9. Gushue was out of the doors, no? I think someone could have gone in and touched.
Approaching from the other side would have been efficient there because Arpen was just body blocking that doorway from the back line. Even if Gushue could have come in, it would have been difficult for both Monk and Lengsa to find a way to get in here too.
Oh,
take
for
a look
sure.
at some highlights here.
You walked right into that one. Becky actually just was able to full clip there.
And I know
Oh, you
Gushue
love to
didn't have
see
his
that.
ult too at the very end as well. I think he was at 74% at the end of that fight too. So even if he didn't, or even if he did approach that payload, he wouldn't have had the primal 2 reset just to wait out on Monk and Lengsa if they wanted to take a different approach.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I do think it was doomed. I think you're right about that one. I think Panthera would ultimately have gotten the capture just because of how much Arpen was just blocking down the supports into the spawn. But I do think Gushue was out of the doors. Sad there, but Panthera now. 4 seconds. Doesn't seem like it's a whole lot in the bank, but it means that the Spark are forced to full capture this to take us into extra rounds. They're gonna come out of the gates though with their Sombra Tracer dive, but Panthera with that classic echo. That was so brutal into the Spark for their attack push.
It was very nice, I guess you could say here, with the way he's been playing around the Echo, but also with the quick adjustments at the second point when he swapped over to the Sombra was huge there in trying to build up that EMP. It wasn't as quick as Shy. The impact was definitely theirs. The approach now coming in from Gushue and Anti onto Lengsa. Peach is the first one to get taken out by Shy. But Quickie's already reaching that 50% mark here into that next EMP. And what a dominating initial fight here on the Hangzhou Spark attack.
Super dominant. Love the call out there from Monk just being able to help initiate these dives for Gushue. Because these Annas are such a key backbone to these dive. Whether it's going to be an anti, maybe a sleep onto a primary target. Oh boy. I love being able to see that, especially when Spark do like to play with that momentum.
Okay, the follow from Monk right there.
The hacks.
They know where Nice
hacks are
wants to approach
insane.
from being on this Echo. You definitely want to try to get that poke pressure from the skies here too. So they'll be keeping an eye out for Nice approaching from that left side of where you currently see Panthera sitting on Hangzhou Spark now. Rotating from that low ground as Shy's got the EMP. Can we get a bigger impact on the EMP this time? Is Develop? Doesn't know. The communication comes in from Gushue. Yes, they find Develop in the process. Arpen falls down. The stick from Leave with the pulse. Number advantage now already setting up the Hangzhou Spark for success and reaching right next to that bridge.
Yeah, Spark haven't lost a team fight yet. And with the EMP coming online so quickly, how would Panthera have even known that Shy had that ready and waiting? Now you got 3 more ultimates. Nano still hasn't been invested yet. Monk saving that for the perfect opportunity to either get aggressive or try to hope to deal with something like the duplicate coming their way too. Arpen is
Taking a nap. You'll have the Primal for that next fight. Gets hit with an anti here. The Primal activated first from Gushue. The rally now is Nice. Uses the duplicate. He gets booted out of there just as quickly as he pulls the button for it. Develop getting taken out with Nano Boost is also very big here because while Arpen does have that Primal, he keeps getting hit with these antis. Monk on point here. Just being able to waver off all the extra pressure that Arpen's been trying to put down onto the back line.
Look at that. Nice is back, but still has to back away. Feels like Spark have just found a great way to be able to deal with the Echo. Here's the Nano.
Got a boost onto Nice. Peach, though, who's out on Shy. He's been harassing him constantly with attacks. Leave, sending out the pulse bomb. Doesn't even need the stick. He still finds Develop here. The backline getting taken out by Panthera. No sustainability here. Becky, just waiting to see if he has the opportunity here with the pulse bomb, but may just be waiting out. The EMP, I mean, I guess if you want to be the nail in the coffin here, as a Peach now makes his way back, but that's just the clear off with the EMP into getting that second point.
Was that an ego EMP?
Oh no.
Was that Shy? I don't know if Shy 100% needed it, but you may as well just use it as the insurance policy. Right? Yeah, we'll give him credit for that one, I guess. But Vicky, they have even more time in the bank than what Panthera had entering into this final point. Over 4 minutes and 30 seconds. And they could just continue to snowball this if Becky can't land them. Okay.
Oh, special delivery. Monk's definitely enjoying that present here back in the spawn. We'll have the nano boost for that next fight. Becky with the pressures because they don't have the rest of the Hanjo Spark. Just back away in time, wait out on Monk. I like the quick disengage here. Arpen still holding that front line.
Arpen can push back a little bit. Wants to try to get this Primal Rage up because that'll be another way for Panthera to just keep his defense moving. But Panthera are starting to run out of time. Spark are working up to a full slate of ultimates to throw at this final point, and that's sometimes what you need, overwhelm with the ults.
Get ready for Nice. Ooh, the stick. Oh, but the duplicates to get right through it. The timing. And then the EMP just to add in the extra grief. Sure, you got that timing, Nice. But now you get booted out of that duplicate just as quick, but he's still surviving. The nano boost put onto him as Arpen was taken out earlier in the fight. All the stocks put onto Nice here, and that's going to enable Nice and Becky to clear out the backline of the Hangzhou Spark.
Oh my gosh, that was one of the clutchest plays I've ever seen, but that's something that you should expect coming out from an Echo that is as experienced as Nice. You love to be able to see those moments, and Panthera once again have been able to buy this time out of a Shy EMP, out of the Nano from Monk. Spark now, their time bank is starting to get whittled away, and if Panthera can keep this up, then we might end up looking at a hold here on third, but there's still a ton of time for Spark to work with, and there's still ultimates for them to be able to try to overwhelm when it gets tough.
That is going to delay one ultimate charge, and it's going to be the win con that the Spark like to work into, which is that EMP. Now Panthera also working with so much. Nice already has another duplicate ready. As if the last one wasn't as flashy as it is. Okay, goodbye, Lexa. And then Panthera just hugging the Spark spawn room doors, having some fun after they saw Shy, use that BM EMP earlier. It's about sending a message.
This is a message. This is a strong message, one that I don't think the Spark were quite ready to receive. They don't want to pay for the 10 cents there to receive it on call. But Panthera have to back up, especially after Arpen did get taken out by Leave. We'll wait for that respawn to come through, but it should very, very quickly. Nice can hold the door too if you want to end up seeing that Primal again. Okay, Tracer Pulse.
Nice can't take a break. Every time he uses the dupe here, always gets nailed down between Shy. Lexa had called in the rally. Leave boots Nice out of that dupe. Becky has the pulse bomb ready. Just trying to get into position here. He sees Lexa. Shield bashing away. Now with a minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Hangzhou Spark are getting so close here. Nice anti onto Becky and a Peach. The rally coming in to keep everybody from Panthera up into position. Nano boost from Arpen now is allowing Arpen to dive into the back line, harassing them. Why are you running Gushwei? Going off to the side. Leave is the next one to go out. Now you got basically less than a minute on the clock to get this payload at the very end.
The fight was confusing because Shy went down before using the EMP. And then you end up seeing the Nano Primal coming out from Gushwei and Monk, with also the committal of the rally that doesn't leave Spark with a whole lot of time or a whole lot of gas left to be able to get this payload over the line. So you're relying on Shy's EMP to be huge again.
Oh, they knew it only finds a Peach here, but still the capitalization, not the impact that Shy wanted with these EMPs. Leave now cleans up, nice. Arpen, though, has been on fire. Peach makes a desperate swap over to the Kiriko here. Becky's still alive. Leaf, though, with the huge pulse bomb after finding Arpen. When you need him the most, Leaf comes in to save the day. Nice now swaps over to the Reaper. By these close quarter fights, has benefited them at the very end. Still finding Gushway here is big. This limited time bank now, you got less than 10 seconds for the Spark, and they're resetting.
And they could just get caught with their pants down here as they try to make it back to the cart. Shy can't get there.
Overtime now ticking away. Shy gets taken out again. No EMP here either. Peach still alive, forcing everybody off the table. Gushway with the desperate jump to keep it into overtime. He's got Lengsa to help him out. Leave as well. Monk gets taken out here first. No nano boots to build up for this final fight. The backline is gone, and so is the sustainability. Panthera even out the score. 1-1 versus the Hangzhou Spurs.
It's okay if they can't play their rush on Icebreaker or even just the rest of Antarctic Peninsula because their dive is strong enough. Vicky, it doesn't matter. Eichenwald, it was the perfect playground for them to be able to execute that dive, and I think it only gets better from here if they can keep it up. Spark had a tough time trying to get even remotely close to that cart.
It's just so crazy to see the impact that Nice's Echo has alone. I believe in general, like over 19,000 damage throughout the course of that map. But still, Panthera having so much of that open space, they were able to capitalize off of it. Moving on to map number 3, we are going on to Watchpoint Gibraltar. That's going to be on to the other side of this break. Don't miss anything because it's tied right now between these two teams. Welcome back, everybody. The dream is alive here. Tying up the score is Panthera taking map number 2 on Eichenwald versus the Hangzhou Spark. Now we are even 1-1 while we make the move over to our third map on top of Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Watchpoint Gibraltar should be a great map for Panthera. After the strength of the dive that they've been able to show everybody, I feel like it's absolutely no question that they could end up winning their very first escort map of this stage.
Insane. The fact that they haven't won a map yet on escort here, Watchpoint could definitely provide that to them. Looking at the way that Nice is playing, especially too on the Echo, that dupe right through the pulse bomb stick, the sequence of events that played out there was chef's kiss. But that wasn't just the only highlighted moment too. We saw that Echo putting in the work from each side of not only trying to oppress the Hangzhou Spark with a damage output from Nice, but also the follow-up opportunities that RPen had really opened up to enable Becky here. Now moving on to Watchpoint, I do believe with this composition that Panthera has been able to find their strengths in, this could play into their game plan.
Absolutely. Whether you want to end up seeing some of that flexibility of Nice Echo, you could run that again here. The Sombra Tracers also looked really strong together. And Hangzhou Spark, they struggled on Eichenwald a lot. I know part of it is because that third point, it can get a little nasty sometimes. The respawn advantage for the defense can really help to bolster up that defensive team. But they also felt off sync with the ultimates that they wanted to throw into those fights. I'm remembering back to not pulling the EMP or like pulling both support ultimates out when they didn't have the full team there. Just feels awkward when you're in that attacking position, knowing that the respawn advantage is so tight, and just not being able to coordinate as a full team of 5.
It also really hurts when Shy was like the first one to die a lot in those engagements when as a Sombra you want to rely on that win con being the EMP that had been staggered at the very end for that last point when they had been able to get there with so much time to work with. I believe it was like 4 minutes and like 38 seconds or so.
It was a lot.
It was a lot, and they still were unable to be able to clutch out those EMPs for the last 3 team fights, if I could recall correctly here. Leave needed the help, and Shy unfortunately wasn't there. So back to the drawing board for the Hangzhou Spark, as they are still sticking to this comp to work in.
That's okay too. They're on the defense right now. Maybe they're able to kind of shut down Panthera a little bit more here. Bushway gets stuck. Has to force back to that high ground immediately.
This is the pressure that I was expecting here, because Watchpoint, with that same verticality that we saw before, allows the Echo to be enabled, and the follow-ups that we're seeing between RPen and Nice with the damage output is on point. Managing to back away as the Hangzhou Spark have the positional advantage on the top of this high ground. You could already see Shy getting to position, while Nice gets nailed down by Leap from quite a distance there, as Leap was on the high ground from afar.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how he was able to nail those shots so quickly, but it works out great for Spark to start to whittle away at this time bank. Panthera, though, oh, a huge pick onto Monk. Of course, RPen moves on that.
Look at how quick the Spark are out of here. None of our business as they try to get away. Gooshway drops from the high ground, and now this is some clear space through the car wash for Panthera to take advantage of in terms of getting this payload moving.
It's a lot of space. You're already under the car wash, and this plays into Panthera's strengths of being able to shove the Spark back towards their spawns. Big hack onto Nice, though. Look at the pocket coming in from Develop.
Yep, Nana boost put onto Nice immediately afterwards. The pulse bomb, though. Develop's gonna pay for it. Leave in the perfect position. Peach is also right back there. Becky now tossing out the pulse. Doesn't find its mark the same way that Leave was able to get. That overextension. Gooshway coming back into the mix. Nice having to back away after getting hacked. Fighting for his actual life. That's to his own sticky bombs, but he's going to be able to take that here too. He's going to die anyway to Gooshway. Now that Shy has the EMPs, even better for this next engagement.
Denial charge a little bit, maybe? Maybe. Probably a little bit more charitable of an explanation of that, but Nice backed himself into a corner. The Echo might struggle a little bit more when it comes down to the second point and even the end of first. The skybox is just so limited on the second point. Oh, Becky wants that kill so badly.
Oh, if you got it.
They're struggling.
just emptied the mag into Monk's head right there. The EMP only finding Arpen. The bubble. Nice timing here at the very end before he dropped down too, just to work around that extra space down below. As you get away though, the Sparks still have a plethora of ultimates to work with aside from trying utilizing that EMP. But looking on the other side, so does Panthera. Develop holding that back angle, about to get the nano boost.
Panthera have so many ultimates to spare, but they have to be able to initiate with them correctly. Monk as well, I mean, anybody that Panthera dives on, even if they do pop the Primal Rage or anything like that, that nano boost can be so impactful to make sure that anybody stays up.
Oh.
The anti?
Snipes from a mile away. Develop still is in the line of sight from Leaf. Does not leave him alone, but he's lost 3 of his own teammates, being the last one alive out here as a Spark get deleted. Panthera, limited time, finally get that first checkpoint.
That's wild. Develop opened that up so much. A Peach ended up using the rally, and that's it. Panthera didn't need anything else. What economy being able to push into the second point when you've got Arpen also taking up the hangar space. You don't need to worry about that high ground battle. Aw, you do have to worry though if you're Nice. This is exactly what I was worried about. Nice may not be able to take advantage of this high ground unless he wants to play a little bit of like Walker Echo.
And now the duplicate coming in. Arpen getting contested by Gushway on the high ground. Both have that primal ready. Nano boost now put onto Arpen. He is funneled all from the Spark inside of this room, but with the rally getting called in from Linksa, don't worry, I got the primal, unleashing and keeping the backline against the corner. The survivability of Spark are healing through everything. Becky comes in on the other side, now gets the post-bomb stick, and this is the EMP that I was waiting to see. Where's the follow-up as Shy finds Develop? 4-man EMP, at least with Develop going down though. Panthera restabilize, waver off the pressure, and are still able to get this payload moving.
There's no touch that can come in here from the Spark. That's going to be the second checkpoint activated. And Shy's EMP falling short. That's really hard to watch.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness. You were talking about this on Iconfold, Vicky. Shy just going down constantly, time and time again. Not able to get set up in the backline, which you would expect coming out from a Sombra. So the hacks are off the board. The EMP didn't work because you EMP'd all of Panthera in a small room with a brig. Sounds like a start of a bad horror movie. Shy's gonna have to try to find a way to do it again, and here's Lee with a pulse bomb looking for a target. Sparker falling.
Essentially, Panthera just made like a Spark Panini up in that second point, and now having so much space here to work with. Nice getting pressured out by Monk from below. He's got the duplicate ready here. Currently Gushway gonna be able to come in while Nice is taking a nap, just waiting out and delaying that dupe even longer. But Peach is also ready with the rally. It's Nice takes the high ground before getting booted out of that dupe, but it's about keeping Gushway there with the pressure. Lengsa with a nice Develop on with a nice anti onto Lengsa. Gets taken out right before that rally was ready. Great team fight win here for Panthera to even get this payload progress even longer here. Rally will be able to come on for Lengsa by the spawn room door.
Okay, everybody's coming out of the spawn room though for Spark. The rally to be able to bolster this up. Can Spark hold them away?
It'll be difficult. Gushway will have the primal up soon, and I'm looking at Shy with that EMP. With Nice going down and a minute and 45 seconds on the clock, they definitely will have a plethora of ultimates to work with into this final fight territory.
Spark are set up for success here if they can get this EMP to hit the right targets and also actually shut down a fight. Shy has struggled in this defense to be able to make that work, but when you also have the spawns right at your back, Spark can set up for just a little bit better. But I would look for this high-value target. The Winston's perfect.
Wow. Isolating Arpen, wasting more time away from Panthera's attack while Develop still in the back here. Just trying to help the rest of the team while they do wait for Arpen to come in with that primal.
So that might be a saving grace here for Panthera, but they're at 1 minute left territory. That's not a whole lot of time to work with, but at the very least you got that high value ult of Shy's EMP off the board, but Sparks still have a lot of ults left to work with. This is going to be a photo finish here if Panthera even get this over the line at all.
Friend takes the high ground, trying to isolate the back line here. But while here jumping onto their back line, Right now, Leave is too busy narrowing down to Peach and Develop. Another big opportunity forcing Panthera to back away. Right now, Leave is tired of it. Tired of what has been happening here in that last map. Now you got less than 30 seconds for Panthera to get that payload to the finish line.
Oh, Becky's stuck. Becky is stuck in this small room right now. Leave is at least pressured away. But Panthera, they've got 5 ultimates here. Throw it all in there. Not all at once. But let's see you open things up here with a duplicate or even a post-bomb stick. Oh, Peach is alone. Oh,
the nano boost going to Peach to help him. Gotta get onto that payload. Rock the overtime here. Our Pen's right there with the primal. Peach is gonna be able to make his way back. He's about to get the rally. Nice again with the dupe onto the Ana. Nice anti onto Monk. He put down the nano boost onto Gooshway here this time around. Meanwhile, Shy's about to get another EMP for this fight. Rally called in for Panthera. Becky sends out the pulse, doesn't get the mark that he needed here. Leave gets taken out after the follow from the anti. Here comes Shy with the EMP. Harpen's still alive. Amazing save from a Peach and Develop. Nobody's contesting Develop in this position here. They have to stay by the payload. Overtime still, but our Pen is playing out of his mind here, finding Gooshway next.
Oh my gosh, the Goopa stop was perfect. The rally's gonna expire, and Lexa goes down.
They are staggering through, holding on to dear life. Meanwhile, Nice on the Echo has taken care of the backline himself. Gets the 3K, making 4 after Lexa was the first to go down. And they do it. They get the payload to the very end.
Oh, that looks so doomed, too. Panthera had used all 5 ultimates to no avail. But you're right. Our Pen played absolutely out of his mind. I have been so continuously impressed by this Winston. So good. Such strong mechanics and awareness of how to be able to play with the rest of the team.
I'm just imagining here our Pen is so good. This is the EMP that we saw, but look who is right behind the Spark. Essentially, Panthera just made a sandwich out of them, and it was so difficult to get any follow-up off of that EMP, which has kind of been the habitual thing that we've been seeing from the Spark. It seems like there's been some sort of miscommunication. It's been messy here. This should be a meta where the Hangzhou Spark would excel in, but it is not working out here for them. Where Panthera, they're absolutely profiting, especially being on this map where Knights can take advantage of being on the Echo, like we mentioned before. Back to the drawing board here for the Spark, while now they make their attempt at the attack.
I think something else that's been such a standout for Panthera is Becky's Tracer. Becky was one of the brightest members of the Los Angeles Valiant in that 2022 season. Very first season of Overwatch 2. Find their way onto Panthera, and I feel like Becky's been the biggest problem for Shy to have to deal with. Look, they don't even want to play it. They don't even want to play the Sombra. It's just gonna be Tracer Echo to match that of Panthera. I think they're mad, Vicky. I think the Spark are angry.
I don't know how this is going to do well in the Ditto. We did mention that we wanted to see how this plays out here between Nice and Leave, and it looks like we got exactly what we asked for. And I'm glad that you highlighted Becky. Becky has not died once, by the way, thus far, while they were on the original attack. Survivability is actually insane, and the impact of some of these pulse bombs has definitely been on point. Spark are just going to waltz through underneath the car wash with that payload, but it's the pressure that they have to worry about from the high ground here from Panthera.
Panthera able to kind of just continue to pincer the Spark off of this, but that's a big opening. Oh, not unless Becky claps back. This is the Tracer. I love the Tracer versus Tracer. I love seeing Becky pop off. Such a good trade for
trade. It's always so fun to watch the Tracer Ditto and then the Sombra Ditto, because then it's imagining just the point when they see each other. But much more impactful in taking care of our Pen there. Nicely here from Develop, stopping Gooshway on the jump attempt. Shy in the process, though, has been able to find Nice, building up into that dupe. Focusing beam now from Leave, clearing up some of that space here as they're going to be able to take care of that backline. It's going to have to be another reset from Panthera.
This is looking way better for the Spark as well. Just the cleanup here. Panthera should be able to come back in for another recontest on the defense, but Spark are pushing this way faster than what we ended up seeing from Panthera at the very beginning. Spark, tons to work with. Nice is having a tough time in this one. Leave has just been outpacing right now with the Duke.
He gets hit with that anti from Develop. He's about to get that nano boost. Monk with the nade toss, finding Becky. Meanwhile, Arpen's inside of this room, keeping Monk in the corner, fighting for his life. Meanwhile, Lexa with the late rally, at least being able to back away in time, but couldn't help out Monk in that situation.
I don't agree with that. I would have loved to see the rally get saved for another full engagement. Sparker still fighting this one with members down. They're able to get away with a nice bubble placement from Gushue, but okay. Okay, Arpen, please. This is just violence. Oh my
The
goodness.
Spark have a family, but altogether they don't have a spark within each other as a team, because this, again, playing spread out, being held here at this point, when they had the advantage initially after winning a fight on that high ground, you would think here the Spark would have had the opportunity to take that positional advantage, hold it there. They have the ultimates to work with now, Necra. They got the Duke, they have the Primal as well as the Nano Boost.
Tons of sustain. Spark should be able to throw everything at this point and be able to get it, but it's sub 1 minute territory now. If they don't, that's really, really bad.
Oh, Nano Boost and then the Duke coming out from Nice, copying the Tracer. Becky, though, finding Monk with the pulse. Huge here. Well, Nice also put his name on that kill feed. Finding Lexa, sending out the pulse before just getting booted right back in the next 3 seconds to his own form. Gets a kill at the very end onto Shy, and another day out work for Panthera. What extreme domination we are seeing right now from Panthera. Fully holding the Spark here. Are you kidding me? Before they even get to that first checkpoint.
Leaf has held this duplicate for 2 team fights now. Has literally not been able to get anything on the board because the Spark have continued to stagger themselves, and we might be looking at the full hold. I believe it. Panthera have just been locking down every member of the Spark.
Alright, less than 5 seconds, overtime. Gonna be taken away here. Shy standing right next to that cart. Arped, meanwhile, has the Primal ready. Dupe from Leaf gets immediately booted out after copying develops on him. Pen clearing up so much space here. Leaf just trying to get the focusing beam down, but Arpin stays alive. The rally now from Lexa, playing so desperately to get this first checkpoint. They finally may do it here. Big Ante, Monk may have just helped everybody there. While Leaf comes in from the skies with the focusing beam, they do it when they needed to with no time bank. They had in an extra bit of time after getting that first checkpoint.
Another life here for the Spark to try to match the progress of Panthera, but with way less time, as you mentioned. Means that the Spark have to play this pretty flawlessly. So you'll see Gushue make a bit more of an aggressive hold towards where that Panthera would end up approaching for the defense. But oh boy, Vicky, that was close. If it hadn't been for Monk there, that was doomed. Completely doomed.
Man, it's just honestly crazy to see how close this has been so far. Monk's about to get the Nano Boost. Develop had it first. Arpen once again clearing so much of that space. Oh no, Lex is in trouble. The Ante, he's still alive. Monk doing his best. Literally the superhero that the Spark need. Nano Boost enabling Leave, gets the focusing beam onto Nice. Becky's gonna be the next to go down. Even with a Peach using this rally, it's only gonna really help out Arpen until the very end. Panthera get cleaned up here, and the Spark finally, with the momentum that they got, are able to clear out this point.
All right, nice push here from the Spark. After Arpen falling, that's going to be the second checkpoint unlocked, and finally starting to put some pressure down onto Panthera. Nice going down here too is really huge. Feels like Nice just kind of getting caught out of position. And the rest of the Panthera team is down. Becky with a very risky engagement there. Huh. Panthera feel like they're falling apart at this point in time. Just regroup. Just regroup. Take some deep breaths.
Intense here. They do have 2 minutes looking at the Spark, and with Arpen taking this high ground space, he's right alongside Develop. Getting enabled, popping the Primal here. Nice also with the duplicate. Can help him out quickly if he gets that Nano Boost online without getting booted out, but he's been able to isolate Lexa. Lexa have been called out so many times in these side rooms because Arpen puts himself there. 3 out from the Spark after Arpen gets some help from Nice at the very end.
Lexa got forced into a position to use that rally selfishly. because of that lockdown from Arpen, now you don't have the rally online. You're looking at that minute and a half. Hopefully Lex is able to get that back online for the final stretch of this push. But you gotta get there first. Even Gushwei, they can start to create some space here with the duplicate and the Primal Rage, but it's about the finish line. Can you get these 3 points all under lock? Okay, it starts here.
Nice. How it goes, tosses out the ante into a feature after finding that pick off of Nice to start the fight. Develops the next to go down, and he's got the Nano Boost ready. Gushwei, find him in the pit. Knocking them around here, less than a minute on the clock. What's even more important is the fact that the Spark needs to finish with that time. Tries to jump away, oh, the hoop off! Oh, Lex at the very end of the shield bash into the flail whip too, preventing them from contesting. They get it, despite almost being fully held. That was very scary. The Hangzhou Spark says, no worries, with a minute and 52 seconds to work with.
Their Tracer Echo looked way better than the Sombra Tracer on the defense. You called it out, right, Vicky? I just don't think that the Sombra has been as impactful as what the Hangzhou Spark would have liked it to be. And the Echo just has given Leave such a nice opportunity to actually play with the team. Oh. What a nice highlight to just exemplify what we mean.
Leave was like, finally, I could shine. Thank you, Mom.
Right?
Shy, help me. Help me with anything you've got here. As we take a look, Shy being on the Sombra here. But it's been very difficult, especially at this point. Hangzhou Spark, can their defense be just as strong compared to the fact that Panthera were able to breeze through this part when they were on the attack initially?
Yeah, it was tough for the Spark to actually hold Panthera back. A lot of that is just the Sombra takes so much setup, and with how good Becky has been on the Tracer to be able to sniff out the Translocator, or even just try to get the better of Shy in some of these 1v1s. This is a double duo of the Echo Tracer from Panthera that has made Shy's life so hard. Let's see if Hangzhou Spark can withstand that.
It really has been. And it also enables Arpen from just getting even more aggressive into cornering the backline from the Spark. These desperate rallies from Lexa have been just not helping out, but this is definitely a great way with the limited time bank that Panthera has to work with from the very beginning to kick things off. With Peach being the first to go down, Becky's next. They still get that trade off of Lee, but Lee will be able to get back into the fight just as quickly being on the Tracer.
Yeah, this card hasn't moved too far. At least Panthera do have 10 seconds to be able to get there, but it's right in front of that car wash. Arpen's going to start pushing it as the rest of Panthera start to work on this high ground. But who's going to get the first Nano? Is it going to be EMP? Ultimates have to come out.
That's huge. This is big here because now Shy's going to have the EMP as well for this fight. Overtime ticking away. EMP comes in, deletes the barrier. Arpen running away. Develops got the Nano Boost. Puts Arpen right back in the front line. No, the cart. No, they had the Nano Boost. Arpen could have just gotten back in. Oh, the pressure was too much from the Spark, and Panthera didn't stay on the cart to keep the overtime.
Another C9, really?
Initiating.
Really? Come on! Please!
The Necro Seance. The Seance.
They didn't have enough time to work with to not keep a body on the cart. They had the Nano! Don't think that there was a break there to be able to push it back either.
Arpen wasn't incredibly low. Yes, he was being pressured, but it wasn't so bad where he was like one there too. They did lose out on Nice and Becky, and I feel like that in combination to what was happening with the pressure from Spark, just they thought maybe they were close enough, but unfortunately they weren't. Stopping that cart right before the car wash.
I know, I saw the sleep come out too, so maybe at the end of the day there were cooldowns available for Arpen to not get there, but come on, it was right there. Oh, that is going to be such a tough position for Panthera to defend from. That cart didn't get very far. You have the high ground, and just to be able to drop down could be very difficult to just keep Spark off of it, especially when you've got almost 2 minutes in the bank. Shy has an EMP surely has an EMP online by the time that time bank expires.
Shy's already getting ready. Probably also looking to hack the health packs right behind Panthera too, so that way they can't just back away and then restabilize in case of Peach and Develop go out. Also working with that extra 52-second time bank that you mentioned, Necro, as Arpen now finds a way to isolate Monk. Get down, Mr. President. Lengsa right there to help him out. It's a distraction, though, because meanwhile, in the back, Shy's getting taken out. Becky on his tail here, while Nice is going to be able to be on the high ground right alongside Arpen. Supports from the Spark are playing off that tiny little side room here while trying to figure out a way to approach.
Okay. Panthera just hoping that they can grab one of these double flankers. Eve is getting pretty close, but seems very locked down by Nice and Becky once again. There's less than a minute left now, but Shy is actually struggling to get this EMP online because of how much Panthera has recognized that they cannot let this Sombra get away with these.
Taxing along this payload here. Anti onto Gushue and Lengsa. Monk just trying to help restabilize everybody while he's got the nano boost ready, but the EMP's taking a bit to charge up here. Less than 40 seconds out on the clock, and Monk fights Becky. Goes out without the pulse bomb at the very end. Hanjo Spark inch it forward, inch it to the shiny box of victory, but not in the dominating fashion that they were expecting to do so.
Spark won that because of 2 C9s. Cool.
It's
very epic.
It's so tough to see how difficult it is that the Sparks seem so spread out, almost like they're not on the same page here. This at least sets them up for match point. Going on to map number 4 now, Necro, this could be their opportunity now to stay in contention with Panthera, who have been doing such a good job with Nice being on that Echo.
Panthera, I hope they're not mentally boomed after that map, because that was really, really rough for those C9s to come through in those final rounds. But let's see, Sparker at match point. Let's find out what's going to happen right after this.
Welcome back, everybody. Hanjo Spark put themselves at match point in another close game for our third map versus Panthera as we move on to our fourth map being Esperanza.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fast forward to Esperanza now. Let's take a look at the lineups. No changes. Shy and Leave starting to really figure things out there with the Sombra and Tracer. Shy's still having a lot of trouble though trying to get those EMPs online. I think Panthera has recognized that the Sombra is such just a high impact character. Don't want to allow Shy to just run rampant in the back line. So may as well lock him down.
Being one of the first to get picked off for a lot of these fights, and the excruciating pain seeing the passive ult charge with the EMP taking a bit longer than, you know, you could expect out here. Leave doing a good amount of work to help out the rest of the Spark, as well as Monk with so many follow-up opportunities. Moving on to Esperanza now, Necro, what can you expect to be a lot more dominating from the Spark side of things to close out this entire series?
I think we could see more Sombra Tracer. It's not that it hasn't been effective for the Spark, especially when we take a look at series past, but they need to be able to clean up those initiations so that Shy just doesn't get continuously picked off. When it comes down to Panthera, though, that's where I really shift my focus, because it's kind of on them to figure out how to break the Spark once again. First of all, maybe don't C9. Maybe that's step number one there, is to just make sure that you're paying attention to the bot. But I think, too, when you look at just Panthera's approach that we've been able to see even versus streamers, they were running Hanzo Tracer. I don't think they're going to run that here. Hanzo's just so vulnerable to the Sombra.
I'm just having a little bit of PTSD because just thinking about our series with the Spark just yesterday versus the Seoul Dynasty, very similar match point that we're currently seeing right now, 2-1, where Dynasty had taken that first map, but then the moment we got to that close game on New Queen Street on push, Spark was in Shambolic Town, and then the reverse came out and the Dynasty took it from underneath them. That's how we got that crazy 5-map series. Now let's not have that happen again here with the Spark, with how close it's been thus far.
Nope, let's please not do any of that. But we will see the Symmetra teleporter out of both teams to try to get these teams closer to that bot. And in fact, we are going to see a bit of a change up here as Panthera is going to have Nice on the Sombra. So no Echo, no Hanzo as we had seen before versus streamers.
Keeping things in this Ditto match here. Arpen backing away after getting hacked initially by Shy. Nice already reaching around with that ult charge compared to what we're seeing so far from Shy. Ushui though, I like his positioning here, but Monk even better to help enable them. Monk has been doing such a good job for the Spark. Ever since that last map too, he had such a big impact here. Nice now is going to be able to get into position as Arpen gets hit with an anti. Monk does get hacked on the other side, but playing a lot more split up here.
A little bit split up. They're trying to go after Monk in the backline. Nice hack onto him, but he is able to stay alive. You saw Linksa go heal for him immediately. Arpen's still trying to find an opening, though, as Gushway's trying to do the same. Spot's still kind of a neutral.
Just about to get this pulse bomb ready. Nice does get the EMP first in comparison to what we're seeing from Shy. Becky's the first to get taken out by Monk as the EMP comes out. Does manage to nail down to Gushway, and potential follow-up is going to be taken off the table as the EMP gets no impact, and Leave on the other side has been able to find some of these individual picks.
All right. Starting to get the ball rolling a little bit. Spark has so much to work with here, too. I mean, holding onto the EMP, being able to withstand through that. I don't know. Panthera's going to have to start getting some of these picks. Starts with Becky's Pulse Bomb. But who? There's just no good target right now because Monk and Linksa both have those defensive ults.
Oh, EMP has found Arpen and Nice. Capitalizing off of that is going to be Linksa, Leave too to get the follow-up onto Nice. The Spark having such a better job this time around in getting this bot progress too. Already so much time as well for them to work with. Even better of an opportunity
man.
for Panthera to come back here, but it's so difficult usually on these push maps to make a comeback once there's so much progress.
Yeah, we see that all the time. The team that starts to take that first checkpoint is at such a big advantage. And with Gushwe's Primal Rage as well, you're gonna see the spot start to round the corner and maybe just some hands being thrown.
Red's about to get the prime. Oh no, but
You don't
Shy
even need it!
marking down a Peach and then Develop. Spark are prioritizing this backline more than anything this time around. So no rally for a Peach, while Lengsa uses up the rally at the very end, even though they did have the number advantage to start off that fight.
You just don't need it. You don't need anything else.
Yeah.
Spark have been able to do so much with so little. And Panthera simply just can't get on the board right now. Spark? Are they just gonna shut out the series with a full cap? It's looking like it. Unless Arpan can come back into this one with the rally too. Develop is already hacked. Come on, Nice. Show us the Sombra.
Say the fact that Panthera right now have not stopped this bot, finally contesting it when it's so far up ahead. Gushwei as that primal, but Arpan activates it first. He gets put to sleep when he tries to engage on that backline originally. Monk in a great position here, being protected by Lengsa. Who the immediate retaliation. Nice to try to call out Shy there, who's about to have that EMP. Gets it online here too. Leave with the pulse bomb into a Peach. Has not had a good time. A Peach has been on the line of sight of Leaf from the very beginning.
Oh my god, they're still pushing. Develop is down. Arpen goes with him. Nice can use the EMP, but not before you're gonna see Shy come back to this point as well. Just throw the translocate, swing it over the fences. Oh my goodness. It's still pushing! Vicky, it's still pushing!
They have not stopped. I mean, this is what we could expect here from the Spark. The turnaround based off of what we've seen for the last previous maps. Arpen has a nano boost onto him, but Peach hasn't really been able to stabilize because Leave has just been marking him down constantly. He hasn't died once, neither has Gushwei and Lengsa.
It's been so rough out here. Just the health back usage from Spark is allowing Leave and Gushwei to stay alive for so long.
Uh-oh.
Poor Develop. I'm so sorry.
Oh, but he stays alive! Oh, the immediate save! A Peach coming in. Meanwhile, the backline was exposed. Gets torn apart thanks to Nice. Even gets the hack on the health pack there for Panthera to put themselves in position.
Oh my god, a Peach came in so clutch there. I thought Develop was going down with that ship. And those cookies absolutely saving his life there. A Peach hasn't had to use the rally yet either. At the very least, Panthera can start on their own warpath to try to push this bot forward, but take a look at that differential. Vicky, Hangzhou Spark have over 100 meters on Panthera right now. This is going to be super tough, especially if we're past that 5-minute mark.
Yeah, despite that last series loss yesterday, this is one of their strongest game modes here. Gets the stick on the pulse bomb to Develop, even with a Peach popping the rally here. Arpen's in trouble. Gushwei hopping right on top of the bot. Leave now going crazy between the pulse bomb and finding Arpen here. He goes down with the primal, and that's going to be even more credit for the Spark to get this bot to the finish line.
Oh, it's looking like a full capture is imminent for this map. Even if Hangzhou Spark don't, they have so much progress on the board that they can get this spot forward, just continue to play with that pressure, and then what can Panthera really do here? They'd have to win 16 fights in a row at this point if Hangzhou Spark can get back to where that bot was.
Becky gets hacked. Manages to get away. Has the pulse bomb ready. They already see that too. Shy's about to get the EMP here to get a charge off of just shooting out Arpen. Now going to be able to get into position after the primal gets activated. Nice, also falling incredibly low. Needs all the help. Develop's got the nano boost ready. Arpen falls off from the high ground while Shy gets into position. Finds a Peach and Arpen. The follow from Gushwei here. Develop had the nano boost originally here, but then gets taken off the table. Spark clearing out Panthera here as Gushwei leads the way.
Nice going down. Doesn't get the EMP online, but here's where Spark can go ahead and pick back up where they left off. There's the bot starting to make progress. It's inching towards that final checkpoint, and Panthera need to get this EMP online to try to stem the bleeding. But there's the nano, there's the primal. Hangzhou Spark have ways to deal with this EMP.
Leave is so crazy. He has not died still alongside Gushwei. He's been putting in so much damage. Taking a look at Leaf right now. He's got the pulse bomb ready. The EMP is online for Nice. Munk's got the nano boost ready, putting it on Segushue, who's also got the primal. The survivability is here to close this bot out. Pren goes out, and then Anti out to develop. Only 4 alive here for Panthera. Taking away here, Gushue gets caught in the line of sight of the EMP, finding 3 onto Shy and Leaf. This is the opportunity for Panthera to get their footing, but Gushue clears the point. Nobody left to touch the bot. Hanjo Spark finally close it out.
Oh my goodness. It felt like just a matter of time before Hangzhou Spark were going to be able to get the full capture on Esperanza. But it just feels devastating to watch, knowing how hard Panthera has worked to be able to put themselves back on the board and make themselves have a chance at the play-ins. But Shy, Leave, they woke up. Gushue went absolutely primal. And so much credit to the backline of Spark as well. That was a dominant performance in Esperanza to close out the series.
One of their best game modes there. That's why I was so surprised to see how it went in yesterday in that last series. But this time around, fixing up the things that they needed to do on push, especially when it matters the most to prevent Panthera from making the reverse sweep. You'll love to see it. Hangzhou Spark. It was a bit finicky, but they come out on top. Amazing performance across the board, though, for Panthera. Also have to give them so much credit and Leave putting in the work.
Yeah, Leave not dying was super, super huge. And so many amazing pulse bombs does bring Leave your player of the match for this series. And what else is there? There's like, just let's let the stuff speak for itself, honestly.
Right? Let the highlights just highlight what Leave was able to do to his best potential too. Because there was a lot of moments where he didn't get the follow-up help that he really needed, but despite that, even at the very end, you could see the performance that he put down. His sticks too with these pulse bombs were so on point. Develop, especially a Peach at the end, were in so much trouble. They were barely able to really stick through with the rest of the team. Even when a Peach had to rally for 2 fights, Leave was constantly marking him down.
Oh boy, yeah, I mean, Leave, he's had his work cut out for him, and I think that's another thing that is so impressive about his particular performance, is that Nice and Becky, whether it was Shy, whether it was Leave, they were both the primary targets of that dynamic DPS duo, and Leave still managing to be able to make this work, especially on these final points of Gibraltar, where Nice was flying pretty high in the sky, and Leave still able to mark him down.
From so far away, right? The Tracer spread somehow must have tickled him enough where he was already low to take care of Nice. Even also trying to adjust around Leave, being on this Echo to contest that with Nice, making those adjustments that they needed here on Watch Point. On the other side too, going to be able to find a lot of these picks, being able to be on the Echo, but it's the back and forth that we could see between him and Shy when they're cohesive enough to swap on the Tracer, and then the very end, the beautiful masterclass performance that we saw from Leave, not dying, putting in so much damage, and then constantly harassing that back line.
Been so cool to watch these Tracers. You talk about like the Tracer versus Tracer, which is always super fun, and so to be able to end up seeing that as well is always such a treat to watch. I feel like every time you get a chance to see Hangzhou Spark, they also continue to level up their gameplay, so congratulations to Leave. Super incredible performance today.
It was beautiful, but I want to see more from the Spark. Despite even that win, a lot of things flew by that probably wouldn't fly by a lot of these Overwatch League teams. So going into week number 3, they do face off against Poker Face. Let's jump into an interview to ask them some more questions and their thought process going into those future matches at the end of this one. Hey,
Hello,
Leave,
Leave.
how are you?
Hello， 李开选手，听得到吗
能听见。Hello。
？Hi, yeah, he can hear us.
Hello. Thank you so much for sitting with us for this interview. First off, congratulations. You were putting in so much work on that Tracer. Your survivability was out there. Definitely have to ask how you're feeling at the end of that match. It was a lot closer than a lot of us were expecting. Were you guys nervous, or were you guys more comfortable to see that you were finishing things off on push?
首先恭喜获胜，也感谢来参加采访。 然后感觉离开选手今天裂空打的真的非常的亮眼，在存活上也有很好的表现。然后今天这场比赛感觉比预想中的要接近很多，想问一下大家现在的感想是什么呢？是不是因为比如紧张了，所以打得比较接近？
怎么说呢？就是现在挺想放松一下的吧，连打2天比赛。其他的也没什么想法。
So, our thinking after today's match is that we finally can take a breath and get some chilling after like two matches in a row on this weekend. Yeah, that's what we're feeling after this match.
It's nice that you're going to be able to take a break, especially after a devastating loss to Seoul Dynasty yesterday. How did you come back for this match today?
然后昨天因为输给了首尔王朝队嘛，想知道从昨天到今天队伍们大家有没有做什么改变呀、调整呀，能够在今天顺利获胜。
昨天输的话确实挺可惜了吧，3-2，很多波机会都是能赢的。对于我们来说，我觉得只要休息好、状态好，其实都能战胜这些队伍。
Yesterday was really a shame that we lost 2-3 against Seoul Dynasty because there were so many winnable moments, but we didn't like catch them in our hands. But as long as we are like resting well and performing our best, I think we can actually win against all these teams.
Alright, so you guys are feeling confident against the next set of matches you have. I know your next match is Poker Face, but I want to know your thoughts about facing off against the Shanghai Dragons being the next Overwatch League team that you have in your lineup.
那么感觉杭州队大家也是挺自信的，下一场比赛是打 Poker Face 嘛，这个相信你们也是比较胜券在握。那么再下一场是打上海龙狮队，想问一下打龙队有没有什么想法或者感想呢？
上海龙的话，他们也是一支玩双短枪的队伍，我觉得打他们还是状态吧，只要状态好就能获胜。
Shanghai is also a team that's really good at Sombra Tracer comp. I think the key point is our like in-game performance at that match, which will decide like who will be the final victory. Yeah.
Your Sombra Tracer Winston Davis looked so good. How do you approach the same matchups when the other team is playing the same thing?
那么杭州队的双短体系我们也能看到打的是非常好吧？想知道在这样的镜像对抗里面，就是对方也打双短的时候，你们有没有一些对阵的秘诀或者说是重点
呢？镜像对阵就是正面平 A， 就是跟对面正面平 A 得过就赢 ，A 不过就输。然后如果实在 A 不过的话，就换一手 Echo。
So when it comes to mirror matchups of like Sombra Tracer comp, I think we are just going really positive and go against them in the matchups. But when we like really fall behind in the mirror matchups, maybe we will switch to Echo and try to find some hiccups to help us perform better.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Thank you so much, Lee, for talking with us. We'll give you guys some time to celebrate your victory and get prepared for next week's matches. Thank you once again, Lee.
Thank you. 感谢离开选手参加采访。
好，拜拜。
Oh, you love it. You love it. Got to talk to Lee for a little bit. He gets to celebrate his victory now. Well, that concludes our second series of the day. We still got one more banger coming to you guys soon. You definitely don't want to miss it. That does it for Necra and I, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. You got Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day to close out the night. You're in good hands, and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch League Summer Stage Qualifiers. You had your appetizer, you had your dinner, but we got dessert ready to go. Our last match of the day, live at the WDG Esports studio. We got the Seoul Dynasty facing off against O2 Blast. But speaking of food like that, there's a bit of beef here.
There is a bit of beef here. We've got Prophet going up against their former team, but it's all happening in front of a live studio audience as well. We've got ourselves a pretty packed WDG arena today because the O2 Blast rolling out with 4 players. Where's the 5th one? What shenanigans are going on? Is someone in the bathroom? It's okay. I'm sure we'll find out eventually where the last player of O2 Blast is. Seoul Dynasty, of course, going to be coming out in front of their home crowd, which is going to be a huge boon for them, potentially, having all of that support behind them.
Yeah, we have to be so specific, right? Prophet going up against his former team, but which one? There's not only the beef between PH, or known as O2 Prophet, but there's also Prophet, the original owner of the name on Seoul Dynasty. Here they are rolling out, hopefully all 5 of their players. Even more! They got the extra. They've actually claimed the 5th player.
They might have kidnapped a member of O2 Blast. Now this is the tactical depth that we expect from Coach Toby. Stealing members from other teams during the walkouts. Because, you know what, a 6 versus 4 is definitely somewhat easier. You can see smiles on the faces here of the Seoul Dynasty. It's been a good turnaround in their season so far, Lemon. Moving on to their first win streak, as far as I'm aware, this season, and turning around a ship that was pretty much capsized come mid-season.
The battle of the pros, not just professionals. Prophet versus Prophet. We're gonna do our best. Maybe drop in the PH. Maybe we'll resurrect that one. Once Prophet left Seoul Dynasty, he was able to regain his name. But PH or O2 Prophet versus Prophet, that's gonna be the matchup we want to watch out for. Mainly, did Seoul Dynasty make the right decision in dropping PH, then acquiring EasyHan? There's been a lot of hype behind EasyHan and the Sombra that Seoul Dynasty desperately needed, especially in this meta, to accompany Prophet from Seoul Dynasty's Tracer.
Yeah, EasyHan and Spectra, both from the Dreamers team that you guys will have seen earlier on today. Actually, Spectra's doing very well on the Toronto Defiant as well, just for shot in the arm. They needed to maybe make it to their own grand finals. And obviously, EasyHan, Avril spoke huge praise yesterday during what was an unexpected victory over the Hangzhou Spark, saying that EasyHan was outpacing Shy on EMPs almost the entire match through, apart from a little bit of Dorado. Here, though, Prophet, I think statistically, it feels like Seoul Dynasty may have made the right decision because they're on a big, well, at least a moderate win streak. They might turn it into a 3-win streak here against O2 Blast. We're going to be able to take a quick look at their entire roster. And there are some names that will be recognized here for you old heads in the chat. Obviously, we'll know of Who Are You and his many adventures in the Overwatch, both Apex and League. Was part of Newark Excelsior for a while in one of their mystifying double Genji one-trick loadouts of their Haxel and Who Are You. Protect's definitely someone who's been active around the Korean contender scene for a while, but was more of an off-tank player. So in a Winston-heavy meta, Protect is having to shift his priorities and his understanding quite considerably.
Yeah, PH and Who Are You, I think, are a match made in heaven when it comes to DPS duos. I think they accompany each other very well, both needing to and having the same goal in mind of redemption, proving that they are still talented, they do still have what it takes. But when you have this new tank player of Protect, this off-tank player who I think is better at the Diva, not so much at the Winston, in a Winston meta, O2 Blast have been struggling. They haven't won a single series yet, but to be fair, it was a very difficult schedule. Charge, Infernal, and Fuel. Not a lot of teams can win against them.
Yeah, definitely a very difficult schedule for O2 Blast, and it only gets harder now going up against the Resurgence. Seoul Dynasty. Prophet's been playing out of his mind. 2 player of the matches in a row. Our fans here, obviously for Hometown Heroes, they have that excitement. I can't quite read these, but I'm sure the Unknown will fill us in on what they're saying in due course.
I like that it comes with a comic. Oh, there's multiple panels. Oh, who is this CEO looking guy? He's giving Overwatch. I don't know. I almost don't want to know the context because it speaks for itself. But O2 Blast are sitting in last place, 0-3, while Seoul Dynasty in third, or at least tied for third with Dreamers. A win here would solidify them in third place in the Big Three, and a big comeback for the Seoul Dynasty after, I mean, the number of roster changes that they've made. I mean, we've talked about it. Vindime returns to this roster to replace Lu Su-min. We talked about Easy Han. PH was released, so now they're down to 2 DPS. And Prophet, Krillin, and Void have been on this team since the start of the season. Seoul Dynasty have made so many changes in order to have this better start, which I would say is a lot better. They're 2-1 currently. In the spring stage, they ended 1-4. So this is the return. This is the comeback of the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, Vindime coming back to this roster, a massive shot in the arm, one of the worst trade deals in the history of trade deals, going over to San Francisco Shock, where San Francisco had an abysmal start to their season. We expected much more with a very successful O2 Blast roster basically being ported over wholesale, and Vindime being grabbed from a successful Seoul Dynasty season. Prophet in interviews after player of the match has been a little bit here and there about the success of the team, said that they still have a lot to work on, but they're taking baby steps towards that synergy, and this could be a team that accelerates towards the end of the season as well.
There's so much text. I know our translators in the back are just furiously typing away. I love some of these signs are trash talk too, so it's great to see a full packed audience at our WDG Esports studio. We did get word that Who Are You is playing at home or online due to health concerns, so they are in fact playing with 5 players. This 4v5, don't worry, you can stay tuned. It's gonna be a good match. Can O2 Blast get their first match win, or can Seoul Dynasty keep up the win streak? We're gonna find out first on Ilios coming up, where Seoul Dynasty are the clear favorites.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty definitely coming into this week. Expect them to 3-0 O2 Blast. They've had a fairly unsuccessful run so far. Of course, Who Are You, like you said, at home for health concerns, but what that doesn't tell you is that it's actually health concerns for everybody else. This man is too dangerous on land. If he makes eye contact with you, you could fall over. You could faint. Here's a quick look at our Ana stats between Karu and Krillin. And Krillin's finally been able to shift over to flex support after Lee Su-min, who was previously the flex support player for Seoul Dynasty, has moved on. And I think that Krillin's finally getting the recognition he deserves as a top-tier Ana.
And the negatives, I'll be bad cop here. And I'll point out that the deaths on Karu's side a lot higher. But I gotta say, O2 Blast, this just isn't the meta that suits these players in particular, right? PH, Sombra isn't his best hero. Who Are You? Much better in the Genji meta. Tracer trying to level that up to the tier everybody else is at. Protect is an off-tank player in a Winston meta. And most importantly, the backline of O2 Blast. You're not as experienced in that department. And this is a double flanker meta, and that whole point of the Tracer Sombra is to take advantage of weaker backlines. Can you hit the sleep dart? Can you whip shot the Tracer away, etc.? How do you protect each other? How do you communicate around these flankers? That's where O2 Blast have fell apart.
Yeah, and it's a consistent theme as well. Prophet was definitely a big issue with a weaker Sombra as we head in. They're like they're going to have a chance.
Do you think they rock, paper, scissors to figure out who's doing the opponent's chant? Sometimes it takes
It's
a
the only
second
way that
where
it can be
everyone-
fair, Lemon. It's the only way that it can be fair. We've got ourselves a sim rollout here. Belos Ria on the ball. For those of you who noted Belos Ria's performances last year, this is one of his most iconic roles. And this is well considered, knowing that O2 Blast are unlikely to try and put Prophet onto that Sombra, which means that you can get pretty free dives onto either Karu or onto that Hanzo.
I'm glad that PH is just sticking to the Hanzo, right? It's something that he feels a lot stronger on. He struggled on this on Seoul Dynasty. And why force it if, well, you can't keep up? And with how really long this map is, PH should have the space to be left alone. But the whole point of Hammond is how quickly you can gap close. And Who Are You has found his way in the back, removed Krillin. Vindime is the only healer, wants to play close to Prophet if he can to give those health packs. Gets the Stormbow onto Who Are You, but Belos Ria caught on the dive. And this is why Hammond isn't as meta. Usually you have to deal with sleeps, with hacks, and more CC. This time it's just the sleep, so Belos Ria could not escape, leaving Seoul Dynasty without an initiator. And speaking of a good start, PH has picked 2 off this fight.
Yeah, saying to Euroget, leaving me behind now in the Hanzo versus Hanzo. The Pro Bros.
Dragon Strike, wow.
Yeah, already a Dragon Strike. Obviously, against such a mobile comp as Soul Dynasty, it's going to be difficult to really get a huge amount of value out of that. But you can use it to force positioning from Krillin and Vindime and make them more vulnerable to protect Nemesis fall.
Much better.
Easy Han very close to EMP. This is a huge win condition. You talked about Dragon Strike not having impact. Well, that's why a lot of teams actually prefer the Sombra. Neutral, maybe weaker, but the ult fight that much stronger. Here's the PH Dragon Strike, maybe to clear that lane, force away Belosria, who's now placed the mines, and he's caught Karu. But no supports remain for Soul Dynasty after yet another successful flank out of Who Are You, who now has to do it all by himself. He doesn't have a Sombra, or maybe a Kiriko to follow him. Who Are You is by himself, and he's surviving, he's getting picks. He is not a liability for O2 Blast unless Prophet hits a shot. So O2 Blast, very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, this is Easy Han's potential time, though, to show why he was going to pick up an EMP in hand. It's going to be difficult to get value out of, though. Karu and Search both have support ultimates to try and weather this. Karu's going to be a good primary target because he can't nano boost himself to try and survive this.
So you're only gonna catch Karu here. I wonder where Search is. Either way, PH is hitting headshot after headshot. This is a guy who's been hot and cold mechanically, and he's starting off on fire in this match. The EMP from Easy Han trying to equalize some things. They pulled the trigger despite getting hit first by PH in that 4v5. Soul Dynasty were able to even things out 4v4, but now 80% plus. Soul Dynasty haven't made any headway off this EMP.
PH has the most damage in the lobby by a considerable margin in Belosria. Oh, he gets it done again! How does he do it?
Krillin is just catching strays. 93% plus. The only one to touch is Prophet, or maybe Easy Han if he's around. There's Prophet hoping to start that overtime. 98-99 Annihilation. Chasing these players around. Soul Dynasty have to converge on this point one final time. They got the support ultimate! PH with the double kill to shut down the rally. Krillin unleashes the nano. It's the help Belosria, the sustain that Soul Dynasty desperately needs. But that's a lot of time that Belosria has to earn and buy back for his team, and he can't even live 5% away for the primal. PH, someone check his computer. Who Are You is not at home, but PH certainly is here.
PH is such a goal when it comes to green energy because he's not powered by petroleum, he's not powered by fossil fuels, he is powered by vengeance. Lemon, kick me, will you? Currently deadlifting. Out of 14 final blows, he has 7 and single-handedly won 2 fights by picking off Krillin as they were moving through that choke. And one of the interesting things here is that without a Sombra to do a bunch of the scouting for the Hanzo, a lot of those were more random pot shots that just relied on Who Are You to do a bunch of the scouting, which is in itself dangerous. Now Prophet gonna move over onto the Ashe instead, and it's gonna be difficult to survive against the Echo, which is gonna have access to those high grounds, but now Protect can go onto his main as well, which is the Diva, which would be good for a bit of peel.
But like if Belosria did an amazing job going after Karu and Surge, but clearly the threat was PH, and when PH was left unchecked, you're hitting headshots on the supports, and Soul Dynasty just never were able to win a single fight. 100-0, I believe it was. Either way, we go to Lighthouse with O2 Blast searching for their second game win, and you gotta collapse onto PH. So Soul Dynasty able to identify the biggest threat, not letting that Ashe set up on the high ground, especially above the point. It's just a risky position to be in. Nonetheless, O2 Blast able to just converge now to cap this point. Their Prophet on the Echo trying to deny this cap. Protect actually dangerously low. Prophet taking shots in the back there by Karu, manages to live. O2 Blast not in a healthy position, and they actually never capped from all that.
Soul Dynasty doing split dives here to try and make sure that Prophet is much easier to kill. PH should have been peeled for there by Protect, but we see Prophet actually going over to Karu and forcing early movement out of Protect to go and peel for that Ana instead, so it's not available for the Ashe. Belosria going to be very difficult to shut down in these areas unless you can hit a sleep dart, but even then has a bunch of health to try and keep that alive.
Soul Dynasty already tossing up PH and the rest of this backline of O2, making them uncomfortable. Who Are You tried to touch the point, maybe to draw some attention from Soul Dynasty. Didn't really last that long. He blinks away. Soul Dynasty Looking over this point, they see O2 Blast heading for it. Seoul Dynasty around the perimeter. Who Are You gets around. Sticks Prophet in the back with a pulse bomb. Who Are You continues to make these openings. He knows how much this match means to PH and to him as well, wanting to prove himself against the Owl team. But Seoul Dynasty haven't lost the point yet. There's a nano Brigida of Surge as that kind of second tank, that really sustained character that's protecting this point, but really not able to cap it yet.
Karu boots off, there's no healing remaining. Bob might be there, and he is going to touch the point, but it's easy pickings for the remainder of Seoul Dynasty. Now, how do you try and retake this as we get in towards what could be final fight here? For O2 Blast, Protect's going to have a self-destruct, yes, but it's not an incredibly viable ultimate when it comes to guaranteeing those kills. Better serve just to give Protect that immediate extra life and additional staying power on the point. But Seoul Dynasty, they have used everything here. So if you can find a good mechanical outplay, Who Are You with another excellent pulse bomb, that could be the opening that O2 Blast need.
Ooh, what a boop on the Surge, but Surge was protected by his team, has the rally too. 91+% last fight for round 3. Seoul Dynasty need to get this Ash of PH uncomfortable, who already drops from that high ground. Rally from Surge, and Protect needs that healing, but has the self-destruct in case. Speaking of healing, Seoul Dynasty left her only their Ana, and Bellasaria is searching for Megas. Who Are You read that like a book, stopped him before grabbing it, and Seoul Dynasty will have to reset.
And that's pretty remarkably cheap for O2 Blast as well, only using the rally to get that point control, so Protect can still get a little bit more audacious when it comes to these dives. A self-destruct to remix, super important. A Bellasaria. This minefield is going to be really, really powerful at getting control over that point, and it might go down to Protect self-destruct to actually clear those away and make sure you can hold on to this.
O2 Blast had to do the 0 to 100 comeback to take game 1. Second map the whole season. Tracer v Tracer. Easy Han, not usually your player for that. Who Are You gives him the backhand of the law, and that's a 5v4. O2 Blast gonna follow Protect on this rally, but Bellasaria is lurking behind them, and with mines. O2 Blast have to be aware of that, especially protecting someone like PH, who's gonna be vulnerable to a Hammond. There's that pulse bomb of Who Are You that seemed to be missed off camera. So Dynasty still trying to find their footing.
Nano's almost ready though. Seoul Dynasty coming up to a critical mass of 5 ultimates here. The Bob might not be enough to try and keep them at bay. This is Seoul Dynasty's chance as they mine the point.
Ooh, yes, mines on the point. That's space acquired for Seoul. Easy Han, Pulse, Prophet, Nano, but got slept by Karu. So all of that value gone, but the mines from Bellasaria claimed Who Are You must have blinked in. As now PH, now they have space to work with. He finally has his presence known. But O2 Blast will be giving this up, and at a crucial moment when Seoul Dynasty are at 99. O2 Blast seem to be living, but Protect is back into Mag. I believe one of the last survivors to defend this point. And I don't think, Who Are You might be hanging around either way. This is Seoul Dynasty forcing a round 3.
Bellasaria aim with these machine guns. We know that he's a bit of a Hammond specialist, and it's very much deserved. The rally on the point's going to be way too difficult to try and move off of this. Even with Search returning, overtime's going to start ticking down Lemon, and Karu's just under so much pressure.
How is Who Are You living? This is like 10 seconds by himself. Now Surge rallies in to get any stuns he can onto Easy Han to help Who Are You get the edge. Speaking of which, he's on the edge of death. O2 Blast, but now all these reinforcements. Because Who Are You, O2 Blast have a chance to take this map. It'll be up to almost maybe a 99 to 99 fight. Seoul Dynasty, though, still have the point captured. It's O2 Blast have to take the fight on the point. Who Are You is lurking behind. He has a pulse bomb, throws it onto the Brigida, but no one from O2 was on the point.
Just a slip through the fingers. It was so close to being a retake there from O2 Blast, but Seoul Dynasty, when they reach that critical mass and they have the 5 ultimates to just push through that fight, it could have been a miracle from Who Are You. But unfortunately, simply could not get the remainder of the team back. We saw some cerebral swaps over things like Soldier 76 return back quickly, and it did allow for some long-range pressure as well onto PH, who was playing. Yeah, man, can you remember the old Philly Fusion Bellasaria going crazy in mid-season Madness last year? That was such a beautiful time to be Bellasaria, a player who many doubted prior to that performance.
Bellasaria is one of the premier Hammond players, and that's definitely a map around that is going to benefit that, especially the mines. Pretty much covers the entire point. We go to Well to settle the score. Will it be O2, who started off 100-0 on those ruins? Seoul Dynasty having to claw their way back in the second round. Protect is hacked. He's gonna get farmed up. The double flanker from Seoul Dynasty. All the eyes on that off-tank player who's forced to fly back. So Seoul Dynasty have so much real estate to work with. As long as PH is protected yet again on the Ashe, as the coach gonna try and avoid some of this dive, it's a bit of a better answer hero-wise than a Hanzo. Although the headshots were pretty nice on ruins, I'm not gonna lie. No one has capped a point yet so far. Belosaria, though, has this focus set on these supports. Search and Karu well connected, keeping each other topped up. Protect, also bullying that Winston away is good.
Post-bomb in the hands of Profit on them!
What?
That's crazy!
That's profitable, right?
He wants 3 in a row.
Out of the 3 matches they played so far, Profit has gotten clear of the match 2 times, and you're seeing exactly why. Finally, the fight is settled, and Seoul Dynasty get the point.
It did look like it could have gone O2 Blast way when Who Are You managed to force Krillin off the high ground. He's doing a great job of actually moving around those high grounds and forcing off any squishy players who like to place themselves up there. But at the moment, Belosaria being able to play this defensively is such a boon because he's going up against double knockbacks of both the Ashe and the Brigitte. So Belosaria getting to poke early, much better for him.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty had to put Easy Han on the Tracer on Lighthouse, and you saw how that wasn't good for them, and Profit is definitely their premier Tracer player, who's hoping to keep Who Are You in check, because he's been popping off a little too much. Popped off on a Brig Shield earlier, but, you know, you go next. For now, you got so many ults from Seoul coming out. Surely this is a fight win with how much they've invested. This is a solid lead now growing.
Yeah, now O2 Blast have to deal with the big one. The EMP in the hands of Easy Han. Search and Karu likely to be together. And there's a narrow window here before Search gets that rally where they could be decimated by Easy Han. There's no reactive nano boost to give damage reduction to the primary target. So if Profit and Belosaria are on it with a 3-2-1 dive, this could be brutalization of O2 Blast.
Well, this EMP lurking behind Karu. Could hit Search here, and I think Easy Han's waiting for the perfect opportunity, and this could be it coming up once they drop, and there's the dive from Belosaria. Karu simply evaporates. You got the hack onto, I think, a second person. PH hits a couple headshots, which makes this fight turnable for O2 Blast, despite a Seoul Dynasty EMP thrown at the toes of Search and Karu. And without those resources, you would think O2 Blast would fold like a lawn chair. But somehow, Seoul Dynasty don't really come out on top. And this is not the first time Easy Han has used the valuable EMP and not gotten a fight win.
Yeah, they got the pick, but they didn't find the win. PH certainly different. Oh, Prophet actually had his pulse bomb intercepted there. He's lost that.
99% for Seoul, and they have their backs against the wall. O2 Blast will get the flip, buys them a bit more time. And Protect can't really be aggro. He's below half health. He'd love to get more stagger kills. And now that he's healed back up, he dives in with so much damage. Didn't use the self-destruct despite Seoul Dynasty being at 99. This is a decision that may cost Protect and O2 Blast not only the round, but the map. And you see that once that D.Va is removed, Seoul Dynasty just farmed. Nothing to stop them, no Matrix. Protect should have used that even if he doesn't get back into mech. It would have been an opportunity, but Seoul Dynasty shut the door on game 1 in a round 3 situation.
I'd agree there. Protect needed to use that self-destruct. Even if it did not get a kill, it would have at least bisected the Seoul Dynasty. It would have kept Krillin at arm's length and forced him into a place where maybe Who Are You could negotiate a 1 versus 1 and get rid of that Ana. I also like the change that Seoul Dynasty made to move over onto the Lucio as well, realizing that, hey, we don't need the Brigitte whip shot to deny a Winston engage, so we might get more value out of our speed here and getting Krillin into these nasty positions to hit big nades or the proper sleeps. And Vindime is obviously very intelligent on both the Brigitte and the Lucio, but mechanically, he's a monster on the Frog.
Mechanically, both these teams have stood out. These have been close rounds, 99 to 99, except the first one where you had PH just aim-locking what it felt like. He perched up and nobody could stop him, and Seoul Dynasty had to redirect with Belosaria, going after PH all the time, and that's how the playing field got evened up a lot more. I think O2 Blast came out the gates swinging against a team that's maybe more on their playing field, but Seoul Dynasty still start off with a game 1 win. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, it'll be hybrid. Protect, Profit. My brain can't handle this match, and my heart can't handle the hype that these teams have produced already. Round 3 on Ilia's 99-99. PH, who are you? Profit, Easy Hunt, playing on fire today.
You're not doing yourself any favors, you know? Profit, Protect, Produce. Any other pros you want to throw in here? Evidently, our studio audience is very excited to see this many pro Overwatch players in front of them. I see unknown typing. When we get into these LAN scenarios, it's very much multiple people are typing energy we get in from the live ones. O2, let's go. We beat Owl teams, not recently, unfortunately. I hate to give you the sad news, but it's not been a great run thus far for O2 Blast. Admittedly, this is a team that has had considerable turmoil with their roster in that they've been picked apart like 3 times this year.
The Vultures.
Yeah, the Vultures have been picking up the corpse for a while.
But that's a lot of talent. But, you know, they've... on the other side, the Seoul Dynasty have been one of those Vultures, right? They picked up Easy Hunt from Dreamers. This was a team that came in as the 6th seed from Contenders Korea and didn't have the expectations that teams like SPG, Panthera, and others had. O2 Blast. And then once those teams popped off, guess what happens to your roster? Poof. There it goes, Magic Wand. They're all in out, which is, you know, the whole goal of this.
You've got to do the Panthera, you know, do well, but not well enough that everyone gets poached.
Yeah.
You got to hit the
on
bit.
purpose.
It's like the end of the Incredibles, and we're like, get second. Otherwise, they're gonna take all our players. Midtown's up next, so it's no surprise that we're seeing Belos Reyes stay in and Void remain on the bench. This is where Winston can really be at his best. And there's also an area where we have seen some successful hit scan defenses with something like an Ashe, but I don't expect Seoul to ever really move away from the standard unless something really pressing comes up, because Easy Hunt's just so good at that Sombra.
And speaking of just like the Vultures, right, returning to that for a second, sometimes you're held back by your age. Like, who are you? Like, the old rosters he's been on, all of his older teammates getting picked up to Owl teams, and he was like the last one left. And this has been his time to prove that, yes, he's the last one left, but that doesn't mean he was the least talented. But just needed to expand his hero pool, right? Because, yes, he's like the premier Genji and super talented at that. But right now we're in a Sombra Tracer meta, where that's not in PH and Who Are You's wheelhouse, at least at the tippity top.
Excitement as we head into Midtown. Let's hear those chants.
We're fighting all right. These pigeons are fighting.
Fight for the Eclair. Is that an Eclair?
Fight!
Who throws out an entire Eclair, by the way? That's just wasteful. Either that or they are very invested in feeding the pigeons. O2 Blast looking for something a little bit more brawly to begin with here. And they try and catch Seoul Dynasty off guard. Hold up. Okay, Prophet just playing with my mind there. We did see Probe from San Francisco Shock play some earlier Bastion, so it wasn't out of the realms of possibility. But Seoul Dynasty seem more than happy to try and meet O2 Blast here, brawl on brawl. One of the big differences, of course, going to be the Sojourn versus the Ashe.
Who are you? He's actually really comfortable on the Mei, but not uncomfortable. He's actually almost body blocking Midime into a corner. Surprising that, well, I don't see anything, and I don't think Who Are You wants that smoke. Usually you don't have your Mei players set up there, so he has to be careful who he traps himself in a room with. Nonetheless, Seoul Dynasty have slowly crept their way up through the main choke, but they've lost Krillin on this, what we call an adventure, which is gonna, I think, end quite quickly for Seoul. I like the brawl attempt here, but if you're not expecting a dive, why you play the Sojourn? You know, play something that maybe goes along with this better.
Yeah, this Krillin arc got low ratings. And one of the things that I'm really looking for in Seoul Dynasty is fast rotations to actually block off Karu from supporting people like Protect and Who Are You. When you have this Lucio, you need to be able to outmaneuver that slower Ana, otherwise you're not getting any value out of that support pick.
What an opening from Krillin. He hit an anti onto 2 people and slept PH, and Seoul Dynasty just jumped in. Well, ran in, really. I'm used to saying jumping all the dives. And then Who Are You? Put a Mei wall up, which slowed things down, and Seoul Dynasty got lost in the sauce, lost Profit. They're getting antied. Seoul Dynasty tried to curve through the left, and now they're split up, and this is not really a comp that you want to split up with, but actually with the Lucio, you can make the argument that Lucio can create these off angles with the DPS, but either way, it failed.
Yeah, however, to do that, Lucio actually needs to go with the DPS a little bit more often. It looked like Easy was on a solo flank there, which is not ideal when you can get walled in by Who Are You. Speaking of Who Are You, just got the Blizzard. O2 Blast almost have 5 ultimates here. Soul Dynasty might be well advised to just try and take a junk fight here and drain the resources.
Oh, Annihilation, but it slips! Protect can't do anything! Here comes the rest of the ultimates! Your Nano Prophet, you throw out the Blizzard from Who Are You? And Soul Dynasty still hold a door. It's even 3 versus 3 after Prophet hit the headshot on the Easy Hunt. Soul Dynasty just don't have the damage. After a 4 ult fight for Soul, it's a big fat L.
Yeah, this is real bad for Soul Dynasty. Yeah, Easy Han's going to come up with the overclock here, but I don't know if that's enough considering how often he's been picked off early. Prophet is actually just destroying him in these long-range hit scandals. The Ashe is so well suited to bullying a Sojourn, and getting through this choke is proving to be a real hassle.
That's an early wall from Prophet from Soul Dynasty, so O2 Blast take that moment to engage in using the rally. But once Surge got that low, they disengaged in the back alley. Smart rotation by O2. They let the poke of O2 Blast do all the talking. And Soul Dynasty, I got my ears up. They're kind of quiet.
Yeah, the fans feeling real quiet in the arena right now. 2 kills to 13, by the way. The only people to die thus far are Protect when he cut off the entirety of Soul Dynasty during that 4 ultimate engage, and Karu, who got assassinated. O2 Blast now, they've used most of their resources though, so Easy Han can definitely be a hero for his new team and show why he's in this roster instead of PH.
Soul Dynasty doing a bit of poke. But PH is just gonna have more consistent damage. Easy Han going for the risky slide to get maybe the one shot onto PH. Fails to do that. Is at 1 HP. Soul Dynasty tried to speed and follow him. And ultimately just got poked down. O2 Blast caught them off guard completely. Soul Dynasty are gonna be full held by O2 Blast, the team that haven't gotten a single series win. And after we were kind of hyping up Soul Dynasty to have this strong start to the season, this is not a good look.
I do not know where Krillin's nano went. It might have been onto Vindime to try and save him. I think it got lost on the way. Player must have died before it actually afflicted them, but this is where Protect is at his strongest though. We had our doubts about Protect as the O2 Blast tank, but the off-tanks often lean into for Ramatra, and it's been very strong play here. Credit to Karu on the positioning, rarely ever getting caught out, and that means you can pump out tons of heals into Protect. But right now, I think one of the biggest differences as well is that Search is doing a really good job of just getting involved in these rules. I don't think Vindime really put a huge amount of value on the Lucio. We didn't see them break through choke with the speed.
It was tough. Like, yeah, you're exactly right that with the Lucio, you should be more aggressive, but Soul Dynasty, when it comes to this first round, the question you ask is O2 Blast good or did Soul Dynasty suck? And I'm gonna say that Soul Dynasty lost to themselves. I didn't like the early Maywall usage. That gave O2 Blast some openings to go in. Soul Dynasty had Easy Han on Sojourn, which I don't agree with. Usually Sojourns are picked against to jump away from dives, and sometimes Sojourn doesn't, produce as much damage as an Ashe and others, so I didn't like that choice. Didn't like his rotations on the alleyway by himself, which got caught out. There's just a lot of unlucky and just bad decisions by Soul Dynasty, who are now hoping to play for the draw.
I'm going to give you some really sad stats. Easy Han was on track for about 4.5k damage per 10. Meanwhile, PH on the Ashe, 12k per 10. Crazy. This guy's hitting so many headshots, but obviously it's not so viable as you try and move through this choke. So instead, moving over onto the Tracer. Easy Han will manage to stay in here. There needs to be considerable healing on Easy Han to keep him in these fights so we can build an EMP.
The dive, though. Soul Dynasty have already jumped on top of Protect, removed that tank. O2 Blast playing that Mei, too. It really needs to gel well with that Ramatra. PH can just duel and kind of 1v1 Prophet, but when you got a Brigitte in the mix, PH ain't gonna get out of that alive. So,
yeah,
one fight for the defense.
It gives a lot of confidence over to Prophet, right? That, like, he can try and take these fights knowing that he's going to get the cookies at range, whereas PH going to be looking for the same, but there's so much more geography between Search and PH to try and get those cookies going when Search knows that he has to stay with Kara and protect from the Winston dives.
Right, O2 Blast trying to make their way through that left side from their perspective, keeping PH to do the scouting. Got that Mayo all out from Who Are You. Now point is pressured from O2 Blast. EMP, like you said, by Easy Han. But they know where it's coming from. Easy Han will be behind them. O2 Blast. Well, really, Seoul Dynasty is in their own camp. O2 Blast have to be aware that this is coming. Full traces are removed. Here's that EMP. O2 Blast are also hit by an anti on top of that. You got the Primal from Belosaria just to maybe remove this Nano Brigida and just make sure that it's nothing else is being produced from that. Seoul Dynasty should be comfortable in this position.
That was some excellent target focus, but now with Seoul Dynasty only having a tick to give, this is where the danger starts to come for Seoul Dynasty, because the triple Brawl ultimate is about to come online. The Annihilation, alongside the Rally, and the Blizzard. How do you keep the point contested through that? It needs to be a very precise do-si-do of both Prophet and Belosaria, with maybe a Nano sliced in there as well, just to give the damage reduction of a Stain Power. That's bad.
Oh my god, PH! The turn and headshot on the Prophet. Disgusting. That'll show you who should be the real Prophet here. O2 Blast can now set their speed on this point. Seoul Dynasty have to go for the retake. There's a Nano Belosaria to lead that charge, and the bubble is broken. Seoul Dynasty's backline in trouble by Protect with the Annihilation. But now he's completely surrounded, and he's got no help. It should be Seoul Dynasty removing that tank here in a second.
No!
And what?
There is no way that they live through the Annihilation Lemon and then C9.
I told you my brain can't handle this, but neither can theirs.
There is absolutely no way. That is like, they went so hard in to try and kill Protect. Like, the sleep into the Pulsar was the ultimate setup to try and make sure you could get through the block that makes Ramatra and Annihilation so obnoxious. That was zoning the entirety of Seoul Dynasty away, but they only had a tick to give, and it felt like that fell through in the calculus. The comms got real chaotic, and sometimes things slip through the cracks. And in that time, it was going to be the objective. This is shell-shocking for Seoul Dynasty, and we'll see if they can recover after this break.
Seoul Dynasty are just not a Ramatra team. At least not without Void, because I'm gonna remove that Midtown from my memory. One of the worst C9s I've seen in APAC, and Necra's not even casting. But at least the crowd are entertained.
And Necra passed on the curse to us. The contagious Charles the Ninth curse. This is still a pretty hyped crowd. They're still enjoying it. If anything, it's so much better to get more maps out of your LAN, you know? Like, you don't want a fast LAN, you want another banger LAN. You want to get the crowd pumped and excited. And the O2 Blast fans must be relishing that. Not only was that a map win, that was a pretty
I can read that one! Seoul Dynasty Prophet! I can read it!
Ah, a big pat on the head for you. Finally, linguistics have made it all the way to the Overwatch.
No, I popped off. I popped off there. You know who didn't pop off? Seoul Dynasty. So, you know, I think that was really drawable.
Yeah,
I'm not even
drawable.
capping.
They live through the annihilation, and then it's a draw. Because you can probably just tippy-toe on the point against the Blizzard using Prophet's Blinks. All you had to do is keep toes on the point while that was happening. Belos Ria, for some reason, was in Fire Station. Maybe was looking for a Mega. Because, obviously, the Ana was perturbed and previously engaged with trying to deal with that annihilation. There was a great zone coming through from Protect, and in the end, I guess it did do its job in that it zoned away those supports and just made the Winston unsupportable, so they didn't touch the point.
That was a map of all time, for sure. Was not expecting that after how exciting, how mechanical, what everything Ilios produced was the opposite of what we got on Midtown. And there was a variety of things that Seoul Dynasty needed to work on, right? We don't usually see Belos Ria on Ramatra. I think we've seen him once this season on Ramatra, and it was on Oasis. We talked about whether Void should be subbed in or not, whether on the Zarya or the Ramatra, and we thought, okay, it's definitely going to be some Belos Ria Winston, which looked way better on defense. But when they played the Ramatra on offense, they just misused their cooldowns. They didn't rotate properly. They had EasyHan by himself. They got Maywalls from Prophet being thrown out willy-nilly. There wasn't really good forward positioning from Belos Ria, which opened up his backline to random shots by the Ashe. So that's a map for the VOD review for sure.
Yeah, you can see Prophet is yapping at the moment. Might well be acting in a captain capacity on this team, just trying to make sure that whatever mistakes were made, as you detailed on Midtown, they are not repeated as we go into our escort map. It's going to be Route 66. One of the previous signs did say, do you know Prophet? An interesting tidbit for one of the previous interviews. Our Korean cast did ask Prophet if he's going to be putting up more player of the match performances, to which Prophet answered, do you know who I am? Which is...
Do you even
do you know who you're talking to? I'm the GOAT, man. I'm John Goat.
Do you know the Muffin Man? That's what I thought. I thought immediately of Shrek when you said, do you know Prophet? But anyway, I do know Route 66 though. This will be our decider who goes to match point. These are all pre-decided maps, by the way. So yeah, how do you unboom yourself from that one? I'm sure O2 Blast very much appreciated the full hold.
Now the unbooming. That's a lot of confidence for a team that thus far had only won a single map, and that was against the Guangzhou Chargers, their first hybrid map win across the entirety of the summer stage qualifiers, and the second map win overall. So for O2 Blast, this does give a little bit of team spirit. While this has been a monumentally successful franchise over its history, this iteration of O2 Blast had to be put together at short notice from a narrowed field of potential applicants because everyone was getting picked up to re-energize our teams that were on bad trajectories. But hey, that's a lot of confidence to have, and maybe that confidence is going to seep into the play.
Slay is what okay, yeah, slay is what I have to say to that. That's what us and NA would say to encourage our teams. But on the attack first, we got Seoul Dynasty. Probably a Sonic around this corner. Maybe even an opening headshot would be sick, but O2 Blast with the Ramatra defense.
PH on the Hundo as well is really good for getting some early harass potentially onto EasyHan and denying access to that backline. So obviously, your spy checking on the Tracer might not be the most efficient, but it is quite effective at range with a large spread of the pulse pistols. And PH is going to feel pretty safe up here with the Brigitte currently set up to intercept any Winston dives.
Soul Dynasty able to try to start establishing themselves on the top left. Sleep that hits Belos. Oh, actually, the anti and headshot there is what's going to cost Belos his life. Coordination around that. I think Belos would have gotten out that sleep, or really the anti didn't hit there. Soul Dynasty have to take a second.
I like O2 Blast, just doing a lot more early holds here, using the Ramattra, just allowing Protect to play where he's at his most comfortable on this Ramattra. However, that anti is going to make things very complicated.
Oh boy. Is that Search?
Yes, it is.
Search?
Search and Karu. They're diving, boys.
What are we cooking? It's only a distraction for your Hanzo, I guess. 3, 2, 1, feeding!
I guess they just decided that with Protect dead, it would be most efficient to just feed onto the cart and not let it go any further. Just minimize Soul Dynasty's distance off that one fight. Easy Harm at the moment lagging behind when it comes to this generation of ultimates. Because of course, so many members of O2 Blast playing up on high ground, very difficult for Easy Harm to actually have access to. Who's got a pulse from? It's been pretty effective with these thus far, so maybe an early pulse onto Krillin would be huge!
Okay. Cheeky little headshot, as the British would say, I think. O2 Blast back on the high ground of Big Rose. Antis from Karu, a lot of focus on the Belos. He's gonna have Primal coming up. This can be how you toss up O2 from this high ground.
Krillin currently very much suppressed by the arrow fire. Easyon just continually gets forced out here, because one body shot from PH, and you cannot risk taking a body shot from an Ana as well.
Okay, Dragon Strike, probably use on that. Oh, through the main choke to kind of split up Soul Dynasty. If nanoed Belos, Profit through a pulse that didn't connect, but Soul Dynasty has some space to work with, and the pins are all being lined up by Belos. Karu does not want to be up against that wall, didn't have a sleep either to stop the inevitable. And 90 seconds left for Soul to cap A.
Yeah, Soul Dynasty right now, they're noting their win conditions in that they just have to try and distract Karu to allow Protect to be left alone and unbabysat by that Ana. However, there's a huge amount of retake utility here from O2 Blast. Krillin needs to hit a fat anti as they come through a choke to try and keep O2 Blast at bay. The Annihilation will still be able to touch no matter what.
Soul Dynasty looking for a cap on a payload map. After last time did not go well, Protect gets slipped! Oh, and that's a nano and annihilation investment that Soul Dynasty could just kite away.
Now Easy Home with the EMP. Might be looking for 3 here. Search going to be one of the primary targets. Remember, it can't be answered with any support ultimates.
And it's an EMP hitting Protect and Search, so no rally. And Protect, no love, no TLC to keep him up. Soul Dynasty should be capping here, but it did involve, well, investing a rally and an EMP, all thanks to Protect and Karu investing the Annihilation and Nano. So Soul Dynasty, it's not a cap yet. Who are you? Is kind of
back.
clutching?
The brings back with a rally. You can't solo this as Belos Rhea. 20 seconds remaining. Soul Dynasty need Profit to come up big with this pulse bomb. The GOAT has to go hard, and Search can still hold on to this through the rally too.
Wow. Did I cast a curse it? I'm sorry, chat. You're just gonna have to flame me for this one. But wait a minute. Oh, pulse. Should get some splash from the Karu. Yes, he's dead. Soul Dynasty. Finish what you started. And kill Who Are You before he clutches again. I swear to Bob. Alright, that's a cap. This time, I swear it happened already for Soul Dynasty.
Echoes of Ilios, where Who Are You for Soul Dynasty became Where Are You for like 16 seconds in a 1v5. Some crazy contests. Like, Who Are You's got so much clutch factor, and we know that in the history of this player, Who Are You's always had those pop-off moments. Sometimes, like, the decision-making can be here or there, but the mechanical skill has never been in doubt. Was a region beater with APAC back during the Jotes meta as well, with the Shanghai Dragons, when having a good Genji was essential to the overall success.
Have to get beat from above. Usually you don't see a ram up there. And Soul Dynasty have a Nano Winston chasing after this on. Oh, grab Mega. Oh, Belos Rhea denies the Mega. Good stuff. But Who Are You is still a menace. He's now pulsed Vindime. Krillin is half HP. Whose supports are gonna die first? I would say Krillin is now dead, and Soul Dynasty are left without any healing. Who Are You gonna try to grab Mega, but Prophet also hunts him down. So this has been quite a messy attacking run here for Seoul out the gates of point B, but it's slowly but surely going their way.
Yeah, Prophet maybe having to change a gameplay style here. Recently, Prophet's been doing a lot of like Winston and tank bullying, but realizing here that going up against a Tracer of the caliber of Who Are You might need to go a little bit more for those Tracer doors and just suppress that guy before he farms your team.
Someone needs to get PH off this high ground. Belisria says, I'm on it, Chief. He's now got that Hanzo, but he has some good shoes on, so he can just climb back up, and Belisria has to stay up there. Easy Han setting up for the EMP. He's gonna wait for this Dragon Strike and Annihilation to be dealt with. Seoul Dynasty have chunked through that. 5 versus 3. Now, 3 pickings onto this backline, but a Nano investment on the Surge to reinvigorate this backline to buy time for their team to get back. Is it enough to save O2 Blast defense? It's not looking like the case.
And Easyon's been able to save the CMP as well. That is absolutely massive. They're trying to get a little bit of momentum going into the 3rd point. Surge gets staggered too. Oh, this could actually be solved. Finding themselves a power play. Admittedly, Search can try and survive the incoming damage of an EMP using the rally, but Karu cannot really be saved. He can set up a good 3-2-1, which has been pretty clean for Seoul Dynasty thus far. Karu can be instantly removed. The only problem is, Seoul Dynasty have insta-killed Karu with EMPs before and then lost the fight afterwards. You need to keep tabs on where Prophet and Who Are You are going to be playing.
O2 Blast have been good at turning fights. Easy Han EMPs, you're exactly right. We've seen that numerous times. Now Belisria is good at taking space, denying that from PH. It's been really back and forth in these fights. Not a clear win from Seoul Dynasty, but one that they inch ahead in the later seconds. Who Are You just can't be caught out in the open like that. Easy Han will be behind with yet another EMP, but they don't have Krillin. It's taken too much for these double flankers of Seoul Dynasty to get set up. This defense of O2 Blast is up by 1. Good dodge by Search on the pulse bomb of Prophet, and O2 Blast will stabilize.
Yeah, great cerebral play here from O2 Blast. Just getting ahead of the EMP, making sure that Easy Han doesn't have time to set up by having Karu and Surge play some pretty esoteric positions, going in for those brawls once again with Protect, just to make sure that when Easy Han's setting up, he can't find them all at once.
Oh, EMP right on the Who Are You and Prophet, caught out in the open. Out of the loving hands of their supports, who are also getting beat down towards their spawn room doors there. So Seoul Dynasty going towards the cart. They got 20 seconds to maximize this push. No ultimates to do it.
And now it had to be used to keep Vindime alive there. The rally going to be real important for keeping everyone alive on the cart. Protect almost has the Annihilation. The Annihilation is so good against the Brigades because it penetrates through the barrier.
That's a Nano Protect with an Annihilation banked up, and now he activates it just to go after Belisria and really to shut down this rally before it heals anybody up. Then you got Who Are You, who's had successful flanks time and time again as that solo flanker of O2 Blast. And this will shut down Seoul Dynasty's attacking push on point C. PH, it's hunting season. And that's the end of Seoul.
Ooh, PH finally gets into hunting season, but at one point in this map, we actually had Who Are You with 9 out of 13 final blows during point B. Who Are You has gone crazy on this map, and we talked about the past of Who Are You, where he essentially got home alone when Overwatch League first launched because he was just too young. Everyone else from Lunatic actually went to the Seoul Dynasty. This is the team that stole his friends, Lemon. This is the team that took away the rest of Lunatic High and home alone Who Are You. And maybe there's a little bit of sweet revenge coming through here for both PH and Who Are You to be able to get one over on Seoul Dynasty. And this is a rare opportunity as well. Rarely in, well, never in Overwatch League history have we been able to integrate contenders teams as tightly as we have with APAC this season. And I don't think that Who Are You got much chance during his run on New York Excelsior to go up against Seoul Dynasty. A lot more with the Shanghai Dragons. Still, this is a respectable amount of distance that Seoul Dynasty have been able to capture on Route 66, but they are far from out of the woods. One of the things that really concerns me here is Protect's ability to get up to the high ground and really pressure Krillin and Vindem.
Yeah, they'll have to just rotate that left train side and hope that a whip shot, or that's really only the CC they're worried about, to push them off that high ground. And then the rotation to Big Earl is such a pain, so yeah, I agree that running a rush here is very difficult.
I'm curious. Just trying for a double mine on the Winston. Maybe hoping that there would be a victim Sombra up there, potentially, who might get hit by it. Still, moving back over to where his bread has been buttered very successfully for most of this match. PH has been a nightmare on the Hunter.
I was gonna say, your Junkrat hours finally pay off for something. Tell me what the Junkrat loadout is for. But Seoul Dynasty had to be careful with how close they were holding, inaccessible range to that rush. They managed to get out, and as O2 Blast walked in, Prophet found his way behind, wins the 1v1 against Who Are You? Seoul Dynasty can't even really get the ball rolling beyond that. They had their tanks left there, Belos Rhea. But it's fine, they're on the defense, they don't have to push their luck. They want to contest the card as much as possible, and Seoul Dynasty also want to make sure that O2 Blast don't get up there.
Check out that mini-pack control as well. This is so important for Prophet to be able to stay in these fights. It also means that Who Are You has to demand huge amounts of cookies from the Brigitte.
Oh, I love the cookie terms that we were taught. There's a ton of Korean terms that have been floating around.
Yeah, we've been integrated into the culture. We've been steeped in it for a while. Who Are You and Prophet have both been able to get up to a pulse bomb here. And obviously, those Annas are going to be the primary targets here. You really want to grab those. However, the Pulse Bomb has been effective before in trying to shut down Protect during the Nemesis form, because you can't block things that are attached to you.
Alright, can O2 Blast get an advantage in terms of time bank? This was taken to the very last second for Seoul Dynasty to cap A. Keep that in mind. O2 Blast, they have the old split Pulse Bomb, hits the forehead of Surge. Nice and wide, and a dead two. Now Protect, Annihilation plus Nano equals death of Seoul Dynasty, especially while Belos Rhea is slept. No tank, no problem. As Protect is just anchoring the card, making sure anyone who gets close has to deal with these knuckles. And Seoul Dynasty reset.
Yeah, some excellent proactivity there from O2 Blast. We lose Search, yes, which is a tragedy. F in the chat. But Karu sees, hey, now that Pulse Bomb from Prophet can't be used to chunk down Protect during Nemesis form. Puts Fernando onto the Annihilation. Seoul Dynasty are forced to fight those pummels at close range. And it's simply not a viable fight to take with this dive composition. They need the Prophet to actually play more to stall this car out so they're not forced into those fights.
Ooh, Belos Rhea is like, please, gravity, take me down to the ground. I'm eating so many arrows right now, Animantine. Dragon Strike to force Seoul Dynasty off that staircase, and it actually claims Krillin. I don't know how that happens. Should be tried. Usually you could dodge that. Meanwhile, Belos Rhea, 2k on the Primal, giving Seoul Dynasty the 1 or 2 main advantage that they should get them the fight win. It's looking a bit dicey when Protect is whacking these squishy heroes back and forth, but he's on a disengage route.
Yeah, good disengage right into the loving arms of Karu. It's going to give plenty of healing over, but Karu is going to have to split his attention between multiple skirmishing members here. Another Pulse Bomb available for Who Are You? Do you want to put it onto this Winston? Do you know if no need, Prophet's already there.
Belos Rhea keeps trying to jump up this high ground, and he's just an entire storm bow, and just did not live that time. But he's gonna need some help. Maybe Easy Han, maybe more healing his way, and maybe more Pulse Bombs on Krillin's lap. Seoul Dynasty only gonna have Vindime, who's been scouted there by PH, who's in this power position. And it's only Belos Rhea that can put him down.
Yeah, and Belos Rhea just getting every single time he gets up there. A rally in the doorway.
And the stuns to stop Belos Rhea's jump. The whip shot to put him back in his cage. And that is the cap for O2 Blast with 4 minutes. And that box of victory to go to match point. Almost at the end of C.
14 final blows thus far for Who Are You? Absolutely popping off on this Tracer. And O2 Blast is the best we've looked in a while in APAC. Prophet goes for a Pulse Bomb, no dice. Easy Han's coming up on the EMP. This needs to be huge. They need to burn so much time.
Belos Rhea's got the support this time. The Nano, the bubble to break up the healing. Between Karu, really relies on that line of sight, but not wanting to extend. Seoul Dynasty want to draw them into Easy Han's EMP in this open area where Seoul Dynasty can feed into. But where is the trigger pulled? Prophet did win the 1v1s and the 5v4. Seoul Dynasty want to extend this fight for as long as possible. Draw out every second of O2 Blast, but PH has been nanoed. Any shot here could be deadly. Krillin's out in the open, has to be careful. And Easy Han EMP to shut down before O2 Blast could get too much momentum off the Nano of Karu. And now Seoul Dynasty, they all execute the dive right on top of the EMP, pushing O2 Blast back to the choke.
Oh, getting banana out here, though, is important. PH just swapped over onto Cassidy now, of all things, knowing that this is going to be a close-range brawl. Annihilation is ready, and there's no space to give on the cards. So Velos, Rear, and Prophet are going to have to decide between themselves will they keep this contested and deal with that massive Ramatra damage.
PH on the Cassidy is sus. Like, you're trying to have the nade to stop a dive, to stop the flankers, but he only got a little baby tumble to get away from that.
Yeah, and this ain't cartwheeling country. Did they just 2v1 PH in spawn? This means that only Velos Rear is really here to touch the cart.
Seoul Dynasty are just haters. They said we dropped you for a reason. Let us drop you back off the daycare and spawn. Seoul Dynasty have the ults too. Rally, Primal, Pulse Bomb. Rally's been capped at the last second. This can find a valuable stun onto Who Are You if he's not careful. O2 Blast now use their Rally. They stun up Prophet. Vindime hasn't done the same thing yet, but all O2 Blast have to do is use this rush, this death ball to overwhelm Seoul Dynasty. How is Vindime getting these long-range whips on the Prophet there, or PH on the high ground? Nonetheless, Seoul Dynasty have the respawn advantage. They just have to not choke, but Velos Ria is anti. He's barely able to contest his fort. It's 2 meters away, and the easy hunt EMP might have just sealed the deal, but the Seoul Dynasty have the damage. Doesn't matter because O2 Blast don't have the healing. It's up to Protect with the Nano to solo this team. And he's just anchoring so well. Who Are You in the back with a pulse bomb, and Vindime is gone. Seoul Dynasty slowly choking, and it's not Prophet who has his hands around the neck. It's O2 Blast who go to match point.
Karo is the man, my guy. Survives the EMP by sleeping Easy Hunt in the milliseconds after, and then delivers such a critical nano over to Protect, who had himself one hell of a game. 14k damage over the course of that Route 66, only playing the Ramatra. It's not the ideal geography for the hero, but Protect had so much pressure on the card that just was not respected well enough by Seoul Dynasty that they continually got forced into taking these uncomfortable fights while you need someone in brawling range with that Ramatra, and no one can stand up to that damage on the standard comp.
He Protect, but he also attack, and he also clutched the heck up for O2 Blast. They can breathe a sigh of relief on match point. You guys will have to take a breath yourselves. We're gonna throw it to a break. When we return, we'll have push. O2 Blast are 1 game away from their first match win of the Overwatch League Summer Stage Qualifiers, and against a team like Seoul Dynasty, who are on a win streak. That's looking like it's going to be broken.
Yeah, I think coming into this, a lot of people were going, 3-0 for the Seoul Dynasty. They've just defeated the Chinese super team in the Hangzhou Spa. O2 Blast have had a very disappointing summer stage thus far. But it feels like O2 Blast have finally been Spitfire pilled. And they've started leaning into what's best for their players. They're letting PH rock out on the Hanzo, and Protect has gone massive on the Ramatra rather than struggling on a Winston that maybe he's not as well suited to playing.
Is that a moldy taco on the bottom?
Either that or it's half a flat earth.
That's what I was thinking. I'm hoping we don't have flat earth.
Do you believe in the calzone earth?
I'm kind of hungry. And our translator has officially given up. There's just too many signs in the crowd. But they all say things. But we also are going to a next map. It's Colosseum.
Sorry, I didn't really know how to respond to that.
They all say some stuff. Anyway, I can't read. So we go to Colosseo, something we do know.
Oh, yes. We know that Colosseo certainly has its quirks with the bridge contest, and how this can be a very awkward map to try and play in the center as a dive team because of the glass, which you've all heard people complaining about before. And it does mean that if O2 Blast decide to run out on this rush, the first fight is where I think they're going to have the best chance of really getting some real momentum moving. Because Ramatra can get onto that Ana a little bit more easily. There is the question as to whether you want to move over onto the Lucio here for Search, who's been doing very well on the Brigitte, but Lucio has been something that a lot of teams lean into onto push, where getting more fights and getting to intercept that bot more commonly is a huge win condition overall.
The Ramatra just simply donk walks towards your backline, and Bellasaria keeps trying to dodge that. But the way that O2 Blast have just harnessed their weaknesses as strengths, right? The way they've swapped their style, as you said, towards the Ramatra, and have played it as some kind of anti-dive. As soon as Bellasaria jumps in, he's just simply a victim of antis, sleeps, 2 knuckles, the 5-fingered death of Protect. Like, Bellasaria is getting punished so much, and, the Hondo arrows. And they will continue to fight. And we go to Colosseo, where I agree that the dive is stronger on this map.
Oh, hello. Bellasaria might not. A Junker Queen? Is it real? 1 second. It is indeed. Wait, could be for rollout? Yeah, it's just for rollout using the commanding shout. Now Bellasaria is going to be moving back over onto the dive as we expect. Real interesting thing here, who are you moving away from the Tracer onto the main? You can see there's already this paranoia that's being sown by EasyHan. The Mei is interesting going up against Prophet. Remember, a singular headshot will put a Tracer in the grave and doesn't suffer through damage drop-off. So you can really start to get this long-range poke and force Seoul Dynasty into these kind of cloistered positions.
I'm so glad Seoul Dynasty didn't go to Rush, because we saw how Midtown ended, right? We all saw that? Okay. I feel like who are you... Not unsee what we saw, but who are you was the better made there. O2 Blast will be able to hold the space a lot better, and Karu assassinated by Prophet. O2 Blast have to be aware of this double flanker. Karu's put a lot of his attention, his cooldowns on the Bellasaria. He's been able to dodge all of that, and of course as one domino falls, the rest crumble. So Dynasty will get some initial headway.
Now some real good baiting there as well from Bellasaria, just taking a bunch of damage from the Ramatra, yes, but also using that damage taken to just drag Protect further and further from the support. So there was no real ability to peel when EasyHan and Prophet managed to find their man. And EasyHan's actually getting much better EMP charge in this particular fight here, already 75%. But you can see that Protect was rewarded for bullying that Winston. The Annihilation this early might be difficult to deal with. Triller might have to save themselves a sleep dart.
Seoul Dynasty getting that initial push out the pillars, but here to stop them is Protect, close to the Annihilation. Ooh, PH just got kicked in the face. And Belisaria's Nano 2. Easy Han isn't even done there. He's now also killed Search and Karu. Seoul Dynasty absolutely rolling them. They got their card stolen. That's whatever. That'll cost them some seconds, but Seoul Dynasty have won back-to-back fights. They do have to deal with Protect, who's been an absolute chad this match, but not really any kills registered by O2.
Yeah, Protect saw the fight was happening up on the high ground. That's the weakness of the Ramantra. Like, well, that's happening and there's nothing that I can do about it. So just pops the Annihilation and rolls onto Krillin instead. But now Seoul Dynasty, we have so much for this fight. Remember that the EMP can shut down the Blizzard if you deem it necessary, but usually it's going to be better to use it proactively and get onto the 2 supports. Search and Karu definitely going to be the main target of this.
Seoul Dynasty, EMP at the ready, needing to take the tempo, needing to initiate there. They see PH, they got Search in line of sight, or maybe not, either way. Profit, PH is the first victim. Seoul Dynasty have a second kill. It's 5 versus 3, and Search is trying to shield bash away, but with Belisarian Primal right behind them. Ooh, the anti that hits Belisarian stops him from being too much of a menace, and Search pops the rally to punish the rest of Seoul Dynasty, who are pushing from the front. So good disengage and good reaction from O2.
Yeah, Karu doing huge things there to not only nano Belisarian and make them killable, but also giving the nano over onto Search to give him that extra hardiness in the fight and the DPS to kill the Winston as well. PH has been a major target of these dives, and it seems like Seoul Dynasty are continually trying to isolate this Hanzo and keep him away from the LOS of Search to deliver those cookies.
Who's behind me? Ah, he's right behind me. The Ramantra's just like 7 foot behind you, just absolute unit. There's Profit and Easy Han just dying, and a Blizzard from Who Are You as Belisarian was jumping, and Search rallies just for the party of it. Oh, and Vindime was rallying too, so that's probably why. Just trying to pop it at the same time. Belisarian is going to have to reset ASAP, and despite Seoul Dynasty having such a good head start, O2 Blasts are clawing their way back, and with this fight win, they may just take the lead.
The Krillin is freecasting this entire time, actually hits from behind, massive damage onto Protect. Krillin being alive for that long is unbelievable value for Seoul Dynasty. That's what you get from having PH drop first. PH can't challenge the high ground, Protect can't do it. OU has to go so far to actually challenge that high ground. And this is where O2 Blast are really going to run into issues with their composition, where they have no means of dislodging Krillin from a good position. Almost EMP
40
here.
meters, and the fact that Seoul Dynasty, thanks to Krillin, denied the lead change. This is so close. 5.5 minutes, 40 to 37 in favor of Seoul. And an EMP coming up for Easy Han. Belisarian has to win though, and he's got the nano of Krillin to back him up, so he goes in deeper right after Search, who's half health. He's getting pocketed by Karu, but it's not enough. And now you got the Primal. The sleep is out. Karu is dead meat. And Seoul Dynasty can now bring this momentum to kill the rest of O2 Blast without having to use the EMP.
And this might be enough momentum as well to get the car under the bridge, which is going to be really important because Protect can just hold up on that bridge forever using the block in the Nemesis form. Easy Han's already getting some scouting here and still has the EMP in their back pocket. There's no real defensive utility that can be used to survive this. Search and Karu don't have either the rally or the nano boost. Only Protect can really survive it just by crossing his arms and saying no damage today, please.
Is there going to be any effort from O2 Blast to stop the forward checkpoint though? I think I saw O2 Blast maybe Protect to drop off the bridge, which leaves O2 Blast backline unprotected, and as Protect is the only one contesting, he gets pulsed and he's by himself. O2 Blast just maybe got a little too eager to stop the checkpoint, and PH just killed 3, so has somehow made that fight winnable, so that was almost very scary for them.
That's mad. PH really putting out the case for why you dropping me. You crazy, bro. O2 Blast had to use a lot to try and turn that around, though. The nano's coming back up, and we've seen this have great success in terms of allowing survivability. Easy Han has missed his window to get an easy kill on the Predator with the EMP now. Karu's going to have to be the main target.
Easy Han will be back in a second, but he will be coming from behind O2 Blast, so Seoul Dynasty can coordinate a pinch, but Profit, PH, kills other Profit. It's like a Spider-Man's pointing at each other moment, and O2 Blast are ahead. Now, how do they bring this momentum? As PH tries to climb up the wall. Guess who's up there? A monkey. I know you guys were spamming the Winton in chat. Well, he does his job. That Seoul Dynasty trying to stop any more momentum from O2 Blast, and then the EMP was thrown on top as a cherry on the birthday cake. Seoul Dynasty gonna throw in the rally as both Briggs are gonna face off, trying to stop the Tracers from doing anything cool. Seoul Dynasty still feel like they're in a stable position. They just gotta deal with Protect. He's the biggest worry.
Could be a little bit of problems here from the Winston, but well, he can't get LOS on anyone. That is not a long annihilation at all, but at least Protect is alive. Still has another Nemesis for the Profits down as well.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty, this fight has been going their way every second. It's O2 Flash just stalling for as long as they can, but this will mean Seoul Dynasty will get forward spawns. Well, the ball has to come all the way back, but should be getting forward spawns. O2 Blast, gotta stop that.
It's the same issue again. Krillin just living forever on the high ground, just pumping out heal after heal. Getting a huge amount done here. He's actually done double the healing of Karu, 6.8k to 3.2. Unbelievable. It's been a show-off map here for Krillin, and Seoul Dynasty, they don't want to push too hard here. They're going to give room for EasyHan and Profit to set up anyway, because they're so close to yet another EMP.
It's like they're drawing Protect away from his crowd, his crew. Seoul Dynasty trying to take angles around them, and it works. Profit hits the pulse on the Protect. There's no tank from O2 Blast to stop the dive, and that's what's been really killing Seoul Dynasty is this Ramatra. Now an EMP hits 3 or 4, and that is the Seoul Dynasty fight win that they needed to get those forward spawns going. They approached that very patiently, and it paid off.
It's a major power play here for Seoul Dynasty if they can get themselves this checkpoint. And it seems unlikely that they're ever going to be stopped here. There it is. Butt scratch mode is given. And this was important for Seoul Dynasty. If they didn't win with the huge investment that came in that previous fight, it was unlikely they were going to be able to really out-tempo the Karu Nano boost, which is now available. And they're getting a couple of meters after the butt scratch as well, which is even more important.
Cute sleep on the EasyHan, but will be woken up. Some trickle damage. Now Seoul Dynasty go after PH. Profit gets his revenge. Seoul Dynasty just have to now turn their heads towards Protect, who's been stalling out this cart. If Karu can come out of spawn or wherever he is and Nano Protect, that's always a win condition for them, but I guess just relying on Who Are You gets the job done.
PH won't get forward spawn, or rather Profit won't get forward spawn. Oh, it's wrong in my head as well. Is going to be arriving late to this, so Belosir and EasyHan might have more of a toothless dive, and it's going to be even more toothless when you look at what O2 Blast can bring to bear when it comes to defending themselves against these dives, both the Nano and the Rally.
32 seconds. O2 Blast can turn this. They're only down 20 meters, and a fight win here could get them to that point. Starts with the rally of Search, but looming above them is Seoul Dynasty. There is Belosria jumping onto Karu, who managed to get the Nano out onto PH just in time, but Belosria has hit the control of the lead on both supports, down 3. This is a main tank. Emphasis on the main guy. And Protect's Annihilation just came in too little and too late. That was the fight that O2 Blast needed. And Seoul Dynasty shut that all down to force the Game 5.
Huge fan of Vindime's choice to pop the rally there in what could have been the final fight to defend Krillin. We saw that PH was climbing up to try and dislodge Krillin from this spot where he's got so much value, but just putting the mega shield in his face and denying him at every single turn. Krillin only died twice. Vindime didn't even die on that Colosseo. That is super rare for a Brigitte, especially against a Ramatra, because Ramatra will bully the heck out of a Brig. A masterclass from the support line here of Seoul Dynasty that will drag us to a map 5.
I can't believe it. And the crowd, at least, they showed up to the WDG Esports studio for a good show. Seoul Dynasty fans shaking in their boots. But I also heard that O2 Blast have a parent in the crowd, so they want to impress, you know, where are those hard-earned dollars going to? No college for this? No, I'm just kidding. But this has been a banger of a match. Game 5 on the other side of this break. It's time for Game 5 between the Seoul Dynasty and O2 Blast, but this isn't Seoul Dynasty's first rodeo leg day. They've been to a Game 5 before.
Oh yes, we did. Against the Hangzhou Spark, and that is not a team that you want to be going up against the wall with. They managed to clutch out in the most strange of ways, but this series is hotter than a California summer. We found the O2 Blast fans, I believe Karu's parents, are the ones who are in the crowd. And you know what? Karu, on Wikipedia, bit of a red name. Don't know where this guy came from, but I know where he's going, which might be to the top of some of my Ana power rankings. He's been going pretty crazy on the Ana, hitting some nasty sleeps. I think that Route 66 being O2 Blast's map was down to Karu just going absolutely crazy in that final fight, sleeping an EMP and getting an Ana one to protect.
Aww. One of the signs said, Auntie took a day off to see you. That is so cute.
Well,
Caring for Karu.
This is the match.
I was throwing my votes, my player of the match votes towards Karu too. He has single-handedly ruined Belisaria's day. Just all antis, all sleeps his way.
One of the things that I do want to talk about with Belisarius is that Belisarius is having some very inefficient disengage jumps. He leaps up incredibly high, which I think is something that Seoul Dynasty are going to need to look at, as it does mean he takes a huge amount of damage from PH on that Hanzo. Because obviously it's super easy to lead those arrows on the fairly straight vertical trajectory of a Winston, and it was a big problem on Route 66. Unless someone Colosseo, where there isn't quite so much aerial room to jump through. That's a very cute.
I have no
Dynasty
idea
fan.
who that is.
I have no idea who that is, but that is quite an intriguing design for a yellow mouse. You should consider graphic design.
No idea who that is. Anyway,
who's that creature? We don't know.
The lawyers have put the guns down. As the series is heating up, we're gonna cool things down, going to Game 5 Antarctic. Let us know in the chat who you think is gonna clutch up at the end. Because when it came to the Rush versus Rush on Midtown, I'm not gonna remind the Soul Dynasty fans how that went, but you would edge towards O2 Blast if you're thinking a Rush v Rush is coming up.
Yeah, pretty sure we got no sub, did we? Void still on the bench, which is probably going to lead to Dynasty hopefully playing the Winston instead of trying to mirror that Rush with Belos Ria again, who didn't put up an impressive performance on the Ramatra. Definitely Belos Ria, his arc thus far in the Summer Qualifiers has been a much more impressive Winston than we were used to in the beginning of the 2023 season, when Belos Ria definitely was a very big question mark. But here, I would see a lot of Ram come out from O2 Blast. This is probably the best possible map for O2 Blast to have found in that map set.
Yeah, that or Li Zhang would have been sick. The only round they have to avoid is sub level, which is pretty dive heavy. Although, again, you can play that high ground with Ramatra. So, this is a good match. These players competing live at the WDG Esports studio in front of family, friends, strangers, and it all gets settled here on Antarctic.
When strangers watch me play Overwatch, it makes it play even better. Search, is this just for the rollout, or is it going to be real? Indeed, it's real. This is something that I anticipated maybe O2 Blast would do on Colosseo. They finally brought out the Lucio here, which is going to be big pain for Krillin. This is going to make the rotations of the Ramatra even faster, so Krillin's going to have to proactively rotate. Oh my god, look how far back he's playing. That's so safe.
Belos Ria just jumping up and down like a happy little monkey. But who's not so happy is Who Are You Maywall to block the stomper damage from EasyHan, and Who Are You manages to live somehow. Point is now unlocked. Seeing O2 Blast set up their positions there, and they got the high ground. This is very healthy for them. Soul Dynasty now to try and fight through that high ground with the dive comp, which is not ideal. You just never know if you're going to get walled off by a Mei or what else.
Yeah, and Krillin has to leave these fights super prematurely the second that you see Protect and Search start to move forward. Also, Who Are You? Really well served by Velucio, getting into that beam range and creating a little bit of fear in EasyHan and Prophet as they start to get slowed down. Everyone else can hit those targets even more easily. So how do you try and get in onto this backline as Belos Ria when you need Krillin to be at a safe position?
This is why Rush is so strong on this map, because you can just out-position the dive. You can keep your supports safe in these low ceiling areas so that a Winston can't easily get behind there. That's why Belos Ria is stuck playing front to back, and that is not ideal in a vacuum for a Winston to be in this 1v1 against a Ramatra. He's gonna do more damage. Belos Ria is finding out the hard way. At least he gets nanoed, and we'll have Primal coming up, so Belos Ria will force his way through it. What a juggle! Goes behind the Hanzo and beats everyone else. PH doesn't know where to look. And Soul Dynasty will retake the point.
Oh, super clutch nano there as well, coming through from Krillin. And finally, Soul Dynasty will be able to get their win. Not only getting their win, but also saving the EMP, which is super important here against O2 Blast. Being able to take away 40% of the max health, or of the current health of Protect when he pops that Annihilation, will be very strong for shutting it down, but also you can force an early Immortality field out of Karu and then disable it entirely using the EMP.
Oh, Karu. He's just sketching out. He's just shooting everywhere trying to find the Sombra. Because you know what's cooking. It's an EMP from EasyHan. These have been hit or miss. Soul Dynasty, this is what they depend on. There's the EMP, hits, Protect, NPH. Who Are You? Response with the Blizzard. Search amplifies them with the sound barrier. And O2 Blast have warded away Soul Dynasty from that high ground. And Vindime tried to mess around with the rally, go for the stun onto the Ramashra, but did not have the backup of his brethren. So Seoul Dynasty will have to reset.
I believe the saying is, Lemon, mess around, make discoveries.
Yeah.
And some discoveries were certainly made there by Vindime, who now swaps over on to the Lucio, looking to match speed for speed. Almost a Dragon Strike here, but it's not going to be overly impactful like you can find. Oh, big split.
Ooh, and you cut through the immortality, which I was wondering how Prophet was going to deal with that. And this is like Who Are You's hero, by the way. Like, what Who Are You swaps to in emergency situations. And to see Prophet kind of style on him, show him how to pull off a good blade without a nano is kind of funny. I'm giggling.
It's like, Dad, can I play Genji? We have Genji at home. And now Surge is actually swapped over, no longer wanting to assist with the speed with Belusio to keep that Ramattra in position, realizing that here, when you have Belos in a position where you can actually make a dive happen, the whip shot is more important to deny that cleave from Belos, who's going to be able to once again be reinforced with a nano boost.
Okay, Dragon Strike, just for the vibes. It's not cutting up Seoul Dynasty, but simply a distraction. Who Are You? Went behind, took care of Krillin. Now Seoul Dynasty want to use the speed to disengage quickly. They did leave the point now, so O2 Blast will be able to flip this 99%. And over time, Seoul Dynasty have to return quickly. O2 Blast starting in the driver's seat, it seems like. VH is also protecting the point for headshots onto anyone who comes to touch. Seoul Dynasty have the primal of Belos, who's now been slapped. Prophet is nano. That's the last chance. But Who Are You? Just carving up everyone now with the pulse. Speaking of that, Prophet slices through two. And it's an all-out war on this point for who gets the claim at the end. And with the 2-on-1, Seoul Dynasty come out on top.
It was the last chance, but there's only one GOAT. And his name is Prophet with an IT. Now EasyHan, an EMP can definitely put this series, or rather this map, to bed if he can catch multiple players. Search and Karu are going to be the main targets of this. Belos needs to come back first, though, and Protect's already set up on the point with an Annihilation, so he's going to be a fearsome combatant to try and deal with.
Protect. Jogging his way forward. Get out me point. Seoul Dynasty respecting that. It's definitely going to be hard to keep protecting this with an Annihilation. There is their counter reaction, though. Soul Dynasty going for the retake off the blade, off the EMP, the initial damage to the Prophet for success. And O2 Blast high-fiving. That's round one in their favor.
Soul Dynasty had 4 players alive. It's Midtown all over again. They didn't want to touch because they wanted for the Annihilation to run out, for those tendrils to not attach to anyone and elongate the ultimate from Protect, but that's the best ultimate to have in overtime, and I think that Seoul Dynasty actually played that a little bit haphazardly and let that point flip over a lot earlier than they should have, especially when we saw Who Are You, or rather when we saw Prophet tank a huge amount of the initial Nemesis form using the deflect and a bit of pocketing coming through from Krillin as well. Seoul Dynasty with a little bit of a fumble. That could have been theirs, but now O2 Blast are only one sub-map away from not only claiming their first win in the Summer Qualifiers, but also ending Seoul Dynasty's streak and making Karu's family and aunt very happy.
And this is on Icebreaker of Ramatra map. O2 Blast bread and butter. Seoul Dynasty hope to go to sub-level, more Winston friendly. The crowd's like, wow, games. I'm also very impressed by games. I love gaming. So, point will unlock shortly, and Seoul Dynasty's backs are against the wall, and the wall behind them from Who Are You almost trapped Soul. Immortality from Krillin came out to save their life, and poking their head out is EasyHan, taking out the head of PH. Seoul Dynasty in that 5v4. After disengaging, they re-emerge, hoping to fight for this cap. Behind them, though, is EasyHan. O2 Blast don't know where to look. They're trying to defend this point with everything they have. They capped it so far. Protect, all he does is protect, really himself and no one else. Seoul Dynasty converging all that damage onto that take and finally benefit from it.
Krillin trying to clutch out here with the window, but Who Are You takes him out. That's so important. All of that healing could have gone over onto Belos and to Prophet. But now Krillin is going to be lacking that ultimate, and Karu can really control the landscape in the next fight. Look at how far ahead Who Are You is on a Blizzard compared to Prophet. This is a little bit of a May-gap already when it comes to that damage, and this is going to make Belos even more difficult to save without the double healing that can come through from that Ant Matrix.
Blizzard at the ready for Who Are You. Just need to read those rotations now. Quickly crossing. Blizzard right in the middle of Seoul Dynasty. Who is getting frozen though? At least Krillin is dead. No one frozen. Good speed from Vindime to get them out of the Blizzard. But as Seoul Dynasty dispersed from the ultimate, which well placed by Who Are You to split them up, O2 Blast still come out ahead.
Yeah, Illustrator does a good job of breaking LOS to Snowball to keep himself from being frozen, but unfortunately with Krillin falling. O2 Blast are absolutely decimating this Baptiste whenever he comes into range. And now they still have to deal with a trio of ultimates from O2 Blast, and you know that PH is going to be hitting those rails. His aim's been on fire today, and the overclock's almost ready.
Amplification Matrix. This is the last fight for O2 Blast to take the series, and it's going their way. But Prophet's Blizzard did freeze both supports. O2 Blast just simply had 4 in the tank, and PH is unleashed. This is why you don't drop me. You released me, an animal, at O2 Blast. 8 more seconds. Seoul Dynasty have Belos on the Hammond to touch. Vindime with the rollout. Do they get there in time? The wall from Who Are You could have stopped it, but it was misplaced. So Seoul Dynasty have one last fight.
Call me the problem again. Easy Han, the replacement, moving in, trying to find something with the overclock. 2 and 3 are dead already. The crowd's going wild.
What a retake. Seoul Dynasty now have to do the 0 to 100 comeback to live.
This demands perfection, and it's not the optimal comp for it. The Wrecking Ball here could easily be countered, but O2 Blast gonna stay away from that Sombra. It's not serving well so far, and playing to their own strengths has taken them to a 5th map scenario against the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet gonna need to go big and find some early assassinations here onto Carver as Belos starts the engagement to turn it back from Search.
Seoul Dynasty have an Matrix. That's why they're setting up so far away, so Krillin can have as much space to operate with. But Belos closes the gap, jumps on top of them. Vindime invigorates them with the sound barrier, and O2 Blast are overwhelmed. Amazing initiative out of Seoul Dynasty.
I love the choice of sound barrier engage as well. You might ask, like, why would you use the sound barrier there when the Blizzard is coming up? The answer is simply because Seoul Dynasty are not an easy team to catch with the Blizzard here. It's such a small area compared to the massive amount of spread Seoul Dynasty can have with this fast comp. And now Prophet's going to be looking to strike first again. Seoul Dynasty are all about initiative here. Getting those first shots, making sure that Karu's in the position he does not want to be to try and support protect.
Seoul Dynasty at 63%, starting to lose the point. It's tough to take it back against a Ramatra NMA, especially one that has Blizzard. Soul Dynasty, Ant Matrix, spraying and praying. Easy Han wins the Sojourn battle, and as this fight extends, this could be Seoul Dynasty forcing the round 3 from 0 to 100. Krillin and the rest of Seoul Dynasty clutching up where it matters the most, but O2 Blast died quickly. They have another chance to touch.
Huge bait from Krillin as well, puts down the Ant Matrix, drags Who Are You in, and they can easily disengage with a super jump over that little railing. Search can, yes, engage here with the soundbar. It's going to give a lot of staying power, but think about the mines on the point. Belos has them ready to go. You need to try and survive this huge amount of damage.
I think Belos may be coming from behind. Either way, there is the touch. Down bear from Search. It's most of O2 Blast. They have an advantage to work with, and they got to use it now. The speed to protect, to put him right on the point, to get the flip. That's what they need. But it left O2 Blast backline exposed. Belos got on top of Karu, had to nano the Lucio so that they had guaranteed healing. But O2 Blast simply don't have enough. And Seoul Dynasty, from the brink of defeat, will be forcing round 3.
That is an unbelievable turnaround from Seoul Dynasty. They are leaning into the O2 Blast method now. They're all London pilled. Let my tank play what he is best at. And Who Are You didn't get the memo, but those mines were behind, so disengaging from an unfavorable fight with a member of Seoul Dynasty just blinks straight into a mine. Gets lost. Here's a quick look at the replay. This was actually a crazy swap here as well from Kara and Search to try and return in the overtime. They probably could have played this a little bit slower and not massacred their ult economy. But honestly, Prophet's been coming into his own on this one as well. What a performance from the Seoul Dynasty, refusing to lose in front of the home crowd.
Seoul Dynasty, every time they start rush, they win with dive, it feels like. Just like on the down, it looked like things were turning around, but the objective is the real kryptonite. Fighting the crowd cheers as we go to sub-level. This was the round I was most worried about for O2 Blast. This is very dive heavy, as Belos and friends will be able to close the gap. Now they loom below, they jump up top, but not wanting to full commit. But Belos taking icicles to the dome. Can't let that happen.
He's going to feed Krillin over a little bit of nano pressure here as Easyhan might well be noted. Karu's going to be the primary target. Can Belosria get on top of them is the question. They get slowed and booped every single time. Hui's actually doing a huge amount to shut down this movement.
Belosria forces out the immortality of Karu, though. That is good. That means Prophet and Easyhan may want to target those supports, but Seoul Dynasty, as he disengaged, that was the moment that O2 Blast engaged, using the Maywall of Who Are You to trap Seoul Dynasty when they didn't have cooldowns. And O2 Blast take the first fight in the point.
Promise making the same decision again. But he made in our first sub map, moving over onto the Genji, hoping for a little bit more brawl damage, realizing, hey, if I've got to get up close and protecting Who Are You, I don't want to be one-shot by a railgun headshot. I do not want to be one-shot by a Mei Icicle. I need the additional staying power and the potential to start chaining together kills with these dash resets when you know how much cleave's going to be coming through. Belosria. Oh, it's Belosria time. This series, things have hit the wall, Lemon.
And he's hitting them against the wall too. O2 Blast also getting antied there by Krillin. Prophet Easyhan need to coordinate on these dives, and they finally have synced up. They killed Who Are You, nothing to protect himself. Seoul Dynasty in a 5v4, tossing everyone around. And somehow O2 Blast are staying fairly organized, and somehow Search is killing Krillin, who I'm sure is just trying to gap close. Krillin's trying to be involved in the party and get LOS on his divers, and Seoul Dynasty choke all of that.
Great response from O2 Blast. Karu puts down the amplification matrix. Who Are You still chasing down Easyhan? I do not know who on O2 Blast could possibly have destroyed that translocator. Easyhan must have placed it super haphazardly. Now there's no EMP, and look at where Protecties! What's he doing over here?
Protecting his team, I guess. At least if it's one person out of position, it's an int. But when they're together, it's a strategy. And look what happens, like they win the fight.
I mean, just stealing the initiative away. Now Seoul Dynasty are going to have to make a mad dash for the point, and that means they've got to contend with the Blizzard there. Yes, the EMP is ready, but you want to use this proactively and not respond to the Blizzard with it.
I'm stressed. Last fight, both teams have 3 ults. 4 coming up if you count the mines from Belosria. Easyhan, Haxcar, no immortality, and you got the Belosria jump. The Prophet Blade comes out. Are Seoul Dynasty going to do it again? Just like they did on Icebreaker, the 0 to 100. Can the fans handle it? I can't. Easyhan, EMP, as the O2 Blast go to re-engage. Not even needing it, though. The Seoul Dynasty all coordinate as O2 Blast jump to their death. O2 Blast only gets 1 kill, but it doesn't matter. Protecting now gonna get staggered. That's more time for Seoul.
Yeah, Karu might have been staggered out here as well, having TP'd in to try and save Protect. So there's going to be pressure coming in onto this. Who Are You's been mad on the Tracer all the way through the day, but in the 2 versus 1, it's impossible to win. Seoul Dynasty going over to a bit more of a classic comp, taking profit away from that Genji over to the Tracer, knowing that when playing defensively, you can set up the dives a lot more easily. Surely the miracle doesn't happen twice, right? There's no way O2 Blast do the double choke.
Gotta wait for Belosria to be ready. He's been discovered, though. He slept! Easyhan! He can't EMP! This is O2 Blast hits the 5v4 to win the game 5. And they need to send it, but they don't have speed. So they really are just trying to flip the point first instead of take the fight. Seoul Dynasty don't want to let that happen. They use the Sound Barrier, and Van Diamond Prophet gets headshot by PH. O2 Blast now has a 2-man advantage. Belosria is slept, but he has enough health to bowl around and buy time for reinforcements. There is the Easyhan EMP. It hits 3, but O2 Blast, they will not fall. Not without the whimper, but with the scream as O2 Blast overtime about to go away. And they take not only their first match win, but break the win streak against the Seoul Dynasty. O2 Blast have done it.
Karu's aunt invested a day off, and Karu's aunt has been rewarded. What a turnaround from O2 Blast, refusing to have that done to them twice. Unbelievable. And Search is almost distraught with happiness. There was a world where that joy could turn to ash in his mouth. But what a swap over to the Cassidy. A brand new mag grenade. You haven't been scrimming against this. A huge sleep from Karu onto Easyhan. Gets rid of that early EMP, and then he can't translocate out when he gets woken up because he's hit with the hindering grenade that stops the translocator. It's big hugs. It's big emotions. And it's a big day for O2 Blast.
PH? No. Prophet. He deserves that name. Leaving this team but only growing stronger and playing this without Who Are You even on the stage with them. The crowd applauds because that was a damn good match. Seoul Dynasty, I mean, they fought hard too. They were able to bounce back after a Midtown that did not go their way. And can we get those O2 Blast players some jerseys with their names on it? I see the tape. They deserve to have their names known.
This is a tape, but we're going to want everyone in NA to come back and watch. What a game that not only shows just how powerful this contenders region is when it comes to integration, but also how much you can be rewarded for playing your own style. Earlier today, we saw London Spitfire pop off playing what they're best at, and O2 Blast did the same. They believed in the Protect Ram, and they were rewarded for letting Protect play what he was best at and not conform to the standard meta. You better believe that this guy is our player of the match.
This guy was unlocked today. The headshots on Hanzo in the very first round of the very first map on Ilios. I needed a PC check on this guy because mechanically, he's been here, he's been there, he's been hot, he's been cold, but he was consistent throughout this match. And this was maybe just one of the reasons why maybe Seoul Dynasty thought he wasn't ready to be on this team or needed more time to grow elsewhere. And you saw how PH took that seriously, took this match seriously against his former team. And this is just, I mean, the script writes itself like day. Player of the match against his former team, you love it.
Powered by vengeance, driven by anger, and fragging out of his brain. Shutting down almost all of Ilios here with 2 early picks onto Krillin. It really is a check-in PC moment. Like, PH, is it legit?
He's so legit. There's one headshot he hits through a tree. Like, what is that? There's one headshot he hits where he turns and burns on Prophet, on Tracer, and Coliseo. I'm gonna have nightmares about that. Like, I screamed mentally when I saw that.
I don't know how he does it through trees. He's got fluoro vision, man. It's crazy. Obviously was a huge part, doing triple the damage of EasyHan in this first round of Midtown, the Sojourn versus the Ash. You might expect me to have a little bit more parity when it comes to the damage, but oh my goodness, Prophet just dominated.
Yeah, this
speaks for itself.
Prophet, a PH, whatever, clutched up. So did Protect, who was also in heavy contention for player of the match. The way Protect was, I think, had a lot of doubts, at least coming from me as an Octane player in a Winston meta who was playing D.Va and literally anything but Winston. But they found the secret sauce. Who cares about dive when you can play Ramatra and let everyone else play dive characters? Like when it was like double flanker with a Ramatra, it's kind of unheard of. Or not unheard of, but uncommon, I should say. But they turned that weakness into a strength.
I think this might be one of the only times in Overwatch League that we have never seen a team even look at the standard comp. We do have our interview here, so let's hand it over to Unknown for some good translation.
2023 오버워치 리그 서머 스테이지 퀄리파이어 동부 오늘 O2 블래스트 대 서울 다이너스티 오프라인 경기로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요, 손혜민입니다.
Hello, this is Sonamin, the host for the interview.
모두의 예상을 꺾으며 O2 블래스트가 승리를 가져오게 되었는데요. 카루 선수 모시고 이야기 한번 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
We have Karu on the interview floor. Hey.
소감 한마디 해주시죠.
Congrats on your win. How do you feel?
계속 져가지고 솔직히 이번에도 질 줄 알았는데 팀원들이 다 같이 잘해줘가지고
I thought we were gonna lose today, to be honest, because we were losing all the time. But our teammates made it through together.
가장 물론 모든 선수들이 간절하게 승리를 원했겠지만 정말 가장 승리를 원했던 선수가 있을 것 같아요.
So who was the most desperate, like thirsty for a win on your team?
현빈 프로페시라고 되게 간절하고 이기고 싶어하는 것 같더라고요.
So I mean, everyone wanted to win, of course, but Prophet PH was the one who really wanted the most today.
이기고 싶다 이래가지고.
이기고 싶다는 것에 보답을 한 우리 O2 블래스트인데 정말 대단하다고 느껴지는 것이 3연패를 끊어내고 분위기 전환을 한 것도 있지만요. 메타픽을 선택을 안 하고도 이겼어요.
So what was really impressive about this win that not only ended your 3-match losing streak, but you also chose to play to your strengths rather than playing the meta.
솔직히 메타도
Did everyone
메타인
get to
것
play what they
같지만
wanted?
그 메타에 너무 따라가기보다는 그냥 저희가 제일 잘하는 영웅 그런 거를 선택해서 하는 게 이긴 것 같습니다. 네.
So I think that's kind of really one of the reasons why we actually won today, because we tried playing the meta, it didn't really work out. Playing to everyone's strengths, individual strengths really worked out, and I think that was the reason we won today.
뭔가 조금 리스크가 있는 거잖아요.
네,
그렇기
그렇죠.
때문에 픽을 할 때 고민이 굉장히 많았을 것 같아요.
고민은 없었어요.
So did you kind of like hesitate on when you kind of wanted to pick an off-meta pick? Was there any kind of like burdens coming into that?
그냥
No,
그런
there
말도
was no
없이 그냥
hesitation
픽을
whatsoever on that
하면은
pick. We knew
그
that we would be
서로
playing
팀원들
better,
신뢰 때문에
playing
그냥
to our
해봐라
strengths.
약간 이런
We
식으로
we
잘 된 것
believed in
같아요.
that, and we just
그럼 스크림
executed.
때도 윈솜트보다는 이제 개개인의 그런 픽들을 조금 많이 연습했을까요?
반반이었던 것 같아요.
So did that also kind of like show in practice as well?
네네.
I think it was a little bit half and half. We played half like of our scrims with the meta and half of them just to our own
했을 때
strengths.
가장 신나고 즐거워요.
게임 인게임에서
Who's your favorite
대회에서
hero
어떤
personally?
영웅 할때 뭐가 제일 즐거워요?
아나 했을 때
아나
제일
For me, Ana.
재밌으시다고 얘기를 하셨습니다. 앞서 말씀해 주신 것처럼 3연패를 했었을 때 굉장히 뭔가 좀 힘들었을 것 같아요.
네, 많이
어떠셨어요?
힘들었는데.
I mean, how was it? Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure like it was mentally very hard because you were on a losing streak. How was that? Can you elaborate on that?
네. 그리고 O2 블래스트의 경기를 쭉 지켜보면 뭔가
Yeah, it was definitely hard, but again, we
네,
kind of
O2 내에서
overcame that
그런
together as a
생각이
team.
들었었나요?
네, 그 임페르날이랑 했을 때도 약간 솔직히 진짜 완전 질 줄 알았거든요.
네.
근데 인게임에서
So like
계속
there were positive
막상
signs.
막상
Like even in
되는
the match against the
그런
Infernal,
게 딱
we
된 거예요.
thought
그래서
that we were gonna
할만한데?
get crushed
라고
by the
했는데,
Infernal.
근데
But
처참이네,
like we
진짜.
did, there were a lot of like signs of life, a lot of positive silver linings, for lack of a better word. However, like there were some positives, and I think that kind of accumulated to today's win.
저희 가족분들이
Your family is
또
here.
이제
Like,
괜찮다고
can you give them like a message or
비볐다고 잘했다고
something?
이렇게 계속 격려해 주는 게 좀 큰 도움이 된 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, we were in a really tough spot, and my family that's on the screen right now, they really gave me the strength to go on and keep like working hard. So I really want to thank them.
제가 알기로는 20살이죠 지금.
네.
그렇다면 이제 미성년자 때부터 프로 생활을 하신 건데
네.
가족들이 전폭적으로 지지를 해주셨나 봐요.
So you started your professional career when you were underage. Ever since you were underage, did your family really kind of support your career?
승리가 아닐까 싶습니다.
Yeah, they were supportive all the way.
가족들에게 한마디 하고 싶은 말 하시죠.
그냥 간단하게
네.
Yeah, just a short message to your family.
사랑해요.
I love you, family. I love you.
라고 말씀하셨습니다.
네.
너무너무 든든할 것 같습니다. 그렇다면 마지막으로 현장에 많은 분들이 오프라인 경기이기 때문에 많이
And finally, there's a lot of fans that can support you on the offline venue. Do you have any messages to them?
그 계속 저 왔는데 지금 계속 이렇게 한 번 이겼으니까 계속 이제 성장하는 중이니까
Hey, we're on the
감사합니다.
development side right now.
네,
We lost a lot, but we're also started our
지금까지
win
감사합니다.
streak now, and our new streak starts here.
이렇게
So please keep
준비된
supporting us.
이번 주
Thank you.
모든 동부 경기를 보내드렸습니다. 벌써 퀄리파이어 일정
And that is the end of the
절반이
interview.
지나간
Back to you, Jen.
더욱더 강해진 팀들과 함께 저는 다음 주 경기로 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 이상 손혜민이었습니다.
Thank you so much, Unknown. That was Car from O2 Blast, who just had their first match win the whole season against Seoul Dynasty, breaking their win streak. Here's the score on your screen. And like they just shouting out Karu's parents there in the crowd, bringing me to tears, bringing himself to tears.
An incredibly emotional time here. Karu's aunt taking a day off work to come. It's evident that Karu's family are all in behind them. Previously, we've had Rack Attack's family as one of the main, like, linchpins of familial support for these young players and contenders, and now in Overwatch League, who are popping off, and Karu, equally sweet. It was very interesting as well, like, the scrims they talked about, how they did, like, half standard scrims, then half scrims just doing whatever they wanted to play. That's such a great way to see where you can find more success.
And with that loss from Seoul Dynasty in Game 5, they actually tie in 3rd place to the Hangzhou Spark, who is hot on their tail. A more decisive win here for Seoul would have locked them into 3rd, but now they have to fight against the Spark. And you know, O2 Blast were in last place, and they have quite a ways to go to catch up, but there's still four more weeks in the season, so plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time. Guangzhou Charge being down there, definitely a little bit worrisome for a team that was looking real good at the beginning of the spring stage. Mid-season madness went awry for them, and after that, it's been downhill. O2 Blast still have the worst map record, but hey, now if they start believing in their off-brand style of Overwatch, where they get Protect into a position where he can really play his best, that might be where things come to a head. Here's a quick look at what's going to be happening on the first day of Week 3. You've got some time to rest and recuperate, but the bang is coming up. Both of our 4-0 teams going to be opening.
These are some really good matches. APAC goes live, by the way, on Fridays and Saturdays. Inferno versus Dallas, that's a top 3 match easily. Dreamers versus Dynasty. How does Dynasty bounce back after this? Dreamers has been one of the most feared teams and contenders. Hangzhou Spark, they're hit or miss, but can they take down the kind of former OWL players that exist on Poker Face? There's some really hot matches there. You guys are going to want to tune in right on this channel at 1 a.m. Pacific, or you know, all the time zones.
Other time zones are also available if you're so inclined. But I'm really glad we got to come in, steal away the banger from Necker and Vicky Kitty. Just come in, snipe the land banger. That's the Leg Day and Lemon Kiwi special.
Yeah, the sun's coming up. It's good way to start our day.
It's definitely going to be all sleepies here afterwards, but I'm really happy to see O2 Blast no longer be like kind of dead in the water team. They were potentially going to be our team that didn't have a win. We saw all of those 1-3s at the bottom, did not want an 0-4 team, and this has really once again opened up APAC and made sure that no one's Preds are safe.
Every Contenders team has been able to get a win so far. I mean, namely, Panthera has been able to win against an OWL team. O2 Blast has been able to win against an OWL team. Just all of them are getting their punches ready. So the APAC OWL teams have to watch their backs. Of course, this is all for seeding for the knockouts. And it's been great to see even the teams at the top, like, maybe underestimate their competition. I wonder if that's what happened to Seoul Dynasty coming into this match. Obviously not looking practice on Midtown, to having some miscoms causing a pretty atrocious C9 on that map. But to ultimately, you know, winning Icebreaker was a big turnaround for Seoul Dynasty, coming from 0 to 100. They have a lot of fight, a lot of passion in them. They made the roster changes to get to this point. We'll see where Seoul Dynasty's season will end. But that's the end of today's show. Please tune in on Friday, Saturday of next week for the continuation of Overwatch League Summer Stage Qualifiers. Thank you all for watching. Have a great night.